Yeah. All right. We're starting this live stream with just a quick message that this live stream will be quick. That was a live stream. There we go. Live stream over. JK, of course, it's whatever. I'm coming at you live at 3 a.m. Okay, in LA. So I guess this is going to be a live that people who are waking up are hopping into. But it really depends how long I'm here. I'm really just doing this to talk about your mind. Okay, this is about your consciousness. This is about how your mind breathes life into everything. So when you know that you as a spirit use your mind to breathe life into everything, then basically, like, this is where all of life starts, like, it's all about your mind. Like, when you know your mind is the atmosphere that allows you to experience yourself, it's that simple. Like, bro, science will never say this shit. Fuck this world. Your mind is the atmosphere that allows you to experience yourself. Okay, this is your mind. So God breathed life onto us. So your idea of God is your ego. So this is why all of us as God breathe life into ourselves. It's that simple. So now you can get someone with their own mind to believe in 100 different religions. All those religions will say that they're the one true God. But if you can reflect on those religions and see that they're all saying that they're the one true God, and you're alive, then at some point you got to know it's individuals. Like, you got to know that you yourself are the God that breathed life into your own mind, so other people could teach you what God even meant. And then from there, it's really easy. Oh yeah, of course, Christ is the one true God. It's just all that normal stuff. Very I'm sure you don't know what your past lives are, right? Because I'm way older than Jesus. So your idea of Jesus is literally newer than Zoroastrianism. So if you don't care about Zoroastrianism and the role that Zoroastrianism played in Christianity, then you don't really care about the history of your religion. You just care about the religion and what the religion lets you do. But if you don't care about the history of your religion, then that means, like, you don't actually care about where anything came from. And that basically means you're just here to eat, right? And then this is the idea of people who, they don't want to fast themselves. They would rather sacrifice and worship the idea of someone fasting. So now they're going to hop up here and be like, I pray for you. It's like, okay, like, the whole point of praying for people is that you want to eat them. So that's no different than when Europeans came to the Native Americans and they're like, oh, we're praying for you. More like, we're praying on you. Because as an indigenous man, I have my own religion, but you give no fucks about what my beliefs are, right? You just want to tell me that I need to sacrifice myself to Jesus. And you don't care about the history of America and how Jesus was used to conquer indigenous peoples and that we all have our own thing going on. And then you wouldn't even care that Christianity was actually stolen from Native Americans. And all these spiritual concepts are stolen from indigenous peoples, just objectively. So now when you know that every religion is about nature, because we're just talking about indigenous spirituality, of knowing that all religions exist inside of nature. So that means every religion is about nature. It's just about who's intelligent, right? Who actually intelligently knows about nature. We're in a world right now that would rather say, because we're all one God, they can cause climate change. So the religion that you believe in and the religion that most people believe in is actively causing climate change with its desire to make us all one God. And then that's where we can see that money is causing most problems, objectively. So the religion that used money to take over native land are using it to cause climate change. And the more everyone works jobs and the more everyone works and serves this concept of money, they are allowing the banks with this religion to destroy and enslave the planet. But then everyone wants to be here complaining, right? Everyone wants to complain. How did we get here? The world's so bad. The world's not bad. The world's not bad. You're supporting a wicked system. This world is beautiful. Nature is beautiful. Your body is beautiful. Everything is beautiful. Humans are beautiful. The only thing that's bad and negative is a system that's teaching you to worship someone instead of yourself. A system that's teaching you that you shouldn't be happy alone. Instead, you need to go to heaven. The whole point of spirituality is being happy alone. That has nothing to do with language. That has nothing, and really, especially, that has nothing to do with someone teaching you that you shouldn't be happy alone. Because that's all most of these fake spiritual people on the internet are going to do. Teach you how to hate being alone. That's not true Hermeticism. That's not true spirituality. How can you possibly be happy with other people if you don't like being with yourself? And this is the issue with most religions. These religions hate being alone. That's why America was built by colonizers, using this religion to justify rape, murder, and genocide and slavery. So when you come up here still telling me to worship these same ideas that I historically am way more intelligent than you about, it's just, bro, you are just another one. You know, like you're another believer in something that you do not understand. Like you literally just do not understand where Jesus came from. You don't understand where the Bible came from. You don't understand where the English language came from. You don't know where your government came from. You don't know the history of this civilization or this simulation you're in. You don't even know why your heart's beating, right? So this is why we're talking about spirituality, okay? Your spirituality is your ability to be happy alone. So that means you're already in heaven. When you're happy alone, no one can convince you that you need to go to heaven. Do you see like this, this is basic spirituality right here. Spirits create physical reality to connect with other spirits. The moment you're in physical reality and you feel like you need to go to heaven, that means you are lost from your own space. You feel like you're disconnected from yourself. When you feel like you're disconnected from yourself, of course, you're going to run away and eat other people and come up with ideas like, we all need to go to source. We all came from one consciousness. Bro, take responsibility for your own actions, be happy alone, and make some art. It's that simple. We're just talking about making art, guys, because when you know that your heart is your art, come on, your heart is your art. Earth and heart are the same letters rearranged. Okay, so we're all on earth right now because we're all using our hearts to bring life to this body. Earth would be dead if you weren't using your soul to vibrate it to life. This is why the body that you're using right now to experience life was dead before you started using your heartbeat to vibrate into it. Look at that. It's so simple. Science is just lost because they're spreading ignorance and they want to cause problems inside of you and they want to just cause climate change and they want to destroy your body. They want to pump you with medication that further increases your disease so that they can make more money. And again, money is just this idea of how they're going to consume this whole planet. So your body doesn't have health problems until people put it in a situation where you're not living a normal human lifestyle. So think about how we all sit all day, every day. Now, that's not healthy. That's not normal. Humans didn't evolve to sit all day, every day. Humans didn't evolve to consume sugar all day, every day. Humans didn't evolve to stare at screens all day, every day. Humans didn't evolve to live an industrial revolution type lifestyle. Literally. Okay. So this industrial revolution is making everyone sit inside, work for money, support technology, support climate change, and actively consume pharmaceutical medication. And no one gives a fuck about history. So like, I'm sure if I really looked at most of these comments, most of y'all are ignorant people who don't care about the history of your system. Sadly, I a lot of the time I try to have intelligent conversations, but it seems that most people on TikTok, and I get it, most people in the world, they are literally just here to eat. So like, you don't care about your religion if you don't care about the history. I'm not talking to the people who care about the history of life. If you care about the history, if you consider yourself like educated a little bit on the history of the world you're in, then that shows that you care about how things are connected, right? But we're talking about the people who are literally just like, nothing's connected. You just need to worship my idea. If you don't care about where your idea came from, like literally all these people who are coming up here telling me I need to worship Jesus, They are actively supporting the genocide of Native Americans. And they don't give a fuck about my ancestry. They don't give a fuck about my history. All they care about is coming up here and projecting at me that Jesus loves me more than I can love myself. And that's all these religious motherfuckers are going to be doing. Coming up here telling me, I love you more than you love yourself. My God loves you more than you love yourself. You're wrong. You need my idea. Let me colonize you. That's how all the Americas was built. That's how it was all created. And we're literally, we're so deep in it. It's so silly. So if you just understood basic spirituality, if you understood the basic spirituality of you choosing to be born, right? You chose to be born. This is where all that victim energy goes out the window. Like all that religious shit goes out the window. All that I'm of sin. Like, bro, literally for you to teach me I need to be saved by Jesus, you have to teach me I'm of sin. So you have to make me feel like I'm you. Because you're the one who feels like you're such a piece of shit that you need to be saved by someone else. So this is where you're going to teach me that I'm a piece of shit. And all your religion is going to do is teach me that I'm awful because I need you. But that's a projection of your desire. I'm good. I'm good alone. And if you actually listen to me long enough, you're going to see that I literally created the system that built Jesus. I'm literally the spirit that built Mercury. So all of astrology, everything that religions are using for astrology, that's Mercury. Now you can go look up Hermes. You can go look up Zoroaster. You can see that Zoroastrianism created Christianity. You can see that Hermeticism created Christianity. So at that point, it's just about whether you care about the objective history of your religion. If you don't care about the objective history of your religion, then you can't be intelligent. You're literally just here to eat. And that's why you aren't going to fast like Jesus. Instead, you're going to worship the concept of him getting killed so you don't have to fast. I've been fasting for years. So all the people who want to come up here telling me that I still need Jesus after fasting for years, or like you want to tell me I'm crazy after I've been fasting for years, again, I know that's a projection of your very limited ego. I get it. Because all I'm going to do is listen to you tell me who I am. And now you're just going to project onto me all of your garbage, how you're of sin, how you're negative, how you don't feel good alone, so I can't feel good alone, right? You don't remember your past lives, so I can't remember my past lives. You didn't come here from your own heaven, so I couldn't come here from my own heaven. I came here from my own heaven. I have my own world. I have my own simulation, and I chose to be born because this simulation specifically called me away from my simulation. So now I'm down here choosing to connect. If I'm choosing to connect with you, how could you possibly tell me that I was created by you or created by your family? If I'm choosing to connect with you, there's no way you could take credit for my consciousness. And then especially, I built Christianity. I built Judaism. Go look up Zoroaster. Go see Zoroastrianism. Go see that everything that Christians and Jews have is taken from Zoroastrianism. And now you're going to get where I'm coming from. Okay, because I'm talking way over the heads of most religious people and just all these religions. I'm talking about how spirits create the universe overall. Religions are inside the universe looking up, trying to figure out, whoa, how are things happening? I'm talking about how we make things happen. I'm talking about how we build structures. Okay, that's always going to be communication. This is why I, as Hermes, am considered in the universe as the God of communication. It's not about, there's not one God. You are God. The fact that you can communicate means that you are your own individual God. Okay, so any religion you believe in is you trying to connect your individual God with another individual God. It's that simple. So now you can see why 100 people can all read the Bible and they're all going to have their own interpretation of it. That simple. Because everyone is reading a book, having a relationship with themselves. Right now, you're on this live stream having a relationship with yourself. Right? Because I'm talking to you, but also I'm talking to myself. Like if you talk to me, you put a comment. Like that's cool. Absolutely, put a comment. But that being said, what does that mean? Like, so you're still listening to me. So then that's where literally you're observing me talk to myself so you can talk to yourself. And that's what you're doing with every video, right? Every video on TikTok, You're watching people talk to themselves, and then you talk to yourself about this person talking to themselves. That's all life. I'm like, this is how you're God. Like, see how you as an individual, no one can see what you're thinking or feeling. Communication is always happening inside of your mind. I have no idea what you're perceiving or what you can even like grasp from what I'm saying. I'm getting a bunch of hearts or whatever. So I get that people are resonating and they understand this specific point, that you are talking to yourself with other people. Okay, so think of physical reality as literally the simulation that spaces create to connect with other spaces. So you as a spirit and I as a spirit would not be able to feel connected if we were not in physical reality, right? If we weren't paying for phone, if we weren't on TikTok, if we didn't speak the same language, right? We both had to choose to be born into a situation where we could speak the same language. We both had to choose to be born into a situation where we can connect. That's our souls. So you and I are individual gods with our individual souls. And our individual souls created these individual bodies that allow us to feel like we're the same. But guess what? We're not the same. That's why we're always going to be talking. You know, like there's always miscommunication. Think about, to bring this to a 3D level, right? When you have a relationship with someone and you feel like they super duper get you, but then you have a miscommunication. Oh shit, look at that. You thought they got you until they didn't. Because you're individual spirits. You can be married to someone for 20 years and they'll backstab you. And you'll be like, how did you do that? They're an individual. You're not the same. But all these religions are just like, bro, we're all the same. We're all expressions of one God. And because I'm saying that, you need to worship me telling you that. Because otherwise, you would just know that you are one God and you wouldn't be listening to someone tell you that you're an expression of their God. Because you as God wouldn't go through that. So the point is, everyone's just projecting at each other. Like how many of these comments, everyone's just projecting at each other. Everyone's just projecting at me. Of course, everyone's coming up here. They feel like they know who I am. They're telling me what I need. They're telling me what I got to do. All projections of themselves. They're very limited minds in how they've communicated in life up to that point. It would be a waste of time for me to look at most of these comments. I'm sure you awesome spiritual people are there. Absolutely. The spiritual people who like are aware are definitely here. But obviously, hella ignorant people who want to just come up here and project out that they're right. Right? So then this is where life is just like war. You know, like humans are so conditioned to fight each other. It's weird. And y'all don't get how you're conditioned through this English language to fight. Like this English language is a Martian language. When you think about Mars being the planet of war, that's the point. Like Tuesday is the third day of the week. That means Mars is a third day of the week. That's what we're talking about right here. So Mars rules over everyone's minds. If you abide by the week structure, wake up first day of the week, Sunday, second day of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that in and of itself is witchcraft that you're living out. Most people don't ask themselves or care about the days of the week, right? Most people just live their lives because they need to make money. They need to serve the one God that told them to support the genocide that they're enacting in native land. And then when I come up here as a Native American talking about spirituality, they want to further support that genocide by telling me I need medication, I need to go to the hospital, I need their religion. In general, I have to be institutionalized so they can further make money enslaving me and raping me. That's all the history of America has ever been. Raping and enslaving Native Americans with the idea that we're all one God, and then justifying money and using it to do that. And now we get the legal system, right? This is why if you murder someone and you're a millionaire, you will always get away with it. Because the legal system was built by people with money to only support people with money, so that people with money can rape and murder people without money and continue building America the way God intended it. In God we trust, on the back of the money. So your idea of God, everyone's idea of God who really believes in English and these concepts is very, very limited. Like most people in here literally believe that God is one supreme entity that is using all of us to masturbate with himself. That's what Christianity and Judaism specifically will tell you, that you were created by God so he can talk to himself, and you have no choice in that. So now the whole point is you need to get connected or else you're a bad person. And now they're going to teach you that you're of sin. They're going to teach you that you're negative. They're going to teach you that you are a demon, a demonic. They're going to teach you that you're demonic in general if you don't support their idea of God. And the whole point is to make you support their system. Because again, you can go through life and support 100 different religions that all say they're the one true God. So if you can support 100 different religions that all say they're the one true God, and then at the end of your life, you look back on that and remember that all of these religions said they were the one true God, then you're going to have to realize that you are the one true God. You are the one true God, and you will always be the center of your universe. You will always be the center of your experiences. When you die, you're still going to be the center of your life. When you move on to a different simulation, guess what? You're still going to experience it as the center. This is why you experience your whole life as a center of your universe. And now everything in the universe is connected to you because you're God. The point is, all of us as individual gods have to create the universe so we can connect. Otherwise, we'd all be alone. It's that simple. That's why everyone's scared of dying. Like, anyone who's scared of dying is scared of being alone. And then that just means that they're attached to this body. So they're like, I made this body so I can connect with other people. I need to stay in it. I need to stay in this body. Then that's where you just get people who want to live forever. It's that simple. It's literally them running away from their spirit. Like, that simple. So if you as a spirit don't like your own space, you're going to create a body and then feel like you need to go to heaven. And now you're going to become religious. And now you're going to say that you deserve to rape and murder other people with your religion because your religion, your space, is better than their space. How can your space be better than someone else's space? It's an individual basis. It's so narcissistic. White supremacy, so narcissistic. White supremacy, so narcissistic. In general, anyone who feels like they can come up with a label to put on someone else is narcissistic. So if you feel like you can call me black, that means that you're a narcissist because you are so lost in your own individuality and your own idea of life that you're throwing labels onto other people so you can control them, enslave them, and then make money out of them. This is how all of America was built. Objectively. Yeah, y'all are hilarious. Yeah, this is very funny. And the comments were as expected. Yeah, as expected. So again, most people who are in their religions and most people in America, like, y'all don't give a fuck about history. Like, that's why Christians don't care about Zoroastrianism. So, like, if you don't care about Zoroastrianism and you don't care about Mercury and you don't care about astrology, then, like, you literally don't care about any of the history of your religion. And you're literally all using something to talk to yourselves. So literally, like this person right here, the real Jesus does not appreciate racist borders in his world. Your idea of Jesus is literally no one else's idea of Jesus. This is why, again, we can get everyone in this chat. Everyone in this chat can read the Bible. And guess what? You would all develop a different relationship with the Bible. Every single last one of you would have your own interpretation of the Bible, and now we would just have an endless conversation of what's right or wrong, and it would still be fucking fighting. So the point is, you're all individual gods with your own awareness, and when you know that you're an individual god, all you're spending your life doing is trying to figure out how to relate with other individual gods. So if you believe in a religion, that's someone saying, hey, I'm God and you're not. But the only way you could believe that they were God and you're not is if you were God first. Do you see this? Do you see how this works? You have to be God first before you can believe that you're not God. So the moment you're God and you want to connect with other gods, if you feel like you're not God, it's easier to connect basically, right? That's why like so many people find it easy to believe in religion. It's really easy to be like, wait, okay, I don't have to take responsibility for my power. I'm not God. You're God. And now they had to get taught from someone else what God is. So they're just worshiping a government. You know, because any government you're like serving or whatever, they're probably going to tell you they're God. Because the whole point is God is the word for creator. So whatever idea you have of God, that's just literally your idea of a creator. So your idea of creating is not my idea of creating. That's why all you can do when I get up here and I'm super creative is colonize me and tell me that I was created by your idea. Because again, that's how Europeans stole all of the Americas from indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples are here, infinitely creative. Europeans come over, see entirely new shit and are like, whoa, you're an expression of our imagination. And then they eat everybody. And now they lie about it. And now we have America. Yeah, that's hilarious. Prove you created yourself. Bro, I'm literally creating myself right now. Like, people are so lost. How stupid. Like, what kind of stupid mindset? Like, we need to really think about this real quick, guys. What do you do every single fucking day? You know, like every single fucking day. Who is moving your muscles? Who is making the choices in your life? Every single fucking day of your life, who made relationships with your friends? Who started dating your exes? Like, who took your tests? Who did your job interviews? Are you literally saying that everything you've ever done was someone else that you've never met? And you're spending your whole life doing what you need to do to get to the person who's actually in control of you? This is you creating yourself every day. Like, life doesn't just stop. Bro, people are so in their egos in America. Like, it's so stupid. People literally think that the moment you're born, you're not creating life anymore. Like, bro, the point of being born is to create your life. It's a constant daily thing. This is a daily process of creating your life. You are God every single day. Again, this is why you can believe in 100 different religions over the course of your life. Because you are creating your life every day. So because you want to create it with people, you're like, how do I create it with people? They're like, oh, well, you need to believe that we're God. You're like, oh, I can do that. I just want to connect. And now you can have a human experience, right? So now your human experience on this planet is you worshiping God, which is literally just you worshiping yourself. But because you don't want to be a narcissist, you're going to worship yourself with other people. But the ultimate narcissist is a person who convinces you that you are not in control of your own actions. The ultimate narcissist is a person who convinces you that everyone seen and unseen is the expression of one father or one man. That is infinite narcissism, and it defeats the point of life. Do you know how fucking big the universe is? Of course you don't. Of course, how could you know how big the universe is? It's constantly expanding every day based on the individuals creating it. So no. Trust me, I'm literally on Mercury watching this shit for eons. The universe has only been and only ever will be individuals connecting with other individuals. You can believe that your individual created all of us, but you're just going to expose how ignorant and unintelligent you are. The moment you believe everything in life was created by one God, you are the most narcissistic, ignorant individual in existence. I promise. And that's why this planet is suffering from climate change. That's why these scientists are destroying the environment. That's why the medical health institution is creating problems inside of our bodies constantly. That's why they're poisoning everything that we consume. It's literally this mindset. It's this narcissistic, fiery, new world order, egotistic idea saying that we're all expressions of one individual, whether we feel like it or not. Because this is what it is like because most of these comments are going to be like Christians and religious people telling me that I'm not me. And then now they feel like they can tell me I was created by them. Here's the thing. Are you God? Because for you to tell me that I'm not God, that must mean that you are God, right? Oh, okay, so I'm not God, but you're telling me I'm not God, but real God is in a book. So now you're going to go tell me to read the book. So you're literally just telling me to worship the language we're speaking. And again, I'm talking about the history of this language. So if you're not with me on that level, like, bye. Like, you're just here to eat and consume, and I have to learn to start blocking people. I'm going to pick moderators and shit. Because these lives are getting like annoying with when I'm coming up here just like talking about spirituality and talking about you being an infinite individual. Okay, hella people constantly just want to come in here like, but you're not infinite. You're not an individual. You're a product of my father. Like, bro, your words literally wouldn't mean anything to me if I was not in a circumstance where I was forced to speak your language. So how narcissistic could you be? Like, literally, all the spirits who are not speaking English have no concept of Christianity or your ideas of religion like that. So, what, you're just going to say that everyone in the universe was created by you? Wow. And then, yeah, that's what these religions do. And that's why it's really disgusting down here. And that's why everyone's a fucking narcissist. It's insane. It's insane. Everyone is a fucking narcissist down here. It's insane. Like, I've never seen spirits be so selfish in like the whole universe. But it's this mindset. My whole life, I've grown up wondering, how are people supporting trash? Like, how are people supporting the concept of throwing shit away? As if it's not just going into a landfill and you're not just further destroying the environment by creating a bunch of shit that you're saying you don't need. If you didn't need it, then why'd you make it? If you don't need all this plastic, then why'd you make it? Like, this is bonkers. And humans literally think, like, most of these people up here who might want to tell me I need to go to a hospital, their idea of intelligence is that we need to go to Mars. So the same people who will tell me I need to go to a psychiatric ward will be like, thank you, Elon Musk, for taking us to Mars. Bitch, what? We're humans breathing air on Earth. Like, all these people who think that they're smart literally believe that we need to destroy the planet that we're living on right now so we can go live somewhere else that we are not able to exist on. These bodies are not equipped to live on Mars. Yet somehow Stephen Hawking and Elon Musk and all these smart scientists are destroying the environment, making hella money destroying the environment, while making people believe the only way that we will be able to grow or prosper is to take over another planet. It sounds like these colonizers already took over here and have made humans dumb as fuck. So, hey, make me a mod. Hey, let me see real quick. I'm gonna make you a mod. Caruzley? Yeah, make me a mod. Brian Wolfpack, go to bed. You're not changing my mind. Well, Brian Wolfpack, look, I'm about to get much better at this because I'm here on Mercury. I'm about air, okay? So as Mercury, my spirit literally is about communicating with the whole universe. Okay, I'm about communicating with the whole universe. That being said, when y'all come up here and you're telling me, okay, actually, okay, Karasley, yeah, but hold up, don't mute people yet, because I do have to start blocking people. Because I'm learning that like people literally will come up here on my lives, they'll eat my shit, they'll eat my gifts, they'll eat my fruit from my tree. You're tapping into the CymaTree. I'm Chase Clarence Calloway, all right? Hermes Trismegistus. I tripled my C, thrice great. Now I'm the CymaTree. The whole point is I'm bringing Mercury, metaphysical, into physical. So this is all the mind of Mercury. So when you tap into the root of the CymaTree, you're tuning into the mind of Mercury. And I'm seeing that a lot of fucking demons like to tune into the mind of Mercury so they can consume all my thoughts and then tell me that I'm not thoughtful. Bah! And then tell me that I'm not the one who is in control of my actions. So like hella people want to be up here consuming all my shit while telling me that I'm wrong. And I'm going to have to start blocking y'all. So don't go hard on people yet, because there's like comments, people being like, hold up. Dang. All right. Y'all are fast. There we go. There we go. Brian Wolfpack, you are blocked. Because it's just like, what is he saying real quick? Go to bed. You're not changing any minds. Like, it's like people will literally be up here shit talking me while watching me. And they'll be shit talking me for hours. So I'll be up here just spitting hella spirituality. And the same people who are telling me that I'm not like changing minds, which that's not the point. But the point is to spread wisdom. If that changes your mind, I'm happy for you. But that's not the point. I'm spreading wisdom naturally because I'm just breathing right now. You see, like, this is me naturally breathing. But as a tree. But when people come up here, like, and they're here for hours, like, just like consuming my shit and then constantly telling me like, oh, you're wrong. You need to go to this hospital. You need help. Like, oh, how could you think this? It's like, all right, I'm kind of dumb for keeping you in this atmosphere. Now I understand why we have moderators. Now I understand, like, we can't have this Martian energy. I'm not about to have people coming into the CymaTree and causing war. Especially because, yeah, that shit like throws me off and it makes it not a safe space. Right now, of course, we're all strong. All right. So the whole point is spiritually, your safe space is your spirit. No one can touch your space. That's the point of you creating a body. OK, so the point of being in a body is that this is the furthest from your spirit you'll ever be. The furthest from my space I'll ever be is this. It's in a structure that I'm using my soul to vibrate. But because I'm using my soul to vibrate it, I can feel like I'm not in my space, right? So because I made this body inside of this earth atmosphere, I don't feel like I'm on Mercury. I would have to go into a meditative trance, separate my Merkaba from my mind, or separate my Merkaba from my brain so my mind can process a different atmosphere and then go to Mercury. And then that's where we'll get it, guys. It's just about atmospheres. It's about your mind being able to go to different atmospheres, and think of the whole universe as like infinite atmospheres. Okay, so it's like you have to have an atmosphere to sustain life before life can actually be cultivated in a structured way, right? This is why we all live inside of an atmosphere. And this is why it's important that we all take care of the atmosphere. And then this is where every single star you can see is an atmosphere, literally. Like every single star, when you look into the night sky, you see like the black sky. That's water. You see a white star, that's an atmosphere. Okay, so now you can see how every atmosphere is water playing out. Okay, air is water. We're talking about hermetic alchemy here. Okay, so it's about knowing that space creates fire, then water, then air, then earth. Fire is unrelatable. So you in your God element, that's your fire. So this is why stars will look like fire, but you'll never see fire in nature because fire is your ego, right? So my ego can't be in nature. My ego can only be in my spirit. My ego is too individual and is too infinite for you to see, right? That's why all you can do is tell me I'm in my ego if you're not relating with me. Because the whole point of the ego is that it's the most unrelatable element. That simple. Fire is the most unrelatable element. So this is you. This is as in your imagination. Okay, so you as a spirit, when you observe your space, there's nothing. If you want to observe something, that's going to be your ego. Boom. So now you're going to create an expression of your imagination. And then this is why your whole life, everything that you've ever done in any past lifetime up to this point has been an expression of your imagination. And it will always be an expression of your imagination. You can't run away from your imagination. Okay. So we're just letting you know, like, your imagination is what makes your life matter. But my imagination and your imagination are not the same, which means that our ideas of God are not the same. So you can't tell me that I was created by your God because you literally don't even know where I'm coming from. And if I can explain how I built your religion way better than you can even eat it, then how dare you still try to tell me that I was created by your concept of God? Like, it's very silly. So now I would be really stupid to keep interacting with you, right? And that's why we have Carole. I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. I saw you. I saw you say make me a mod. I also saw Jonathan. So, oh my God. If there's anyone that I would be honored to have modding the atmosphere, the CymaTree, it would be 7 circles coming in to cut it up. But Carole, I just saw like you had some kind of passion about modding. So I feel that. Because yeah, obviously like I've been seeing the internet's getting more demonic. As I'm like growing, people are, I mean, I've had my accounts deleted before and shit, but like this time it's like people are just people just want to go to war, okay? And this is why the weak structure. All right, like we could. This isn't about the weak structure, but like everything. Us as humans, every single thing that we're upholding as an idea is a frequency. Okay, so think about all of us as a human collective. The fact that we live through Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? These ideas are frequencies. So the idea of Monday is a frequency. The idea of Tuesday is a frequency. The idea of Wednesday is a frequency. The idea of Thursday is a frequency. And these frequencies literally don't matter until we bring them to life with our vibration. I'll be right back. All right. So literally, think about that real quick. Like the idea of Monday, the idea of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they would not matter if you didn't connect with them. So I'm just literally showing you how we bring ideas to life, right? So like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, this shit doesn't mean anything. Like if I said that to someone who's not speaking English, why would they care? You know, like what would they give a fuck? You know, they're just like, what Sunday, what? Like literally, they don't give a fuck. No one knows what Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is, right? Like if you're 3 years old, you don't know what these things are. These ideas only matter to you the more you connect with them to uphold them, right? So this is your vibration, okay? So think about your heartbeat. Literally, your heartbeat is the physical manifestation of you connecting with your idea, of your ego, of your God. Basically, your expression of yourself. Your God, your ego, your imagination, this is all the expression of your space, right? So every time you're expressing your space, like me as Tahuti Trismegistus, I'm Chase Clarence Calloway. So it's Chase, I'm talking about space. And when I express my space, it looks like Mercury. So that's how I build a simulation to make sense out of how my imagination imagines itself to become a reality. Because all realities had to be imagined first. Every tree, every single thing you see in nature. And this is what people constantly get with religion, right? That's what people imagine. Like literally. So people like get what I'm talking about, but it's just like everyone's ideas of these energies are colonized. Because the only reason you would believe in a religion is because you think that everything in nature had to be imagined before it was brought to reality. So that's true. Like every single structure in nature had to be imagined by a spirit before that spirit connected with it to bring that idea to life. And once it can bring that idea to life, now it can build a structure that allows it to connect that idea with others, right? So this is what the weak structure is, right? So think of like the spirits that made up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that doesn't matter. If they connect with it, it still doesn't matter to you, right? So they have to connect with their own idea to then consciously bring it to you and then tell you that you should connect with it the same way they do. And now they can build a system out of making you use your vibration to uphold their frequency. This is how you then create the energy that makes their mind matter, right? So this is how we're all building the new world order or whatever, and have been for whatever. Like the whole point of like following Monday, Tuesday, and following this calendar system in general is that we're all using our vibration to bring the frequency of the Roman, European individuals, monotheistic individuals, and leave it like that, who want to all make us their one God, right? We're bringing their ideas to life by living out this weak structure. So this is where it doesn't matter what religion you believe. If you're upholding a weak structure, right? If you're upholding a government, then you are using your vibration to bring those spirits' imaginations to life. So the fact that most people like aren't on the wavelength or in the intelligent space to like actually consider the history of their government and the history of how their government came to be, or the history of how their language came to be, the history of how their religions or how any of their systems came to be, shows that these are spirits who are literally just alive because they want to consume, they want to eat. All right. So as a spiritual individual, okay, y'all know who I'm talking to. I probably spend sometimes a little too much of my time speaking to people who are actively Kara or Kara. If it's Cara, I think it's Kara, but also it could literally be Kara, and it could also be neither of those. Because there's many ways to pronounce a name. So I'll go with Kara, and I'm actually going to go back and forth because I do that with everyone's name. Okay, because there's a Chantel and her name is Chantel. But like sometimes I'll say Chantel and she said that she prefers Chantel. So it really is just like a vibration thing, right? Because there's multiple ways to bring something to life, you know, like a word, that's a frequency, it's an idea, but like that word doesn't mean anything till we speak it, right? But then that's why, and we can all speak words differently. So, I mean, you know, just whatever, pointing out the spirituality in our voice, pointing out the spirituality of literally just speaking in general, and how all the things that we see, all the lights are ideas that are not real until we connect with them. And us connecting with an idea is us using our voice to bring life to it, right? So think about how you use your voice to bring life to the idea of whatever the fuck your name means, right? Like your name doesn't matter if you weren't using your voice to identify with it. And you weren't using your voice to say, I am Kara. I am Kara. I am Blankety Blue. I am Hooshie Mama. I am Ziggy Zop, right? Like whatever you are, you had to use your voice to say it, or else you wouldn't believe it, would you? Right? Like this is just all of life. Like that's why school has us repeat shit, right? Like school is like, hey, you better use your voice to uphold these ideas. You better bring our fucking vision to life, right? Like that's the whole point. Big spiritual war going on. Big spiritual war. Okay, I'm going to start looking at these comments now because, but also, no, hold up. Now, because even right there, I'm like starting to get bothered, just like, and I see y'all being awesome. I see the awesome people, and y'all know who you are. You actually know who you are. I know you know who you are. But like the people who are here, like, oh, yeah. People love to be here telling me that I'm rambling and that I'm going off on too many things and that I jump from topic to topic while still being here. Like, honestly, my spirit is telling me to start blocking more people. I have to. I actually have to. I have no other choice. That's hilarious. So you believe that we are gods. I know that we are gods. I know that every single individual who is aware of their own circumstance is a god. If you can use your voice to bring life to an idea, you're a fucking god. That's actually what I was just getting into. That's what I was getting into. If you can use your voice to literally speak, the Bible is literally about fucking you. Okay, like just objectively, just straight up, okay? If you can use your voice to bring life to an idea, you can write your own religion that millions of people can believe in. And that would be you extending the universe. And I on Mercury would watch that shit. Okay, so I, as a spirit of Mercury, I would watch you create your own monotheistic religion. I would watch you tell millions of people that you are the one true God, and I'd watch them build your imagination. And that would be just another expression of the universe. And it's cool. And then, you know, everyone who dies from that system, they realize, wait, but I was the God that made that system possible. So maybe my idea of God was colonized. And this is just an endless thing, okay? So I'm just here doing normal school shit, all right? Welcome to Always Ascending Academy. Welcome to Always Ascending Academy. All right, what time is it? It's 3:47 a.m. I felt called to come up here and get into this. All right, so when the spirit calls, chase answers, gang, gang. Absolutely. We are our own gods and create our own realities. We literally have to be. Like, it's just anyone who says that you're not God, they're lost in the ego. I promise. Because all they're expecting you to do, they're like, well, if you're God, then fix my problems. Like, bitch, fix your own problems. Like, whatever your idea of God is your imagination, and your imagination creates your problems. So whatever problems you have were created from connecting with your own idea of God. Don't bring that to me. Don't bring that to me. That has nothing to do with me. That has everything to do with you. And if we're in a situation where we can talk about it, then that's because I chose to connect with you. So how fucking dare you tell me that I'm created by your imagination when I'm literally in my own imagination chose to connect with you out of the goodness of my heart. From Mercury, I as Hermes Trismegistus, I'm like, I don't want to live in this world, but they need me. Shit. And now here I am because this world needs me. Okay? Shit. That's the whole point. All right. I'm only alive because this world needs me. You see how bad climate change is? What? And like, people don't give a fuck. Like, why don't people give a fuck? I know why people don't give a fuck, because they believe that it's too late. That's most of the comments that I get from people when I come up here talking about spirituality and climate change. People being like, well, it's actually too late. No, whoever told you it's too late is the same person who's profiting off of causing it. I promise. The same system that is actively profiting off of causing climate change is a system teaching you that you can't solve climate change. Duh. It's in their best interest to keep you ignorant, right? Like, to make you believe that idea. Because and it's so annoying. People have been bringing this idea to life. So all these gods in this reality have been using their vocal cords, using their vibrations to bring this idea to life for years now, right? Like, that idea is older than the 70s. It's too late to stop climate change. They've been talking about this shit for so long. So it's been over 40 years of, like, at least, if not more, bro, like, if at least 40 years, if not more, probably more, of people saying it's too late to stop climate change. Shit. I mean, this is an industrial revolution conversation. Okay, because all this climate change stuff only started because of the industrial revolution. All right, all this pumping garbage into the air. The whole point is that they want to put toxins into your body that you have to breathe in. Okay, so this live stream started out with us covering that we are all, as minds, creating one atmosphere so we can all breathe life into these bodies. Okay, so that's why we have to exist in the same atmosphere if we are going to communicate. All right, you can't communicate with spirits that aren't in your atmosphere. So if Anubis and all of my Atlantean family are in Atlantis in a different atmosphere, no matter what I do here, I'm not going to be able to communicate with them. I literally have to go into a meditative trance, separate my mind from my body, fly away in my Merkaba, and then go into that atmosphere and communicate there. And then that's where my mind would be able to build a body in that atmosphere that allows me to breathe life into something. And then I can just communicate and shit. And then I come back here, and then boom, I'm back. But the whole point is, this body dies once I stop breathing, right? Your body dies once you stop breathing. If you literally don't breathe, you're done. Objectively. So we can see that you need your mind. You need to use your mind. You have to use your breath to breathe life into this body in general. And then this is where we can see that your ego is the out breath and your soul is the in breath. All right. So again, we're talking about like how you create life, how all of us as spirits create life. So you as a spirit, before you enter the universe, your ego is your idea of breathing out. Like, who am I? What do I want to see? And then that's all the light that you protrude. But that light has to get received by something. Okay. So when you as a spirit are expressing your ego, you as a spirit also have to receive yourself. So that's your soul. I'm making we're about to blow up so hard in this reality, okay? Because literally, like, this system is not shit, all right? They literally stole everything from Metatron. Like, you just Google it. You can see that Jews, Christians, Islam religion, monotheistic religions in general stole everything from Metatron, stole everything from Mercury, stole everything from Hermes, stole everything from Egypt. You can see that Hermes and Tahuti are the same spirit. You can see that Tahuti and Anubis fuse to create Hermanubis. They have the Caduceus. Again, just a lot of connections. But the whole point is all this separation in reality only makes sense when you know who you are as a spirit. So I, as a spirit, as the individual that built Mercury, only I can tell you about my past lives. Only I can tell you how all these seemingly separate individuals are connected by one soul. And thus, it's basically my cosmic duty to talk to you about past lives, at least in this life, because that's like the main thing that religion has people like fucked up and lost about. People don't feel like they chose to be born here. I chose to be born here. I feel like I chose to be born here because I wanted to connect with people outside of myself. Genuinely, I'm so happy alone. I'm happier alone than I am with anyone else. That's why I created Hermeticism. I, as a spirit, the one who built Mercury, I created Hermeticism to basically teach you how you could also build your own Mercury. But the point is, my version of heaven is literally helping the universe. But that's coming from me being alone. So true heaven is you being alone. This is why your idea of heaven is individual to you. Like, if you don't know that you're God, you'll never be in heaven. That's why I'm going so hard on this shit. As CymaTree. That's why as CymaTree, you're gonna see me for the rest of this life go hard on how you're God. And how the point is, all of us as individual gods have to create something that allows us to connect with one another. And that's the universe. And now the universe is just like infinite in the ways that we can do this. Okay, but it's always gonna be alchemy. We're always performing alchemy so we can connect. We have to perform magic or natural scientific alchemy to create the environment that can sustain our consciousness, right? So now the only reason your consciousness has been able to live life so far is literally because of chemistry, all right? That's all hermetic, all right? Your body, a bunch of chemicals, a bunch of chain reactions of just spirits catalyzing, doing certain interactions that you can't even conceive, right? So that's a lot of intelligence in your body. Your body's infinitely intelligent. Your body's a whole motherfucking universe inside of itself. All right, so this is how we can see that we as individuals are creating a bigger body that is allowing a spirit to experience itself. Okay, so just like there you have a bunch of heart cells and a bunch of brain cells that are separate from each other, but they're inside of one system. Think of that like the planets, right? So Mercury and Earth, separate from each other, but they're inside of one system. So that's why the different planets, different simulations affect each other, because they're separate, but the only reason that Earth can observe Mercury is because they're connected. So now we see why life is balanced. Like you as a separate individual have to exist inside of a collective. So this is the soul. The soul is the part of your space that collects all your light, right? So all my past lives have been collected by my soul. That's all light. So everything I've done as Hermes, as Tahuti, as Quetzalcoatl, as Idris, as Ningishzida, as Odin, as Zoroaster, just all these messengers of Mercury. There's so many more. Chikatet, we don't need to get into the names. So many names, right? Like, that's the point of living past lives. Like, you get intelligence, but also if you remember all that shit, how heavy would your mind be, right? Like, think about if my mind was actively thinking about all my past lives and past circumstances. Do you think I would be present enough to talk with you right now? Nah. I promise you, nah. Like, that's why I need to go into meditative trances and go look at the past on Mercury. And then I'm like sifting through all the dirt. And it's like just me studying files and shit. And just like looking at stuff, be like, okay, yeah. All right, cool. Back to chase life. And now when I come back into chase life, my awareness is back into English, right? Now I'm aware of Marvel, Jesus, New World Order, Earth, all these things that anchor me into this reality, that because they're relatable, right? But again, the whole point is everything that we can relate on are ideas that would not be alive if we were not using our own vibration to speak them into existence, basically. So, or uphold them, let's say, because the whole point is the ego can't exist without the soul. The ego cannot exist without the soul. All right. So like all these spirits that the idea of money making you awesome, that is someone's ego, right? And The only reason that you would believe that money makes someone better than you is because you were taught to feel that way. And once you're taught to feel that way, this is where you use your vibration, your soul, to boost someone else's ego. So now you always feel like you're below someone because you're always supporting their idea. Just objectively. So now you could literally make $1 million, right? But you'll still feel like you're not shit because you're doing it from the place of feeling like money makes you something. Money makes you matter. So you're always underneath the idea of money. This is why like money's not shit. The moment you make up an idea, it's finite, right? So think about, what is infinite money? Not possible. There's no such thing as infinite money. Like, that's not possible. So money creates a scarcity mindset, because the moment you're thinking about something, that's scarcity. So the moment you're like, oh, okay, once I have money, I'll be happy. Okay, cool. How much money? 100,000, a million. Okay, cool. Well, we're going to just inflate everything. And now you still don't have money. So how much money do you need now? To be happy? Shit. Okay, I'll do 3 million. All right, cool. Well, we're just going to inflate everything and take your house. And actually we're changing the system. Now a bottle of water actually costs $1 million, but that was back then. Really, now it costs one Google coin, but it's just one Google coin is worth $1 million in US currency, and US currency is not shit anymore. You need Google coins. This is the future we're moving into, by the way. You feel me? This is literally the future, where cryptocurrency is going to be so valuable that it's not practical to hold on to real money, because like everything is going to also inflate to where it's literally systematically set up. All right. Where they want all of us to only pay through digital currency. The whole point is to make us uphold this technology, right? So this is why you can see NFTs getting sold for millions of dollars. The people who made up money don't give a fuck about the money. All right. Now, the people who make the money, they love the money, right? So if you're upholding the idea that money makes you awesome and you're using your vibration to uphold that idea, once you make $1 million, it's hard not to feel good, right? Like, it's kind of hard not to, because you've been upholding that idea. So now you feel like your vibration raised. You always felt like you're underneath money, right? But the moment you have money, now you feel like, oh shit, I am money. Now you feel like you're on top of the world. You can do anything until you don't have money. So we need spirituality. All right. When you know that you as a spirit are infinite as an observer, the moment you imagine something, that's finite. So this is why the ego is finite, and the soul is always reminding you that you're infinite. Okay. So I, as Chase, feel finite. When I go visit my space and I explore my soul, I can see how I'm infinite, because I have all these past lives that express all these different aspects of me. And now I can be like, I am infinite. It's just that I'm so infinite, I have to experience myself as something finite. And now we can see the balance of life. You as an individual are so infinite, you literally would not be able to exist if you did not limit yourself, right? This is why you're in a body, just objectively. Like, this is why you are in a physical body, but you can imagine anything you want. And now you can mold your body based on what you imagine. So if you imagine yourself going to the gym and you imagine yourself getting fit, you imagine yourself looking like a Greek god, then guess what? You can do that if you use your soul to uphold that idea, right? If you bring life to that idea with your vibration. If you're just imagining getting fit, but you don't use your vibration to move and bring that idea to life, are you going to get fit? Right? Like, we see that you have to use a vibration to bring any idea to life. Okay, so again, I'm getting all of us in this space of knowing how all of us as individual gods can be taught that we're not God. Okay, you have to be God. Literally. You literally have to be God before you can create a circumstance where you can be taught that you're not God. Because you literally would not have a concept of who God is if you were not that already. Just objectively, you would not have any concept of what a God is if you were not already that. So then this is why your imagination is limited to your space. No one else can see your imagination but you. And this is forever. This is the whole universe forever and ever. You know how infinitely big the universe is? Infinite. Like, we don't need to put numbers on it, bro. Oh my, science is so lost. This world is so lost. So I'm just saying, bro, like, the universe is always expanding because we're always breathing life into it. But the point is, it is a structure because we have to create something that we can expand, right? This is why this body makes sense to communicate through. It's something that I can expand. Right. And now this body is connected to things that allow me to communicate and further expand. And then the whole point is that I'm able to expand my Chaseverse, or the original metaverse. All right. They colonized that from Metatron. The whole point of Facebook's metaverse, stolen from yours truly, stolen from CymaTree simulation, or the idea of Metatron, the angel, archangel in the Jewish religion, just everything. The whole point of metaverse and Metatron is to connect all the spaces in the universe. Okay, it's that simple. So when you see Facebook use metaverse, they're referencing how Metatron talks about how everyone in the universe is connected. It's that simple. Actually, that simple. So now the point of metaverse is that they want to make money off of that concept. So metaverse is like, oh, okay, Metatron, everyone in the universe is connected. Well, we'll make them connected on our system. And now we have metaverse. And now we have them actively causing climate change, going out of their way to make us support these technological structures. And they want to trap our minds in virtual reality. So now I have to be here as Hermes talking about virtual reality and how we all create life with light, or else people are going to want to run away into virtual reality just like they ran away into this world. So this world is already the virtual reality that's allowing you to connect with other people. Like, think of this world like a actual physical metaverse. This is me as Metatron letting you know you're already in the metaverse, okay? Like, Facebook is colonizing and stealing my ideas so that they can trap you and put you in a Black Mirror construct. But it's very sad. It's very ugly. And real ones are not about that, of course. So the whole point of the metaverse is to make money trapping our minds in something that they can further build. It's just a matrix, guys. It's just a matrix. Is it not? I mean, the matrix is stolen from Metatron. Okay. It's just, I understand. I wasn't taught who Metatron was growing up. So literally my spirit had me calling him Iracel. So I grew up my whole life fasting, talking to my higher self, talking to my God, going through church and everything. But his name was Iracel. It was only through a lot of fasting, through multiple years, that he was finally like, okay, and actually I'm Metatron. So that, like, I don't give a fuck about this Metatron shit. Okay. It's just that my spirit is forcing me to realize that that is how I have expressed myself in the past. Cause it's the only way that we're about to, really fix the shit going on here, all right? Because people literally don't know who created the ideas they're consuming, objectively. Like, if you're like in a religion like Christianity, like, you just don't know who created the ideas that you believe in. Like, objectively, if you, for example, my whole family, okay, I'm not like attacking anyone. This is why I let Christians and like religious people being here. My whole family is religious. Like, my whole family is very Christian. They all believe that the Bible was literally written by God. And of course, that's an idea that is not provable. And it's an idea that doesn't make sense. But it's an idea that if you believe in it, you'll bring it to life, right? So think about all the people who, just because they believe in that idea, they say it's real. It's that simple. It's that simple. Like, that's how ideas work. You know, like, that's how ideas work. Someone can tell you like, hey, this Bible was written by God, and you're going to use your voice to project that idea and bring life to that idea and make other people connect on that idea. So now you can be like, oh, this Bible is literally written by God. But who's God? God is the one and true Heavenly Father. Well, but how come I'm just now hearing about him now? Because I'm your prophet and I'm here to save you. But I don't need to be saved from everything. Yes, you do, nigger. Like, see that? Like, that's the history of America. That's the whole history of America right there. All right. All right. Crazy how their system works. It is crazy. It's so sad. Hilarious. Hilarious. You got a computer? I do have a computer. Computers are important. That's how I make art. All right. Hey, I'm deep in this simulation, guys. Okay. Like, I went to school. I went to grade school. I went to high school. I went to the second best art college in the country. All right, SAIC. It was a whole wild time. College was insane. Did a bunch of art shit. And then right after college, traveled the world before the pandemic made that impossible. So luckily I got to go see like hella right after my graduation, because I graduated in 2019. Literally, I had 6 months. I had 6 months. I had like 6 months to see the whole world. And I didn't get to see the whole world, but I did go to Africa, and then I went to South America, and I was also mobbing it in Florida. It was a whole spiritual time. It was literally the triangle, like slave trade. If you think about like the slave trade, Florida to Africa to Brazil. So it was intentional, because I was doing a lot of history stuff. I was literally doing a lot of like information gathering as Mercury. They've been trying to do this for a while. No, absolutely. I am money, bro. You are money, bro. Hey, that's the mindset we all gotta have. I'm straight up. We can go deeper into that. That'll be a different live stream. Whatever. But you are money. Okay? Money is an idea that was meant to colonize your space. So the moment you believe that you need money, all you're gonna do is believe that you need what someone else taught you. And now all they're doing is stealing what actually matters, which is your attention, your time, your energy. Basically everything that naturally comes out of your space as an observer. Because when you want to observe something, you create something to observe. And that's what we're talking about here. Just like that simply. Like you as a spirit, as an infinite individual, are observing your own space. So your life is a product of everything you want to observe. But it's only possible because of what you don't want to observe. Right? So literally think about how all of your fears motivate you to chase your desires, right? So if you're scared of going to prison, you're going to work that job. That's why most people work jobs for the government, not because they love the government, not because they love religion, not because they actually support the system, because they all have Stockholm syndrome and they were all scared to go to prison. They're all scared to go to jail. They're all scared to go be forced to do something that they wouldn't otherwise want to do. But they're convinced somehow that it's okay to do the thing that they're being forced to do because it's Stockholm syndrome. That's Stockholm syndrome right there. That's literally Stockholm syndrome. Like there's no reason to feel like you need to serve someone else because you're scared. Like, why are you scared? So they made you scared, right? So they're like the same person that wants you to serve them has to put you in a state of fear to convince you to be a convict. That's why the word convince and convicted and convict are so connected. We're all money, bro. Big facts. Addicted to money and women. That's hilarious. Hey, you're probably programmed that way. I mean, all these movies and stories and shit program us. All that. Decalcify your third brain. Yeah. Hilarious. Did it with very minimum work. Consciousness is the most expensive currency. Consciousness is the most expensive currency you will ever acquire. Check Your Energy just came in with fire ass bars. Big fire. Big facts. Big facts. This is why everyone needs your attention, right? Think about how this entire world is constantly vying for your attention. If you know who you are. Like, if you don't know who you are, then the world's vying for your attention, but you feel like you need to get other people's attention. But when you're spiritual and you simply observe the world, you're going to see that everyone is chasing your attention. Like, as a Native American, I would know I'm happy alone, but this entire system is built by people stealing from me and then further chasing my attention and chasing me and taking shit from me and telling me that after they stole from me, I need to serve them inside of the shit that they stole from me. That's all of America. All of it. Okay, so we can see how these tech companies, food companies, commercials, cars, just all technology is set up to make you focus on it. Like, it's really hard to get quiet and peace in America, especially if you're in a city. It's almost impossible, actually. I live next to a highway here in LA. I'm literally right here in LA next to a highway. You're not going to catch me getting any kind of fucking quiet or silence whatsoever. So all this technology is constantly just a vibrational hum trying to get my attention, right? My phone vibrating, getting my attention. We're constantly split away from our spirits into physical reality because the people that built this shit need our consciousness. Consciousness is literally the most expensive currency you will ever acquire. If you want to raise your consciousness, link in my bio. All right, go to chaseyourgenes.com. You can hop out of this live stream, go join chaseyourgenes.com and come back. And I promise you I'll be here. If you want to go do that, it will be one of the best moves that you can make for acquiring higher forms of consciousness as we continue growing here. All right, because I mean, I'm an individual, all right? No one in this world's really operating like me. I know what's up. I got it popping. I can literally clarify everything in ways that no religious person will possibly be able to. Like, no religious person in this world is literally anywhere close to talking about how they created religions. Like, I'm literally letting you know that I built these religions, and I did it literally by being myself. So that's where I'm letting you know that these religions were not directly built by me. They were built by people who stole my concepts, who stole my systems, and need to convince you to build their system. So if you're listening to me, that's because I'm teaching you how to build your own heaven. If you go out into the world, I promise you, everyone else is going to teach you that you need to build their own heaven. And I shouldn't promise that because the world can change tomorrow. But I'm just letting you know how I was raised. My entire life, I was raised being taught that I need to build someone else's heaven. I need to use my soul to go somewhere else. And that made no sense to me, but I was forced to live it so I could relate with this environment. It took my dog dying and me really not resonating with this religion anymore to go off on my own shit. So what you're seeing me play out right now is like, I have to do this for my family. I have to do this for my dog. I have to do this for Atlantis. I have to do this for all the spirits that are building Mercury with me. Okay, this has nothing to do, like, I have responsibilities way beyond people's conceptions down here. That's why I can talk about how Spider-Man is an idea stolen from Mercury. And I can see way more of how Spider-Man connects in the universe because it's literally about me. But again, like, most people can't see that because that's not the point of separation, right? You're building a relationship with yourself, right? Like, literally just this live stream, you're building a relationship with yourself. Like, every time you go through life, when you read all these superheroes, you see, like, literally, by the way, like, I'm telling you how deep this goes. I not only created Spider-Man, I created Superman. And you can literally Google it, Zoroaster created Superman. And I, as Zoroaster, I didn't create Superman, the concept. I created this whole subconscious spiritual concept that I'm talking with you about right now. The idea of being a subconscious superhero, basically, or a subconscious spiritual superhero, a triple S. That's where Superman was stolen from. Me as Zoroaster, okay? Because it took Niche being a student of all of my teachings and shit, and then he created his idea of the Ubermensch. And then the Ubermensch went on to become what we know as Superman. Okay, so I'm just letting you know that the idea of superheroes was stolen from Zoroaster, stolen from me. So the idea of Jesus and Superman, both Zoroastrian, objectively. Okay, so we're letting you know how you as a spiritual individual are both Jesus and Superman. Like, you're both, like, these ideas don't matter to you if you don't have your own individuality. That's the point. So literally every single idea, all these things are representing individuals that created them, right? So your idea of Superman is a representation of your idea of your super self or whatever the fuck. And then the whole point is that we're all connecting parts of ourselves together. But you are an individual. Like, you are an individual that no one can even conceive. Like, no one knows what's going on in your space. This is why someone can look in your eyes and not know what you're thinking or feeling. I have so many people love to look at my eyes and act like they know what I'm thinking. Do you know how many spiritual people act like they're empaths? It's like never ending. Like all these girls out here, especially, they love to act like they can read your energy. They love to act like they know what's going on inside of you. Bro, literally look in my eyes and tell me what I'm feeling. You're always going to be wrong. Like you're almost always going to be wrong. I don't want to say always, but people have always been wrong. Like I'm like, because I'll literally feel a very specific feeling inside my soul that doesn't translate to my body. So then whatever they tell me they think I'm feeling is literally a projection of themselves. Like whatever you think I'm feeling is going to be a projection of what you're aware of. If you're not aware of certain emotions, it's impossible for you to know that I'm going through those emotions. So let's take this to a super 3D level. If a woman gets abused, right, and you're a woman who hasn't been abused, you're not going to know that that woman's been abused just by seeing her, because you're not going to have the awareness of going through that experience, and you're not going to know what to look for. If you're a woman who has been abused and then you see another woman who's been abused, chances are you're going to pick up on that way harder because there's an empathy there. So because you both connected with the same kind of circumstance, you can see the same kind of details. And then that's where you can actually help somebody like that. And this is the whole point of us having empathy, right? So we're all in this world where we connect in certain circumstances. We go through certain situations. And then as we go through these situations, we can empathize on how we as individuals handled them. Right? So all of us as individuals are dealing with similar circumstances, but obviously we all handle them differently. Like not everyone gets money the same way. That's just the best example, right? Like right there. Not everyone gets money the same way. An expression of your individuality is what you're willing to do for money and what you're not willing to do for money, right? Because there's a lot of people who are willing to do shit for money that you'll never do. Are you both expressions of one man masturbating with himself? Like, is like really like that's what we're going to go with Christianity? That all these infinite individuals are expressions of one man just jerking all his dicks off, killing himself, stabbing himself, and talking to himself because he wants to learn how to talk to himself. But man, disgusting. Get that out of here. Hilarious. Science is truly a lost cause. You know, science is just stolen hermeticism. All right, that's why all these scientists love Hermes. Like all this shit is just alchemy. It's just them over complicating alchemy because they want to make money trapping people's minds and awareness about it. If you know everything, how are the pyramids built then? Yeah, I got you. The pyramids were built from the top down. Okay, so you know what? The pyramids were built literally with the alchemy I'm telling you right now. Okay, so I as a spirit, this is why you can see it on the back of the dollar bill, by the way. Okay, so I'm about to make the back of the dollar bill make more sense for you too. So literally the back of the dollar bill, you see the eye at the top? You see the eye at the top, right? I could low-key go get a dollar bill right now. I'll be right back. Yeah, gang. I built the pyramids like this. See this eye? Top of the pyramid. And now you got all the bricks going from the eye down. The pyramids are built from top down, is the point. So it's about literally the eye is the imagination, right? So when you imagine something, You can only imagine that because you have an eye, but that's your spiritual eye. So whatever you want to see is actually an expression first, right? So you as a spirit have your own eye, right? You have your own perspective, which means you create your own ego of what you want to see. So this is one eye, if that will go into focus, whatever. But the point is, we got one eye, right? The eye of money, one, whatever. And then it builds a pyramid. So the point is, everyone who worships money, so if you're working for money, everyone who works for money, right? We all know what money is. We're supposed to be the people who build it, right? So the idea, this would be like the 1%, the individuals that can see everything we're doing with money, we're building their world. So this is us holding up their eye. You see that? So literally the eye is like an ego, because the point of the eye is that it's what a spirit wants to see. So that's why it's an expression of the ego. But then it can also be the soul, because it's really about your ego being the projector and your soul being the receiver, right? So we can think of the eye as both the projector and the receiver, but it's really about what you resonate more with, right? If you're a masculine spirit, you'll think of it more like a projector. If you're a feminine spirit, you'll think of it more like a receiver. It is both. But the point is, to build a pyramid, you literally imagine that shit first, and then that's your eye. And then from there, you spread it out. Okay, so this reality is super lost because they think I built the pyramids from the bottom up. And they'll project that I use slavery because the system that has taken over the world actively uses slavery to build all of its stuff. So it can't imagine that I built it with spiritual magic. So the whole point is that it's spiritual. Okay, it's alchemy. The alchemy is exactly what's on the back of the dollar bill. All right, it's knowing that your eye is the expression of what you want to see. And then from there, everything falls in to support that, right? So everyone who's born after money took over this world, they're supporting and they're building the pyramid. So technically the pyramid is spreading. Like money is a pyramid scheme, by the way. All pyramid schemes are only possible because of money, are they not? Like literally the idea of money itself is a pyramid scheme. If you're the first person who can get everyone to make money matter, you're the richest people in the world. Think of the Rothschild family. Think of literally the family that owns our national banks, okay? The families that own the national banks are literally the richest families in the world just because they got you to believe that this shit matters. They don't give a fuck about this shit. They're using this to consume your consciousness, as we know, the ultimate commodity. But the point is they had to consume my creations and my ideas to make it possible. So that's the point of the pyramid. The pyramid, to build it in like metaphysical reality or whatever, is literally me as Hermes imagining the kind of structure that I want to see and then connecting with it. And once I connect with it, I become Tehuti. All right, this is my magic name. That's why I prefer Tehuti, because it has the hu. All right, so I like that air out, because that air out, that's the hu man. So think about you being a hu man. When you're a human, you create, right? All humans are creative. The point of being a human is that you're using light to build, but that's the blow outward. That's you pushing light outward. So every time I'm tehuti, human, tehuti the human, like the whole point is you're pushing light outward to create something. Okay, so that's you using air. That's literally your consciousness, the ultimate commodity, your own currency, your breath. And you breathe that light out. And the more you breathe out, that's you building a structure, right? I'm literally telling you how we build life. Look, yeah, hold up. Let me look at your. Yeah, see, I just saw a comment. Will you interact? Yeah, hilarious. I will interact. Let me see if y'all are saying shit. Because y'all are saying a lot. But it's just like, I know I had to pick some moderators that I can trust real quick. Thanks for being here. Kara and Jonathan. Kara and Jonathan? Kara. Kara. It really will be back and forth. Thank you, guys. Yeah, today I'm starting a fast. Happy to see that. Very happy to hear that. Way to go. That's awesome. You did that traveling so young in my years. Yeah, it was destined. It was important. I really did need to go. Like, I was mobbing it in Africa, bro. I was tripping too. Yo, I did hella psychedelics in Africa and South America. That shit was lit. Cause I was just going on a whole thing. I like needed to see the world. That started to become my addiction, was like pushing my psychedelic limits of like what I could see. And like, especially like after my 24-day water fast, I was like, I can fly anywhere. I can do anything. Shit was lit. I made so many friends. Man, I made so many spiritual friends too. By the way, guys, all right, everyone who's here fucking with me, don't worry. People are way more spiritual in other countries. I promise. Okay, America's just fucked. America's just fucked up. But like South America, like Brazil, like people are way more naturally spiritual down there. Like they didn't even understand English, yet they were comprehending more of what I was putting down when I'm talking about like us creating nature. Right? Because like we have to create nature to connect with each other. I feel like that's basic. Okay, so every time you're interacting with me, just know like that's basic to me. We have to create nature to experience our consciousness. And especially if we want to experience our consciousness together, nature is the only thing we can relate on, right? So this is why nature has to be the expression of all of our souls coming together. People outside of North America seem to get that more. People who haven't been in such an industrialized mindset, I think they subconsciously get it more, and they like fuck way more with what I kick naturally versus when I'm in America. Hilarious. Man. See, this is just where like so many like I don't want to block people. I don't want to block people. At the same time, would Wakanda exist if it didn't block people? This is like I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure the entire concept of Wakanda was to block people, actually. And they kind of went on to become the greatest nation in the world. So I do understand that I can't just be letting anyone in here. Why do people want to spread hate so much? I already explained why. It's just like I'm baffled by it, but it's the programming. Big thing I think would be that it's this week concept, the days of the week that we live by. So because the first day of the week is Sunday, that's normal. Monday, that's normal for number 2. But the third day of the week is Mars Day. People's minds are consumed by Martian energy. So like humans like naturally live out like Martian energy down here. Like especially us speaking English, this is a Martian ass language. So like the whole point is like masculine, like toxic masculinity. This is why toxic masculinity is a conversation at all. That's just Martian energy. That's just the idea of like projecting out fire and forcing people to serve your ideas, literally. Like that's all toxic masculinity is. That's why a toxic man is going to create racism, or they're going to create the idea of one God so that they can make you serve them because they're not happy alone. And then that's where a toxic man is actually an effeminate man, because if he's not happy alone with himself, he's not an actually strong man. He's a man that is super feminine, as in he's emotionally chaotic and he's running out of his space. So then this is why toxic men are so hateful to women, because women remind them of literally what they're doing and what they hate inside themselves, basically. Like toxic men hate women because women remind them what they hate inside themselves. And now that's where we can just like basically extrapolate that to all hate, right? Like if you hate somebody, really, like if you really hate them, right? If you really hate someone outside of yourself, like actually, then that's because they're reflecting something that you hate inside of you. That's why I say I don't have any enemies. My whole space is a full love zone. Like every aspect of my space, just like, bro, love you. So it's like for me to have enemies outside of myself, I can't feel that. The moment someone tries to make me their enemy, I'm just like, oh, you just really want to relate with me. And I don't need to relate with you like that. Like, it's that simple. Just say like, and I've been on that, okay? But it's just now like I have more of the logic to see why I'm like that and how it's not practical to have enemies. Because that's just a representation of you not getting along with yourself. If you get along with yourself, you're not going to create circumstances where you have actual enemies who are actually stealing your attention, okay? This is like super wisdom. Shit, what the fuck? I wish church told me that when I was 5. Man. Hilarious. All right. Yeah. There we go. Rather be in jail than this prison society, especially if it's a Swedish jail. Check your energy. Look, prisons outside of America are kind of bussing. They're basically like artistic rehabs. What a prison should be, right? The fuck? Like, prison shouldn't be a punishment. Prison should be an artistic rehabilitation site. Man, America is just slavery, right? Like, when America's built on slavery and genocide, it's kind of hard to get better from there. Like, it looks like we got better from there, but obviously it's hard. Like, things are better, but like, they're really hard. You see that? You know, like, we got, like, things got better, but like, for us to have to ask a question, did they, means that things got harder. And it's all systemically set up like this. Ooh, you can just rob people and not have to work. That's a good idea. You can just rob people and not have to work. The question is, like, you know, finding the right people to rob, of course, and like doing that consistently enough and then getting a business out of robbing people. You're talking to Hermes, okay? So like, I'm actually the god of thieves. So this is like a topic of conversation when people are thinking about communication. I personally feel like it's better just to create everything that you want from the inside and not steal anything from anyone. Because if you want, it's just like an enemy thing. Like, exactly like I just said with the enemy. If there's something that someone else has that you want, that's just a representation of something that you could create for yourself. But that doesn't mean you should go steal that from them, because that's not yours. I almost promise you, if you steal shit from someone else, that is not in vibrational alignment with your spirit. So because your spirit didn't create it from its own vibration and it instead stole from someone else, it became denser. That's technically being of sin. That's you technically stepping down. And then that's you basically creating a circumstance where shit can go wrong, whatever. Basically, you know, like, it's just a more chaotic situation where like now more shit can get connected. People can come back to you for what you stole. You don't know how like what you stole meant to the person you took it from. Bro, there's so many things. Stealing isn't fun. But it's true. Yes, you can just rob people and not have to work. I just wanted to start that out, all right, by saying you would have to develop a system of robbing the right people. You're a shark, dude. Make me laugh. I appreciate your attitude. Thank you, David Wilkerson. Look, we got to laugh about this shit for sure. All right. It's just about, of course, making sure we're actually doing something about it. But if we're not laughing about the problems in the world, then we get too depressed to actually move, right? It'd be hard to wake up. It'd be hard to get up and walk. You know, if we like actually got depressed about the shit happening, like literally, if I really started thinking about this shit happening to just children right here in LA, I don't need to think about another country, just children here in LA, I would get too depressed to keep doing things for children. So it's about like knowing what's happening and making light of it. I would never joke or make any kind of jokes about the abuse that happens to people in general, because I don't find that personally relatable. But at the same time, I don't let it get me down, right? So like, I'm not going to let that hold me back, because that's not the point of life. Like, there's always going to be abuse in the universe. You know, there's always going to be the next negative thing, the next negative thing, the next negative thing. So it's just about like knowing that, and knowing that as a spirit, you can communicate yourself to experience less and less negative things. Like, and this is what we're talking about here with CymaTree. All right. We're talking about cultivating your seed. All right. Hermes Trismegistus, I'm talking about how you triple your seed. Okay. That's about cultivating your own atmosphere. What do you want to see? Literally, you communicate what you want to see. So your mind is the atmosphere that allows what you want to see to come to life. And that's why you plant a seed in a sea. I'm Chase Clarence Calloway, Triple C, talking about the sea. All right. All the sea. So much sea energy here. The sea is the air. When you triple your air, you become a 9-dimensional being, realizing that you're creating life. You're creating connections in the universe with your consciousness. That's what it means to be a 9-dimensional being. The number 7 is your consciousness. The number 8 is the universe. And the number 9 is you as a spirit realizing all of that inside of your own circumstance and creating heaven, because that's why 10 is after 9. That's you being like, I'm creating life. Well, let me just make heaven right now. And then boom, you make heaven. And that's like an internal thing, right? Because now you can like change the way that you feel about life. You can connect with yourself. This is where you know that heaven is you alone in your space. So I can separate my mind from my body and go to heaven anytime. Just know I'm going to be alone in there. And that's my heaven. My heaven is literally me alone in my space, because now I have infinite room to express myself. No one can hold me back. That's heaven. And you learn everything you need to about yourself there. And all you can do from there is come back to hell. And that's why I built Mercury. All right, because hell is the universe. Hell is literally everyone sharing their idea of heaven inside of one chaotic vibration. Right? So this is why we're constantly bringing heaven to earth. Literally. So my idea of heaven, individual to me, but to connect it to the universe, I created Mercury. And then really Mercury is literally just me observing the entire universe being created forever. Because now I love learning from that shit. I get to learn how no matter what's happening, it is being created by the spirits who are communicating that atmosphere into existence. Objectively. Objectively. Any fucking star you can see, any body you can see is literally an atmosphere of consciousness being communicated into an existence by a spirit that wants to connect with you and everyone else in the universe. So now I, as Mercury, can see that, be like, oh, more spirits want to connect. It's never ending. It's never ending. It overloads my mind. Like, that's why I have to limit my mind and like be down here. Because like if I go full spirit mode, I'll just be like overloaded by the universe constantly expanding. And like, that's fun. Don't think it's not fun. Like, this is my shit. I love it. I love it. Just know, like, I'm not going to be able to talk to you productively, or like, how would I be like aware, like down to earth, right? So levels to it. Levels. Just saying that the entire universe is created by us wanting to connect. Okay. So I'm letting you know, you're making your heartbeat right now. Your heartbeat is a result of your soul bringing all these chemicals that you call a body together into something that you want to call a human. That simple. That simple. So now your soul is vibrating this body into existence. And then your mind has to communicate through the body so that the vibration can create energy, right? Because just because my soul is beating my heart doesn't mean that my mind is animating my nervous system, right? So think about that being the number 2, and then me communicating is actually breathing. That's the number 3. So I can stop breathing. My heart's still beating though. That's the difference of the soul and the mind. So this body will always be connected to my soul, but that doesn't mean that my mind will always experience life through this body. Like, my mind will experience life through other bodies, and that's going to be in other atmospheres. So that's when I split my mind from my body and go to any other simulation. I've been to many, many worlds, like a lot of worlds, like literally just in the last like 3 years. So It's pretty fun. It's so silly to me when people try to tell me that the universe is only heaven, hell, and earth now, especially now. Like, it was silly to me before, but especially now. ChaseYourGenes.com, link in the bio. Okay. If you want to learn how to separate your mind from your body and visit other universes, like objectively, literally, join Always Ascending Academy. All right. Link in my bio, ChaseYourGenes.com. Okay. Because this is how you get real wisdom, like real knowledge. You're not going to learn shit in this reality. I promise. And like, I don't mean to like make this reality sound whack, but it's just like, in general, you're not going to learn much from any. I'm not going to even say any. No, this place is just fucked up. But almost any like Earth simulation. Like when you're experiencing life on Earth, all the knowledge there is dead. So like all the knowledge here on the internet, everything that you can read on the internet is technically dead knowledge. Like everything with English, like all this stuff is dead. And I'm saying it's dead because objectively, everything here is dead without your soul, right? So without my soul, this body would objectively be dead. I would not have the vibration to pump my heart and animate it and be able to do what I got to do and shit, right? So without my soul, this body would be dead. Therefore, everything outside of this body is dead to me until my soul connects with it, right? So everyone that I haven't met right now, right? Everyone I haven't met yet, they're dead to me. Not negatively, objectively. Everyone who I haven't met up to this point is dead to me. The moment I meet them, now they're alive, right? Because now I'm aware of them. So before they were dead because they were subconscious, they're in the unseen world. But now they're a part of my life, so they're alive. Now I can communicate with them because we're in the conscious world. And then that's the seen world. But then the whole point is knowing that death makes life matter, right? Like that's everything. Water makes earth matter. So earth won't matter without water. Just like all words, anything doesn't matter without your soul. You need to have a soul to make something matter. If you don't have your own vibration, you don't even know what I'm saying right now, objectively. Yeah, just objectively. Like if you don't have your own vibration, you can't even process my words. Like you can't even process anything I'm saying like it's significant to you because you haven't connected with yourself to make what I'm saying mean something. Right? So the whole point of me speaking right now is supposedly you and I have lived similarly enough in this world. We have connected similarly enough with the words I'm speaking that when I say them, you understand what I'm conveying. That's a lot of trust on my part, right? I have a lot of faith. Right? Because I don't know if you understand what I'm saying because I don't know who you are as a spirit. I literally can't know what you're thinking. This is why anytime you have friends or just like anytime you're interacting with someone, you can say something and you never truly know if they heard you. Right? Like, honestly, like you can assume people hear you when you say shit. But a lot of the times, like if you don't have the person repeat back to you what you said, they may not have heard you. And the only reason you would assume they did hear you is because you heard yourself. Right? So like we're just on like basic miscommunication 101 right there of how the vibration brings life to your words, but you have no idea how your words are being received by other people. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up. That's why social security numbers make us okay. Have you met God? Yes, Morgan, I've met many gods. I've met myself, okay? So I as God, I'm Metatron. As Metatron, I'm an individual God. I'm an individual spirit. As Metatron, I am the same exact spirit that is Thoth or Tahuti, Hermes, Quetzalcoatl, Idris, Zoroaster, Odin. More. There's more. Ningazita, there's more. But the point is, we'll just leave it there right now. I'm CymaTree now. CymaTree. CYMATREE. See why my tree is planted here? To bring Mercury to Earth, gang, gang. So yes, I've met God. When I fast, I meet myself. When I fast, I'm more alone with myself than I ever could be when I'm eating and more in the world here. So that's the point of why I had to fast. And I had to like go through this religion and go through worshiping and like living in this system to then break out of it and have my spirit, who I was calling Iracel up to the point of fasting, revealed to me that he's Metatron. And then revealed to me that I, as Chase, am Enoch. And then that's why you can go look up on the internet and see that Enoch turns into Metatron. So this lifetime, you're watching me as Chase turn into Iracel. So Iracel, my spirit, created me as Chase. And I, as Chase, am the child of my higher self. That has nothing to do with anyone else. Okay, so Iracel is my individual, and Iracel only recently really let me know that he's Metatron, because the point was I wasn't supposed to be in my ego and be connecting with religion like that and living life like that up to this point, because I'm CymaTree. Like, I want to be detached from all this shit. Like, I don't want to be attached to this whole system and everything that we've got going on right now. Like, I would like us to move forward into a way better future. Okay, so yes, I've met God. God is me. I've met many other gods, because as a spirit, I meet other spirits. So Anubis, he's a god. He has nothing to do with anyone else. He's an individual inside of himself alone. He created Atlantis with his own communicative abilities alone. And then everyone in Atlantis, individual gods. Okay, everyone who builds Mercury with me, individual gods. They are all individual in their own right. So yes, I meet many gods. Yes, that's the point. Perception is everything. Law. Man, so many comments. Let me just read these. Heard you respond to criticism. You did intelligently without falling into an argument. Thank you, David. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Who's oh, that's hilarious. I didn't understand it all, but it hit so many points. Thank you. We take these lives and we put them on YouTube. All right. So you can look me up on YouTube, CymaTree. All right. We've got the live streams going up there. We've got many other videos, many other series also up there. Don't let them poison your mind. Absolutely. Absolutely. Can you touch back on what you were saying about how they need our ideas? Well, they need our energy. Well, they need everything from us, basically. This is why they don't teach us that we are space, basically. So I, as Chase, am talking about how we are space. And we, as space, have to create ideas that fill us up, basically. So whatever ideas you connect with are ideas that make you feel fulfilled as a space, right? So think about whatever you eat, that's an idea that fills you up, right? So if you like certain foods, that's because you resonate with certain ideas. And now based on if you like these kinds of foods, you'll resonate with certain people, right? This is why ideally you date people who like the same kind of foods as you, because subconsciously it shows that you are resonating and upholding. You're both using your soul to uphold the same ideas. So it means that you can relate more deeply and more consistently than a couple that doesn't like the same food, right? So it's really just about your space. Like, they need everything from us, like, because we'll only pay attention to our own ideas. So our ultimate idea of ourselves is our ego. That's where then they work to trap our ideas of ourselves. So whatever idea you have about yourself, if it's not that you as a spirit are observing nothing before you create an imagination to express yourself, then that's how they've trapped and basically limited your own idea of who you are. So now you are observing an idea, and that idea is blocking you from relating with bigger ideas, right? So let's think about people who are Christian, right? Like people who are super devout to like, there's only heaven and hell, and I'm on earth and I need to get to heaven and run away from hell. That idea blocks them from perceiving people who are talking about Atlantis. That idea would block them from perceiving people who are talking about Mercury. That idea would block them from perceiving people who are talking about all these other planets and simulations in the universe, because that idea is consuming all their attention. That idea is an egotistic flame that's too bright for them to see outside of it, right? So think about when a police officer shines their flashlight super bright in your eyes. It doesn't matter if there's like parties going on around you. You can't see that shit. So that's what it's like to like believe in an idea so blindly, right? When you're blinded by ideas, there can be whole concerts of like parties going on around. Bro, people who are scared of going to hell make me sad, because the astral realm is a full party. Like that was my birthday. My birthday last year was so lit. It was literally me partying super hard with Anubis in like hella different stars. And just like jumping from one star to another star, like all these stars, different music, different spirits, all partying, all vibing, my guy, just a bunch of vibes. It was so lit. It was so lit. Like that's the whole universe. Like every star is a party. You know, if I'm just going to bring it to those words, let's just bring it to those words. Every single star is a party. Like, and the whole point is that the party is only possible because of the platform, right? So think of every star and planet like a party, and the universe that all these planets exist inside of is the platform. And as spirits, we are observing everything play out. So as a spirit, you are observing parties on a platform. You're observing simulations in the universe, right? So now we can observe how we're here on Earth inside of cosmic blackness, a cosmic womb. But then look, there's Mercury. Look, there's Venus. Look, there's the sun. Oh, don't look too bright, it hurts. Like all that stuff, we're not alone, right? So the whole point is we're existing inside of one platform so we can all party. But the way we party is individual to all of us. So on Mercury, I don't party the same way others do. And I learned that shit about myself in my trip. That was so fun. It felt like I was gone for years. It really felt like I was gone for years partying with Anubis. Time moves differently up there. And literally a lot of my reflection, like literally, this is what I learned about myself as Mercury. I have way more fun analyzing than I do being involved. I really do have way more fun. Like, we can call it people watching, I guess. I like to think of it more like nature watching. It's just that people are nature, but it's not about like watching people. It's about watching an environment play out. And like watching like an environment play out over time. And like that's how I think about the universe. It's like one big environment that's created by infinite individual environments all coming together. And then that's all like cycling through like bodies. And now we get physical reality. And that's me taking you through the numbers right there as Tahuti. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is the physical reality. 4 is the body. 3 is the atmosphere, right? So the universe, that's like the number 2. It's really ultimately the number 8, but it's like the number 2 because it connects every party in existence. So the moment you can experience yourself as an individual, the only reason you can experience yourself as an individual is because you exist inside of a collective. So that's the universe. So if you want to experience your consciousness, you're going to use the universe as your platform for that, basically. And now your consciousness is going to start partying. But the way your consciousness parties is not like my consciousness parties. I don't like to feel like everyone is the extension of one father masturbating with himself. And I know that it's not true because I'm on Mercury being an individual, watching infinitely other individuals just cycle through time and space, and they have nothing to do with me. They have nothing to do with me. The jack shit to do with me. Once they call me away, Now I'll be like, oh, hey guys, I'm here. My name is Hermes. And now I get known, right? But I'm only entering a party. Like, I'm only here in this party that we call Earth because I was called here. Like, I'm not one to just go to parties. And just like, I'd much rather be on Mercury watching how everything unfolds. Because what happens is when you only care about partying, it's really easy for other people to make money out of you. Like, objectively, it's really easy when you're like an ignorant spirit that doesn't care about empathy, because this is what empathy is. Empathy is work. Empathy is work. Love is a party. Love and empathy are not the same. Okay, just like works and parties are not the same, love and empathy are not the same. All right, so think about how most people's idea about love is literally just a forever party. That's basically all I saw on my birthday. Every single party that Anubis took me to was a bunch of spirits who love to connect. Awesome, objectively. And it was super lit. It was a bunch of smiles. We had a bunch of music. Everyone's dancing. Shit was super dope. But when you get lost in love, like when you really get lost in your idea of love, when in your idea of a party, you don't have empathy for how other people love. So this is how like people in religions are, or just in general, this is what it means to be a light supremacist or a white supremacist. When you're a light supremacist or when you're a white supremacist, you believe that everyone needs to love the same way that you love. So this is where you don't have empathy. Like, this is like being like, oh, we party like this, so you need to party like this. Like, think about how psychotic that would be to have your own party and be like, wow, guys, we're having so much fun at this party. Everyone should have fun like us. And then you go out of your way to go conquer other parties, shut them down, and then make them party like you. How stupid is that? Like, that makes no sense in the universe. That's a problem. Like, that's a mental illness. That's a spiritual, emotional, mental illness. And I literally just described how all of America was created. See, like, how these words, like, that just totally changed the energy, didn't it? Like, hold up, yeah. Just changed the whole energy. When you think about countries as parties, okay? Think about stars as parties, simulations as parties. When you're having a party with your group of friends, it would be pretty fucked up for you to conclude that other people should party like you and your friends should get weapons and go to other people's homes, take over their homes, steal their fucking food, steal all of their resources, and then make them party the way you want to party. And now you make money out of that. And now you just keep conquering other people's parties. And you're just like, no one's going to party their own way. Everyone needs to party like us. That's literally these religions. That's literally these monotheistic religions. And it makes no sense. Like, on a universal spiritual perspective, we're like, wow, that's a mental illness. Just objectively, like, that is the most violent mental illness we can conceive of. What the fuck is happening here? Just enjoy your own party. The universe is infinitely big. Where is this mind state coming from? And here I am, able to dissect where it's coming from. It's coming from people literally feeling like they need to eat to live. This is why we fast over here. All right. So chaseyourgenes.com. If you want to raise your vibration through water fasting. All right. Raise your vibration by not eating things from the world, but eating things from your own space. Again, chaseyourgenes.com. All right. Hop in there. Hop in there. People are more spiritual in other countries, especially the poor countries. It's true. How do you create nature? Alchemy. Everything I'm talking about here. No. Don't block. Ray, be fresh. Try to get them to understand. Um, right, for sure. It's a balance. That's why I don't block most people. Only when people are literally up here like actively being ignorant or just whatever, of course. Or like if they're like consistently like consuming and like here spending time watching me, but like still talking shit like I'm wrong. And they're just like constantly saying I'm wrong or some stuff. Then it's just like, why are you here then? Like, I'll make this easier for everybody type deal. What's Wakanda? Jade, Wakanda is Black Panther's nation. It's a nation in Marvel Comics. It's basically the concept of what if Africa didn't get completely colonized? Like, what if there was one part in Africa that did not get taken over by white people? What would that look like? Marvel calls that Wakanda. They put it in Africa. It's actually a Native American word. So there's that. I'm wondering how the English language affects spirituality. I've heard that before. Yeah, chillin'. Chillin' are you? You'll want to check out my series, Dissect the Dialect. Dissect the Dialect is us completely getting into all the spirituality of the English language. All right, I have all that on my website. It's free. Some people are blind, gang. Hilarious. We're living in a hallucination. Why not share your knowledge with everyone? Oh, that's like saying, why not cast pearls among swine? Right? Like, why not? It's just like, why not jump off a bridge? And by the way, I do share my information with everyone. That's why we have this religion of Christianity stealing the concept of the Merkaba, stealing the Caduceus, stealing the Emerald Tablets, stealing the ideas of Hermeticism and Zoroastrianism, and then using them to convince you that you are not creative because I shared my ideas. So that's pretty fun. Why won't touch the pyramids being built by sound frequencies? Is truth. I don't know what that meant, but I almost comprehended what you said. It was palpable to feel the spiritual world in Brazil, even as a Christian. Absolutely, bro. The spiritual world in Brazil is wild. Like, that was where I remembered building the pyramids, was an ayahuasca trip after like fasting, and I climbed a mountain, and then I like brought a bunch of crystals to a waterfall, and I meditated under the waterfall, and I like imagined the tattoo I got on my back. I might as well show you the tattoo on my back, because this artist went really hard. So it's just like hella dots. Gang, 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 gang. Just like a bunch of small ass dots to make the flower of life. I don't even know if you can see that for real. But whatever. And that was wild because I didn't even go to Brazil wanting a tattoo. Like, I'd very regularly been like, I don't need a tattoo, bro. I literally went through all of art school where all these art kids are like giving themselves tattoos in rooms. I mean, like, Chase, you want to stick in public? Let's do it. And I'm just like, I would really need like a good ass tattoo. And it just came out of nowhere. Like, it literally came as like a download from my spirit. When I met this guy synchronistically, he like gave me the crystals. He let me know that he did tattoos. I was like, bro, can you give me the flower of life? And I didn't even know what the flower of life like really meant to me back then. Now I could break it all down. I mean, it's basically like all the circles in the flower of life represent like each spirit creating the universe. So your spirit is nothing, but when it connects with itself, it creates a soul. So your soul represents your spirit. And then that's where the flower of life shows us that the sacred geometry of the universe is literally based in all of us combining our souls together. But that mathematically takes place in like a harmonious way because elements only make sense through numbers. So that's me as Tahuti sharing with you that wisdom. I share my stuff with everybody. like we just then get colonizers and people who steal it so that they can lie to me about who I am. So I have to be more intelligent with how I communicate. Chuck Barrios says, I think you're still on those drugs you took. Chuck, DMT is not a drug. You produce it when you fast. So, I'm certain you drink alcohol. I'm quite certain. So, hey, that's all you. You heard about the guy in Florida who created a park out of all those borders? Oh, that's you talking. Maiden name literally means Martian. Wow. It's called Coral Castle. Elaborate, please. I've heard your response, Chris. Yes, thank you. To understand all his only points. Don't let him imprison your mind. Hey, thank you, Stephanie. My eyes get it done. I'm very grateful to have these eyes. I'm very grateful to be able to see. Very grateful to be able to see. All right. By the way, it's really annoying. This shit would happen to me. Back in grade school, kids would throw water in my face because they would tell me that I had makeup on. And they would tell me that I was wearing eyeliner. And no matter how much, I'd be like, I'm not wearing eyeliner. People would be like, yes, you are. And I mean, it only happened like twice, but it really stood out. It really stood out at that point because I didn't let it continue. But that was a whole time of life. Grade school was a whole time of life, being a child and having kids tell me I'm wearing makeup. And it's just like, no, my eyelashes just look like this. Like, my eyelashes just look like this. I grew these. But then people are, spiritual warfare is annoying here. People here are all like, ooh, you're gay. People are so quick to use gay as an insult too. And then it's just like, what kind of world am I in? So you're using gay as an insult and you're calling me gay because I have darker eyelashes than you want me to have? This society is so weird. Man. How do you describe manifesting a partner? Being yourself, boo-boo kitty. So manifesting a partner is just like manifesting a cell, right? So like I'm saying, I'm saying right, but your body's growing. Okay, so just like your body grows, your cells connecting with each other develop partners. Any partner that you develop in life is going to be based on the body that you're building. Okay, so think about how when you're building a business, that's going to be most of the people that you connect with is inside the business that you're building. Or if you are any idea that you're upholding, those are going to be the kind of people that you meet. So it literally takes you to choose to uphold that. I'm literally letting you know how alchemy always plays out. So you as a spirit, whatever idea you want to observe, the moment you connect with that idea, this is how you open yourself up to connect with other spirits who also connect with that idea, right? So if there's a whole section in the universe of musicians over here, and all these musicians are connecting on making dubstep, you're never going to get connected with them if you don't connect with dubstep first. Like, you first have to connect with dubstep, and then you would have to connect dubstep to them. And then you would have to express your idea of dubstep into that atmosphere. And now you can get connected with all these other musicians who are expressing their ideas about dubstep, right? And then that's how you would find a partner based on your passion, right? But it took you having the passion first. And then it took you connecting with your passion to go out and actually express it. Because you can be passionate about music, right? But if you don't actually connect with it to actually go out and express it, then you're not going to create the circumstance where you can be passionate with other people about music. So this is literally how we create the universe to manifest any kind of partner, any kind of person or any individual that we can bounce ideas off of. Like the only way that you could manifest an individual to bounce ideas off of is if you had your own ideas that you were expressing into an atmosphere, or else you would not have created the consciousness to make it possible to communicate with anyone. That's you being God. Like that's you as an individual expressing your idea of God and thus creating your consciousness around that idea. So your idea, your consciousness, your mind is built completely based off of your idea of God. And your idea of God is always an expression of your ego. This is why we can get 100 people, they can read the Bible. All these people can all read the same exact Bible, and every single one of them will have a different idea of what's real and what's not, because everyone is just building a relationship with their own ego. Everyone's just connecting with themselves, their own ideas. Chaos in the Matrix. Robin Hood or Robin the Hood. Word, you on point. That's how I believe the pyramids were made. No way humans move those. Oh yeah, y'all are talking about sonic frequencies. That's what I'm talking about with alchemy. Like, did I not just say like the pyramids? I literally spoke them into existence to who. Literally think about, it's all voice. Like the soul is your voice. So this is why the boom, pyramid right there. To who. And then the moment I'm putting a who out, what is it doing? It's spreading, right? The sound wave is spreading from one point based on my eye, but my eye has something it wants to see. So now I can channel my voice to be like, whoo, boom. And now I'm building the shit that I want to see with my sonic vibration, with my soul. Are your eyes really that big? Yeah, I definitely do not have any enhanced things on. I know that they have the enhanced option. That shit is completely off. There's also a theory about using water, blah, blah, blah. Another fatherless child. That's wild. Real John, I literally have a father. So like I don't understand what that's about. But I get it. And of course, yeah. Whatever. I have a father. You're very funny. And I'm talking about my spiritual father, of course, because no physical father in this reality would really be able to stand up to my spirit. And that's, again, what any Christian would say, right? Any Christian or any Jewish person would be like, oh, well, no father is a match for the heavenly father. So it's always literally about you being the father of yourself. If you are not your own father, then you're going to be misled by someone else who is also misled by someone else. And then at that point, it's just a pyramid scheme of being lost. Truly being lost. See, always going to be something that conflicts your beliefs. And it depends. I mean, there will always be something that conflicts your beliefs because people can make up anything. So like the moment you believe in something, something else will conflict it because new shit's being made up like all the time. C, throw up the C. Yes. Being enlightened is when you are in the world but not impacted by it. Okay. It's kind of hard not to be impacted by the world that you're in, right? Like, how else would you speak the language? But I do get what you're saying. I'm just, being devil's advocate in that way. Yes. Do you have information on eating healthy? I do. Go to chaseyourgenes.com. Eat water. Eat water-based. We're living in maritime, marine life. Absolutely. Earth is a school. Earth is definitely a school. Pizza on pineapple? I can't do pineapple on pizza, but pizza on pineapple, that's different. That's a different story. I'll have to think about it, all right? Pineapple on pizza is a no-go, but pizza on pineapple, that's different. That's kind of... Celestial cast. A. Fasting fruits and veggies, our body's intelligent. Gang, gang. We can bring heaven to earth too. It's all free. We are constantly bringing heaven to earth. Like, I'm letting you know that, like, everything that I'm talking about, like, almost ever, is shit that we have to do to make life happen. Okay, so I'm talking about stuff that we can't run away from. Like, anytime you hear me talking, okay, I'm talking about shit we can't run from. I'm talking about what makes life run. There we go, okay? This isn't information you can run from. This is information that makes life run, all right? Like, this is my perspective on how life is created by everybody. I know life is created by everybody, or else you would not exist. Your life was created by you and everyone that you have connected with up to this point. I know that for a fact, and I know how you all did it. With alchemy. You use your consciousness to create connections, and that allows you to realize your life. And there's a lot of details and shit in that, right? But the point is, if we're here experiencing life, then you're using the universe to support your ego, right? So this is what your whole life has been up to this point. You have an idea of your spirit, and you want to use the universe. You want to use the connections around you to support yourself. That's why you don't want relationships with people who don't view you the way you view yourself. Objectively, like, as a spirit, you don't want to find yourself in relationships with people who view you as something that you're not, because you're not going to be building a productive relationship with them. Like, all they're going to be doing is limiting you. They're going to be projecting their limited idea onto you, and then they're going to be controlling you from that. And you're doing yourself a disservice because you know who you are. So you don't need to be working with someone or connecting with someone who doesn't see you for who you are. So I am your psychedelic psychopomp, all right? CymaTree, okay? I care infinitely about your individuality. And the whole point is, I don't know who you are until I listen to you tell me about yourself. I, as the mind that built Mercury, would never be retarded or stupid or ignorant or any other kind of mental word to describe a blockage or stagnation to think that I could tell you who you are. How could I tell you who you are? And how could I tell all these individuals who they are? Like, if 100 people come to me and they're like, who am I? Like, the most I'm going to tell you is this: you are the observer of your space, and you are experiencing life as the consciousness that you created by using your soul to support your ego. Because I know that you're using a body to communicate yourself into existence. That's why we're both humans, and that's why we're both in physical reality. So if you're not aware of why your heart is beating, let me tell you, okay? All right, because I understand most people don't even think, well, why is my heart beating? Like, most people, no one really knows, it seems. I wasn't taught why my heart started beating in school. We're not even taught about our dreams and shit. And in general, science really teaches us that we're all like flesh bags and just electronic signals in physical reality, and we're all just energy transforming and all this stupid stuff that doesn't mean anything if you don't have your own vibration, which means that you are God. Like, the moment someone tries to tell you that you're not God, the only way that they could talk to you is if you were God. I'm flipping the words, okay? I'm just letting you know, like, the only way someone can even talk to you about God is if you were God first, because now you have an idea of what God is. So that's everybody. We all have an idea of what God is because we were all in our egos before we were experiencing human life. So we all have this idea of what it means to be truly infinite. The moment I'm like, yeah, you're created by my Father, that doesn't make sense. And then you especially open yourself up to a spirit like me having to come into the simulation and be like, yeah, I actually built your religion and that's not what we meant. So everything that you're using to spread genocide and make money off of rape and murder is literally stolen from us as individuals. And we have all the vibrational authority to commandeer the structure from you, basically. Like, if a structure is built from ideas that you stole from us, then this is our structure. Like, we own this structure, especially if you not only built it with ideas you stole from us, but you built it with slave labor. So you need slave labor to make the ideas that you stole from other people real, so you can make money off of it for yourself. This isn't your shit. America's not yours. This world is not yours. All right, I'm talking to, of course, the JEU world order right now, and the people who own the banks and everything, and the people who feel like they can cause climate change and lie to us about why it's happening. All right, this world is not theirs. This world is all of ours. All right, this is why everything is about infinite individuality. Okay, so when you look at all my past lives, I've always been CymaTree. Okay, so I'm happy to just be CymaTree here, because I don't need to cling to Hermes. I don't need to cling to Thoth, Ningishzida, Odin, Idris, any of that shit. I'm CymaTree, but my spirit is forcing me to see how I've always been CymaTree. So I have to take responsibility for what I've done in the past. Luckily, I've done pretty cool shit in the past. So like, I'll take responsibility for that. I'm not like most of these people in religions who seem to be so hateful inside themselves. They feel like they're of sin and they feel like they need to be saved. How can someone save you from yourself? She don't want to be saved. None of our women want to be saved. Women don't want to be saved. Don't save her. She's creating this circumstance. You can't save a woman from a circumstance she's creating. The fuck? She is the water bringing that fire to life. You cannot save water from the fire that it is using to experience itself. That's not how elements work. So that's not how women work. All right, we are all men and women internally. Okay, you are the child of yourself. Your body is not a man or a woman. Your body is a structure. Your ego is a man, your soul is a woman, and they're constantly fucking to bring your child to life, your mind. This is Hermetic Alchemy 101. This is the shit that I was telling Europeans before they twisted it into the garbage religions that have taken over the world right now. Let me get back in these comments. When you have conflict, the expansion seems like it's too much, too fast for your understanding to keep. Not much food. I'm just being. Y'all are talking about fasting. I love that. How do you know if we have a soul? What makes the heart beat? Literally, Caleb, your soul. God damn it. I understand though. Thanks for asking, Caleb. How do you know if you have a soul? If you're experiencing life. God damn it. If anything matters to you, you have a soul, okay? It's impossible to connect with something if you don't have a soul. Your soul is your connection. So your heartbeat is a constant connection, right? Think about how your heart is constantly beating so you can stay connected to your body. That's your soul. That's what I, as Hermes, would call your subconscious mind. Your soul is your subconscious mind. Scientists calls it the subconscious mind. So I'm just letting you know that's your soul. That is the invisible operating system that allows your consciousness to be manifested. And that's why your consciousness experiences itself up here and your soul experiences itself right here. And your ego, if we're really going to get into it, experiences itself down there, right? So here's your air. Here's your water. Here's your fire down here, right at the bottom, right? The assertion of your individuality is your privates. You came out of your mom's womb right there. You have sex, you assert yourself right there. When you're standing up straight, your pelvis isn't going back. When you're standing up straight in healthy posture, all right, if you want to learn how to use proper posture to fix your spine, again, chaseyourgenes.com. When you're standing up straight, your fire is out. Okay, right there. Boom. So that's your number one. And then your soul, the water, is that number two. I'm calling that the heart just for this analogy. Okay, just for this right here, because your water is what allows your fire to actually experience life. So your fire, your genitals can't experience life without the brain. Okay, so your brain, your consciousness is your air, and the heart is the water. That's your blood that allows your fire to passionately be expressed through your air. Okay, so this is why it's always about fire plus water making air. Your mind is constantly created by your ego and your soul coming together. So think of your ego as your desire to have sex, and your soul is your desire to connect. Boom. Right? Like whatever you desire to express, that's sexual. Like this is why sexual energy is everything. The whole universe is esoteric, constant sex. Like all of nature is life being created out of sex, because sex is that actual creative energy that the ego is. Like the ego is sexual. The ego is infinitely sexual. This is why if you want to tame your ego, you tame your sex. Right? If you want to get out of your ego, then you would stop having sex, and you would stop getting in your sexual energy, and you would stop perhaps just focusing on touching yourself or whatever you've got going on. In general, your ego is your genitals. Okay, so we're in a country that has people super lost in watching porn and everything because they want people super egotistic. They want people constantly fidgeting and like touching and stimulating their ego, because that's where they want our minds. Instead of course, if you're practicing Kundalini type energy work or something else, whatever, moving your energy, your sexual energy from your dick to your mind, if you were doing that, you'd have a way more creative output of sexual energy. Because when you want to have sex through your actual fire, it plays out as consumptive. I'm learning a lot about the body just by like kind of flowing on talking about this right now. I just know I don't like prepare shit when I come up on these lives, but I do have like a thing that I just want to like stay on. So this is about like the mind. But like fire is consumptive. So that's what we're seeing with like genitals, okay? And like sex. When you desire your fire to have sex, you actually consume people. You actually consume connections. So think about how toxic men are because they just want to fuck all the girls that they're friends with. Right? And on the opposite end, I've lived a life where I have a lot of lady friends who their desire to fuck me put me off. And if they weren't so fiery about projecting their sexual desires into my space, we would have connected better. Right? So that's where like women deal with that all the time. I mean, like, I know women deal with that all the time, where women just like want to naturally connect, but men in their fiery sexual desire, they're constantly projecting out this energy of wanting to create something with them. But that's consumptive. You see, like that fire is consumptive. This is why fire burns shit down in nature. Fire consumes structures. Air doesn't consume structures. Mercury's an air planet. Mercury's air and earth. All right, we got Gemini, Virgo. Mercury's not fire. And I don't see fire in the environment. The whole, like all environments are water-based. Like all environments allow fire to exist, but the point is, fire can only exist as air. Boom. Okay, so your ego can only exist as consciousness. All right, this is why your ego is you imagining shit. And you're always communicating from your ego because that's your awareness of your space. But you're not your ego. Of course, we should know this at this point. You're not your awareness. It's just you have to create an awareness to be aware. But as the observer, as a space, as nothing, there's multiple forms of awareness you can have. Like you can, like there's no limit to the like different levels of awareness you have. It's like all contextual. It's literally contextual based on what the circumstances require in the universe. So you know you have a soul if anything I said right there you could connect with. You know, like if you could connect with anything that I've been saying up to this point, you definitely have a soul. You have your own vibration. Like, and that's what a soul is. Your vibration is your ability to connect with spaces outside of yourself. This is why all structures are built with the vibration. Because all structures are built by spirits trying to connect with spaces outside themselves. So if I want to build this body, I have to use a soul. It's the only way I can connect with you. So I have to use my voice to speak myself into existence. Like, I have to do this live stream if I want to connect with you, Caleb, to talk to you about your soul. So that took a bunch of internal work from me to even create the circumstances where you could get connected and express yourself inside of this specific atmosphere. How though? Yeah, that's hilarious. Time for some meds. Love it. Love it. Again, I'm literally Hermes. Anyone who's recommending pharmaceuticals to me, they don't even give a fuck about how the pharmaceutical industry is using the caduceus to sell all this shit. So like, they're not smart. You know, I just know, like, anyone, especially if they're recommending it to me, but anyone recommending pharmaceutical medication to people without caring about the fact that the pharmaceutical companies are relying on hermetic practices to make their shit, yeah, not smart. Not smart. One day in February, I walked from like 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Damn. Astral projection attached to the physical, 444. Akash. Just saying shit. Law. Nice. Yeah, my brain was vibrating hard. Bro, I'm high as fuck. You opening my eyes. Absolutely, Caleb. Absolutely. Solution. Yes. Yes, Seven Circles. You are the solution. And that's what we're talking about here. Like, God is the idea. Lucifer is the problem. You are the solution. And the conclusion to all solution is demons. So like, you as a spirit are experiencing yourself as a solution to your own problem, which is your mind. So your idea is your ego. Thank you, man. Thank you, Jonathan, for saying that. Simbaza, good morning to you. So your idea is your ego. So your idea as your ego, that's your God. And the idea of God is so individual to the spirit creating it that it is alone. And thus the problem is always, how do I connect with another individual? So this is what water is. This is what Lucifer is. Water is a substance. Lucifer is the energy that allows God to connect with other gods. So water allows fire to connect with other fires. Lucifer allows God to connect with other gods. And that plays out by creating humans. And humans are the human, that's the air. So that's where fire and water create air. That creates the mind. So God and Lucifer create humans. So now humans can communicate their idea of God, and they can connect with God. They can connect on God. And then this is God's solution to connecting with other gods, to actually be a human. So I, as an individual spirit, I'm God just alone in my space. Before I want to connect with this simulation, I'm God alone in my space. If I want to connect with this simulation, I use my soul to kill my own ego so my vibration can bring life to something inside of here. And then that's where I use my ego to fly out of my space, and then I take over a seed inside of my father. I win the race, get into my mom, get into that womb, anchor in, and now my mind, my ego, can build its consciousness, and it can build a body out of that consciousness. So I brought my soul into the simulation as a mind, because that's the point. Like, your soul and your ego are individual to you. But if I want to connect with something outside of myself, then I'm going to use my mind to communicate and breathe life into this body. So the mind is what you use to breathe life into the body, but all breath is based on water, right? Ego, breath out. Soul, breath in. Mind is you balancing that. And now you can build a body out of that, right? So your mind is constant contraction, expansion, and then your body is the stabilization of that. So you can build a family. And then that's where we get 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So as a mind, you literally had to choose to connect with this simulation to consciously communicate through the energy of your father into the energy of your mother. And then by holding on to these two energies, you created the body that you're experiencing yourself right now. And then by experiencing yourself in this body right now, you're able to perceive demons. Then that's just all the rest of life is like you as the child of God perceiving demons, right? Like we'll forever have demons hopping into these live streams based on our perception of demons, right? So everyone has a different idea of a demon. So everyone who's a demon would be someone who's telling me I'm a demon. Because again, I don't have enemies, but I'll let my enemies declare themselves to me. Like if you feel like you want to be my enemy, I know that you just want to relate with me and I don't give a fuck about you. And that's going to make you angry at me as an enemy. This has happened like a good amount. But the point is, it's all just people projecting their own idea of a demon, right? So I don't think you're a demon. But if you think I'm a demon, then I have to know you're a demon because I know I'm not a demon. So and that's like the point we're at, where people who act like they're not demons will go out of their way to tell you that you're a demon. And you as a spiritual individual have to be aware enough to know that no demon is calling you a demon. Demons need to go out of their way to consume your time and consume your attention because they're not happy alone. And this is how God becomes a demon. So when God lives long enough as a human, God forgets how to be alone. This is what water fasting is supposed to teach you. This is what we get into in Always the Saying Academy. Link in bio. All right, chaseyourgenes.com. When you love being alone with yourself, you remember what it's like to be God. And this is when you're actually creative. So all the big problems that are happening in this realm are because all these spirits are gods who don't want to be alone in their own imagination. So now they're demons because inside their human experience, they need to consume. And this is where we get literally consumerism, capitalism, climate change, all the C words that Ias Tahuti Hermes Trismegistus have been called away from Mercury to converse with you about right now. Because it's literally just all about people wanting to consume what they see and not knowing that they're creating their consciousness. See. So much of life is a video game, especially in my dreams. Bro, my dreams are tweak. And y'all can probably guess from the way that I communicate that my dreams would be tweak. My dreams are like hyper lucid, hyper like adventure, wild dreams. I started lucid dreaming when I was in high school, back in 7th grade. It was like 7th through 9th grade. I started high school in 7th grade. 7th through 9th grade. Was when I literally got so good at lucid dreaming that I would go to sleep and create a world of Narnia. So I love Narnia. And I love Narnia because I love nature. And I love the idea of like being a human out in nature and being able to like fly around and like hang out with mythical creatures and like hella other entities and like all these different organisms. Basically like magic shit. Like I loved it. So it was my mission. I was like, I'm going to cultivate a mental atmosphere. This is so crazy that I can like, cause I couldn't even put it into words like this before. So my vocabulary is like getting better every day, low key. Just naturally for no reason. I'm not like studying words. My spirit just kind of has me on some shit right now. That's why I'm doing this live stream at 5:41 a.m. So yeah, like as a kid, I wasn't thinking like I want to cultivate the mental atmosphere. It was, how was I thinking back then? I was thinking like, I hate being in school. I hate that I'm forced to be in school all day, every day. I at least should be able to enjoy my dreams. So then I started to research logically, how can I enjoy my dreams more? And then I got into lucid dreaming. Retroactively looking back, I can add more consciousness on and say, oh, snap, that was so cool. What Little Chase did was he intentionally used his ego and his soul. All right, he had an idea and he connected with that idea to bring it to life. And then that's where he created this atmosphere, this conscious mental atmosphere that he could visit every single night. So then I would be in school going through the garbage fuck shit that they would have me go through or whatever. But then when I would go to sleep, I'd go back to Narnia. And then it would be like I would be on my wild shit. I'd be fighting. Of course, if you know Narnia, there's the White Witch. In my world, we called her the White Bitch. I thought that was funny as a seventh grade year old boy. As a seventh grade year old boy, White Bitch was pretty funny to me. That was some shit in, I think, Robot Chicken or whatever. So I'm pretty sure it was like me connecting with Robot Chicken or whatever. But the point was, I wanted to have fun in my dreams because I wasn't allowed to have fun at school. I wasn't allowed to have fun in this colonial world that was constantly forcing me to connect with it and allow it to steal my time. I should have been getting paid to go through school. It makes no sense that I did not get paid for my time. The only reason I didn't get paid is because we're literally in a world that's teaching us that we're supposed to waste our time through school so we can learn how to be valuable enough to get paid. It's so fucked. I would be so much further ahead. So much further ahead if I didn't go to school. So much further ahead. So much further ahead. Oh my fucking God. I would be light years ahead of where I am now if I did not go to fucking school. But I had to for the relatability factor. The relatability factor, because I had to connect with all these ideas and connect with people on their level for a more organic awakening, so to speak. I couldn't just come in this simulation hot fire like a shooting star and be like, fuck these systems, and then like not play by the rules in some way. It wouldn't make sense, basically. So that's the point of water, right? I like literally my soul has to work through water in the universe to connect with people in a way that makes sense. And then this is why water is life, right? So this is why water is the structure that makes sense for all of us to connect on. Water, if the universe is any structure, it's water. Because the whole point is that your imagination is fire, but you need to create water for your imagination to be expressed into. So think of literally the whole universe is like a big body of water that you are constantly expressing your imagination into. And that in and of itself is breathing life into your consciousness. And then your consciousness is the expression of your soul and your ego alchemizing itself into something. But that consciousness, if it's actually going to matter, then it's going to build some kind of body through this consistent communication. And then this is why earth always comes out of air, air comes out of water, water comes out of fire. Fire is the expression of a space separating itself from other spaces, right? So if you have an imagination, that's literally you separating your spirit from other spirits. And this is why you've always been separate from others. So I, as a spirit, the one individual who built Mercury, I've always been separate from other spirits. The whole point of me building Mercury was to connect with others, because this is how I connect. This is how I do it. And this is the best way that I make sense of it. So then, boom, now we can all learn about how spirits connect in general. So I'm talking about building structures, how we create life, how we use our consciousness to basically do everything. But it's like not just our consciousness. It's literally you as the observer. Your awareness is what allows your consciousness to even be cultivated. So your consciousness is constantly being cultivated by your awareness. And then this is why you can plant seeds of awareness into your soul to cultivate a consciousness anyway. And then that's where, again, your soul is water, your awareness is fire, your consciousness is air. So your soul is what allows your awareness to create something sustainable. Literally. So that's why I say any single person who's like, how do you know I have a soul? Do you have a heartbeat? Okay, then it's a wrap. It's a wrap. If you have a heartbeat, that's literally the sustainable structure that is being built from you using your ability to connect with yourself, to connect with others. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. At that point, just join Chase Your Genes and get into our online courses so you can actually level up your mind. Because this world isn't in your best interest. Like, these systems that have stolen from me are not working for you at all. They're not here to help you at all in any way, shape, or form. Bro, the algorithm connected us. Absolutely. That's what the algorithm is getting paid to do. Statistically. Space or Akash. When you are in spirit and not hung up on losing your connection to the physical. Where do I learn this? I learned this from observing the universe. I learned this from connecting with myself. That's where I learned it, Ink Toff. From observing the universe, from connecting with myself, from communicating with awesome spirits, with other infinite individuals. So I know that I'm not creating life alone. That's how. That's how I learned it. I created Hermeticism. I created Zoroastrianism. So I'm not someone who's here like reading and like learning from people. I know that knowledge is made up. Like, I know, like, I have Cymacism now. So Cymacism is literally just going to be Hermeticism and Zoroastrianism, but it makes way more sense and it's not held back by those words. Okay, because the point is, I'm doing everything I've been doing, but I'm doing it in a way that I can't be held back by the baggage of how people have connected with this language up to this point and these ideas up to this point. But at the same time, if you can see past that baggage, everything we're doing here is going to make way more sense. Different frequencies. Fear is the opposite of faith. That's right, David Wilker. Fear is the opposite of faith. And trust. We can think of faith and trust like very related. It is about the soul. So it's about like when you feel faith and trust, that's you feeling connected with yourself. When you feel connected with yourself, there's no room for fear, right? But if you feel fear, that's because you don't feel connected with yourself, right? So think about everyone in the world who's scared. They don't know they're a spirit. You know, like everyone who's scared, like actually scared of shit and actually in a fearful state, they don't know that they are the observer of their own space. Or else they would know that they had to create every emotion that they're feeling. And thus they wouldn't be scared of their own feelings. Like they wouldn't be scared of their own emotions. Like when you know you're the spirit, how can you be scared of your own feeling? Like there's not, boom, you know? But if you don't know that you're the spirit, it's really easy to get lost in light. And then that's where that light can make you scared of shit because you can get triggered. And then if you don't like do whatever clearing inside of your space, then that's where you can start to like build up fears. You know, like everyone has different fears, right? So again, we're all infinite individuals. It would be really, really stupid and insane. Honestly, I'm not getting into that point. I have to. It's stupid and insane to think that we are all expressions of one individual. We're all expressions of one consciousness or one mind or one source. When literally we all have different fears. You are not scared of the same things I'm scared of. And you have no idea what I'm scared of. I might not be scared of anything. I might be scared of everything. You have no idea because you're an individual. You would literally have to go way out of your way to learn how to talk to me and then ask me what I'm scared of. And then I would have to choose whether I trusted you enough to actually tell you what I'm scared of. You see like how many layers of communication have to happen for just like anything to really exist, like anything to exist at that point. So I get it. Like when you get lost in light, it's easy to then be scared of your own feelings. Because literally when you're experiencing life, you're running away from your space. So, but that's only possible because you are connected to your space. So this is why your soul always connects you to your space, but your body separates you from your space. And really, your body doesn't separate you from your space. Your ego separates you from your space. Your body stabilizes your space. But if you want to experience life outside of your own space, you're going to create a body that allows you to communicate outside of your space, which is what I'm doing right now. So as a spirit, I'm in my own space. I'm technically not here as a spirit. And then I build Mercury to connect with the universe. So I'm technically observing Mercury, and I'm observing the universe from Mercury before I even come into here. And then once I create a body in here, I'm using my soul to vibrate it into existence. Literally. So this is why I have a heartbeat. So now I can send my mind from Mercury into this body, and I can experience life through this body. And then I can send my mind out of this body and go experience life in a different simulation through a different body. And I can just go about the universe, fly around, be on my Hermes shit, but I still come back to this body because I've created this body with my vibration, and I've done it consistently. So this is a structure that's allowing me to connect with you. And now I can build this, and now we can grow. Where do you get this concept from? Being myself. Dude, I won't know stuff all the time. Just reading energy, I'll laugh. Yeah. Active listening, hilarious. Perception is everything. You really truly don't know what people are thinking. Yep. They could be in a whole different world. Yep. Best believe, I'm sure when people are talking to me, like they have no idea what I'm dealing with on a mental level, or like where I'm like at like up here and like what's going on before I'm like channeling my awareness to like talk to them. Like they have no idea. They're lost in their projection. Right? So let's say like someone comes up to me, like literally, like this is like the whole difference. Like I can literally go into a meditative trance. I can go hang out with Anubis for what feels like a year, right? I can hear the doorbell. I can come back from Anubis. I can come back from Atlantis, be in my body, answer the doorbell, and I can still be adjusting to this world while a Jehovah's Witness is preaching to me that I need to worship their Heavenly Father. Right? So this would be two totally different worlds that are connected by physical reality. My mind is in a totally different space, yet I'm able to connect with someone telling me that I need to worship their Heavenly Father and that I was created by them because I chose to create a body inside the same atmosphere that that spirit did. So now because they're lost in light, they can tell me that I am a product of their imagination when I know that I'm not this body. When I know I just got back into this body from my real space, with my real family. I'm not lost down here. But because that person is lost down here, they can't perceive that I just came from Atlantis. They can't perceive that I just came from another world. They can't perceive that I'm in other atmospheres and that I know that I'm creating this body to connect with others. They can't perceive that. So they can only see me like they see themselves. And then this is where people who are scared of dying assume that you're also scared of dying. And it's just like people can only project their relationship with themselves onto you. Metatron, isn't that a transformer? You know, they got their idea of transforming sustainably from me. So acting like they're listening to you the whole time, been in their own little world. It's true. COVID-19 variations, great. Am I wrong though? Turkey bacon is bacon. Buzz Lightyear put me in. Last name is Enoch, gang. Caleb has a lot of questions. One mighty God. There's one mighty God and you're not him. See, that one almighty God is an expression of your imagination. I have nothing to do with your ideas, but I can promise you that your idea of life is much more limited than mine. Martian alien. How did you see God? Like with your own eyes or thoughts? With my eyes, not my thoughts. Like I literally see God, God's lights. Again, God is the highest version of myself. And then all the spirits that I can interact with as the highest version of myself, which is a lot of fucking spirits. So there's like a lot of infinite gods out in the universe. That's why, again, people can be like, there's one almighty God. I promise you, I'm actually up there and shit. There's not one almighty God. Everyone's an individual. It's just there are people here who are retarded and they have to act like they know what's up because they're really scared. I'm like going really hard. I used to be nicer on live streams. You don't know. Maybe you don't know. I used to not be so hard like this. But as people like come up here and like give me more and more of their ignorance and more of their ignorance, it's just like my spirit is like, you kind of need to bring more fire. Just bring a little more fire to your communication. Just a little more fire. Just to burn up the people who want to keep talking like this. Like, just stop talking like that at me. It's really stupid. And if you want to, it's fine. I'm just going to have to keep bringing fire. And we're going to keep burning it up. And we're going to see how it's actually spiritual. Because that's the point of fire. All right, I'm going to bring fire, burn up whatever you've got up. There's space now. We're talking about space. That's the point. Whatever demon, you bring your earth. Bring all your demonic earth here. We got fire. Whoosh, burn it up. There's space now, bitch. We're talking about space. Like, that's it. That's the boom. That's it. That's the point of my fire. As Hermes, I'm coming in with the fire. Boom. Space. You can't run from this. You can't run from space. You're in space. Space allows you to exist. All right. You're always going to be observing something in space. That's why you're the almighty God. That's the idea of being almighty. Like, you're just like seeing everything. Like, you are the one eye. Guys, we already got it. They stole it from me. We already know. Tahuti Trismegistus right here. They got the atmosphere. They got the eye. The eye cultivates a structure, but the structure can only exist inside of this circle, inside of the atmosphere. Novus Ordo Seclorum, New World Order. That's the point. This structure only exists inside of the atmosphere that is a New World Order. It's like, I can't imagine that people could listen to me and tell me I'm a conspiracy theorist when I literally went to school for Latin for 4 years so I could fucking read this. Like, dude, how could I go to school for 4 years, Walnut Hills, teaching me fucking Latin? And then you're going to tell me that the Latin phrase New World Order doesn't actually mean New World Order. Oh, like, that's the anger that makes me want to go Super Saiyan, bro. Like, this hair would just turn yellow and stand up if I really had my ego way in this moment for comedic purposes. Oh my God. Hilarious. I'm trying to redesign my life right now. Any advice? All right, well, let's take a look at the dollar bill. These people redesign their life by raping, murdering, and enslaving indigenous peoples with this concept. I've already explained to you how they stole the way I built the pyramids, and they're emulating that with money. So everything that I've told you about how I built the pyramids, apply that to money. The idea of money is that the people who have made it and stolen it from Egypt, stolen all these concepts from Egypt, these are all Egyptian ideas. The people who have stolen all these Egyptian concepts, they're using them to build their own pyramid. But the whole point is that this pyramid can't exist without you. So you have to work to build it up. This is why all of us are at the bottom of the pyramid. We're at the bottom of the New World Order, and the people who made it are at the top. We can't see shit from the bottom, right? You can't see how TikTok sees you, right? TikTok can see you. You can't see TikTok. When you go on TikTok, you see yourself. You see what TikTok's algorithm wants you to see, and it's only ever meant to give you reflections of yourself or connect you with shit that it thinks you'll like in your own little echo chamber based on your individuality, right? See how even that, it's alchemy, guys. It's alchemy right there. Like, you first had to express fire into TikTok before TikTok could mold water that connects with your fire in a way that makes sense. And this water is constantly forming to your fire. right? The watery algorithm is constantly forming to your fire so it can cultivate an atmosphere that you'll like. And then this atmosphere is what allows all the bodies that you call videos to exist. I just explained hermetic alchemy and social media like right there. All right, look, whatever. So redesigning your life. All right, we're taking this concept, okay? New world order. All right, if you want a new world in your life, then you literally have to be ballsy enough to imagine a new life for yourself. We get really deep into this science in my fasting courses, okay? But just to give you like the basic thing right now, because like fasting is much deeper than just burning fat. It's literally about this shit. It's about you being ballsy enough to imagine the life of your dreams. And if you're ballsy enough to imagine the life of your dreams, you're taking responsibility for being God. Because it's kind of hard, I find, for Christians or people in their religions to actually like manifest the life of their dreams when they're also worshiping someone else's idea of God. Okay, so I as Hermes, like I require you to know that you're God if you're actually going to build something cool in the universe. I promise you, all the lit spirits that I hang out with, they're gods. I promise. You know, like cool, awesome spirits. Awesome spirits are spirits that take responsibility for their power. So that means that you have to be God because you're taking responsibility for your power. You have power. You have power. For you to not feel like you're God, that's just a symptom of you feeling like you don't have power. That's all. Right? Like everyone who wants to hop up here and be like, oh, you're not God, you're not almighty. They're projecting onto me that they don't have power. And they don't feel like I have power because I'm down here with them. And they're too lost in their ego to be like, he's down here by choice. They literally think that a real God would come down and save them from their own shit. And that's just a representation of them talking to themselves. This is why everyone is obsessed with superhero movies, superhero culture. Everyone wants to be saved. It's a mental illness. You know, everyone who wants to tell me I'm mentally ill are literally mentally ill. So it's like just perception, projection. What, everyone's crazy then? What, we're just in Alice Wonderland then? We're just in Mad Hatter land then? Everyone has a seat at the tea table, whatever the fuck. Everyone's sipping on their crazy tea. Whatever. Look, cooking with Daj. All right, you want to redesign your life by imagining it and then writing it into existence. Okay, so that's all for free. Check out Dissect the Dialect. All right, I have that in my website, Dissect the Dialect. You can see how the English language is used to architect the Matrix. All right, and the Matrix is stolen from Metatron. So that's why I, as Hermes, am sent from my spirit. My spirit is Metatron. This is a mission that I'm assigned from myself. But you see, like, this is levels of me talking to myself because I am the spirit experiencing myself as the body. But as a spirit, I can only experience myself as a limited level of awareness inside of this body because I'm choosing to connect in a certain way. And then that's where if I want to connect with myself in a certain way, I can raise my own awareness, but I'd have to leave here. Okay, so it's literally this level of consciousness. And that's why the whole point is we create consciousness to create connections. And now you can start to perhaps see like how interdimensional life can perhaps get. And this is where Spider-Man as a concept goes really hard. Get your eyebrows done. I literally just got my eyebrows done yesterday. So what you're telling me right now, literally I just had my roommate. She loves doing eyebrows. She just did my eyebrows yesterday. They're fire right now. So you're capping. All you're telling me to do is basically have smaller eyebrows, which has nothing to do with me. Carol, you saw God? How is? Yeah. Bro, I've been seeing God for lifetimes. Like, it's not just like I saw God this lifetime. I've seen God past lifetimes. Yes, I saw God. Again, I've seen many gods. Many gods. First, I had to see myself as God so I could go see those other gods. So I, as an individual here, went through this whole journey where I had to fast and shit to actually see God. God is literally just me, my spirit, revealing himself to me but revealing himself to me why I'm alive here, right? Because I understand being in a body down here is easy to be like, why am I forsaken? Why am I alive? I feel like I'm out of my space. As a spirit, you are out of your space. That's why we ask those questions. And then it's important to get connected with yourself so you can remember, oh, that's right. That's why I'm in the universe. That's why I'm in a body in the universe. So I can connect with others. So I can create art because I don't want to be alone in my space. That's right. Okay, cool. And this is the balance of getting your alone time so you can be happy with others. Boom. But spirits are always alone. That's why you're scared of dying. The moment you die, you go back to really being alone. Trying to step away from the toxic 9-to-5 life. I feel that. Yeah. Literally do exactly what these people did. All right. They stole my concepts. Okay. So don't steal my concepts, but people seem to do that. I hate this. I'm about to start crying. I'm having like weird realizations, bro. It's fine. This is life. I just hate being stolen from. It's just not fair, bro. But it's just like when you express yourself into the universe, the moment you create something, you're not in control necessarily of what people do with that. But it's like, how do you get in control of that? But like, you have to own all of it. And then that's like the point of having your own planet, because it's protected by your own atmosphere. It's protected by your own mind. But like, still, the moment you introduce an idea into the universe, you open yourself up for infinite other people to just say that they made up that idea. And now they just get to use your idea to express themselves because they didn't have their own expression to stand on. And then they're going to convince other people that they're the one true God when like that was never your intention. This shit is so bonkers. This is the warfare. Huh. Because it's like, I'm not going to not express myself. And then it's weird because like if people steal from me and I know it, I guess the point is I just express myself harder and I just build better shit, which is what I'm doing right now. You guys are watching me have a mental breakdown right now about my life and past lives all the way up to this point. But I guess not a breakdown, but I am breaking like things down and putting them back together like internally and just seeing how things work real quick. Like, how have I been working? Like everything's just like, it's just me expressing myself, then people steal it and then say that I'm not the expression of myself. Because that's basically what this whole life has been. Like me being told by people who stole my shit that I'm not a creator and that I'm not the expression of myself, but they need me to make their expression matter. I see why I'm here, because it's like this mission is so personal to me. So like I technically even only have this much energy to talk about this because it's so personal to me. So like, because my creations are literally my children, I don't want to see my children get stolen. I don't like seeing my children be raped. I don't like seeing my children be enslaved. Oh yeah, I hate this. No. And that's empathy. And that's just like, that's connection. Like you have to be connected with yourself. So like no one can see any of the messengers of Mercury like I see them, because like, how could you? They're the expression of me. So then everything that I've done that connects, and like how this system, and just like, I literally taught the people who built this new world order. I literally taught them how to be happy alone. And they're still not. And they go through like all this work to enslave the whole world and enslave all of us just so they can make money raping and murdering people under the lie that we're all created by one guy. So no matter how you feel, you're never alone. This is infinitely demonic. I actually don't think I have words to describe how evil this system is. Oh no, and I have 99 plus new messages to look at too. Let me get to your messages. I just had like a whole mental thing. That's hilarious. We're all God. But whatever, I get it. Like people's that word, I get it. I understand people being lost in it. I've lived it, but also like, nah, nah. My spirit literally had to make me forget who I am for any of this shit to be relatable. So I care. Man, have I met any goddesses? I've met many goddesses. What are you talking about? There's so many goddesses. I think that's kind of true. What part of God did God not make? What are you talking about? And when the energy wasn't enough for me, what God helped the God itself is the creator. So God, like spirit is the God, first off. So spirit becomes God when it imagines itself. So this is where God is what you call a spirit who's creative, right? This is why I don't even call myself God. I'm just using it to communicate with you inside of how religions have colonized everyone's minds. So I want us to shift our idea of God, okay? God isn't one person ruling over all of us. That's the desire of fire. But now I, as Hermes, can let you know that God is the fire element and God represents you alone in your own space, okay? So God itself is like the creation because God is the creative energy that is so hot. It doesn't exist inside the universe. This is why any religion you see about God, he's not in the universe because they're literally talking about the hermetic alchemy of the elements. God itself is a fire element that has to create water so it can experience itself as air, right? So God is always outside the universe. All right, so my spirit is always outside the universe as God. But if my spirit wants to experience the universe, it has to do so as consciousness, and that's air. So then that's where we get me creating a mind that allows me to breathe life into this body. And now I can communicate based on how my body has connected with the world up to this point, right? Because that's what makes sense. And then that's where I'm communicating from my space though. So now you can see all my individuality, right? So now I can communicate my individuality from my space inside of a way that makes sense because I chose to sacrifice my individuality and connect with this world on its level, right? So I chose to learn English. I chose to learn Latin. I chose to go to school, technically, even though I didn't want to. I didn't choose in this life to go, but I chose to be born into circumstances where I was forced to go to school. So that's where I have the emotions and the energy of feeling forced in my soul, but spiritually, I know I created my soul. See this like infinite wisdom, God. It's just like people, these systems just steal from me and then make money spreading ignorance and lies. But then again, we can just watch this new Spider-Man movie and see Doctor Strange hit Peter's soul out of his body. And I just scream. And I'm just like, there. How dare you make billions of dollars off this concept and we're taught the complete opposite shit in school. And that was my whole life. Sitting in class, being forced to create health problems inside my body, learning lies. So my spirit forced me to go through this. So this is my soul as Chase, right? Now I'm not even talking about Metatron and shit. I'm talking about me as Chase possibly feeling like a victim of circumstance and how Iracel, aka my spirit of Metatron, has let me know through water fasting the point of me going through school. So now I can be like, okay, I'm at peace more. I understand it was all for a purpose, but still, fuck. No, that's not how I would have done it. And now I'm angry because my soul is still the expression of how I connect with myself. So school is not how I connect with myself. This world is not how I connect with myself. Like none of this shit here represents how I connect with myself, really. Like especially like sitting in school all day, every day. Like, no, that shit's not healthy. The food that we eat doesn't represent my soul. So I feel very angry about the kind of life that I'm forced to live as an indigenous man, because I know that this is not the life I would have lived if Europeans did not steal everything from Metatron, Hermes, and Tahuti, and Zoroaster, and use those concepts to create a Merkaba America and build their JU world order. This is like very heavy to have this much knowledge, quote unquote, right? This is why Mercury is like so Earth, right? When you look at Mercury, right, it's like an air planet, but it's like Virgo, all right? It's Gemini and Virgo. Virgo is that mutable Earth and Gemini is that mutable air. So the mutable air is me communicating with the whole universe, but the mutable Earth of Virgo is me analyzing, data logging, collecting all the information that my air is gathering. And then that's condensing into the planet that we literally call Mercury. And then that's like the expression of my soul. And it technically holds all the memories of how I as a spirit have connected with the universe up to that point. And then I can go there and like run my own simulations, hang out with my family, because hella other spirits are making that structure with me. And that's my real family. That's my family. That's my family. No one else's. I built that family. With what feels like, with what feels like my bare hands. Literally though, built that shit. Let me get to your questions. There's intelligence in every cell. Trust your gut. Yeah, you're in tune. They harness your energy. It doesn't make sense. Can you explain how the knowledge of the elements is the key to the universe? Yes. David Wilkerson, I can. If you really want to learn that though, chaseyourgenius.com. All right, link in my bio. Okay, you can join the website for free. And we've got online courses where I talk about like mastering your elements and how you can, basically how Avatar is about you. I'm about to go so hard dissecting that show. It's coming. All right, shout out Avatar. Love Avatar. Because the Avatar, the whole point is it's about you. It's about all of us. Like every element is a certain part of your space. And we need all four elements to create physical reality. And this is how we can all transform together. I literally just explained the whole universe. Honestly, I'm gonna cut the live stream off there. We're good, guys, but no, but for real though, like seriously, like I literally just explained the whole. If you know, you know, but that's fine. That's why Avatar slaps so hard, right? That's why Avatar slaps so hard. So fire is a spirit's ability to project. Water is a spirit's ability to reflect and absorb. Air is a spirit's ability to communicate. Earth is a spirit's ability to build. And once you get these four elements, as the observer, as spirit, all there's left to do is transform with them into physical reality. And then this is you literally building physical reality. Fire, water, air, earth, and space. And then that creates blood, right? So now this body is my physical reality. Right? Think of this body right now. I can manipulate it because it's my physical reality. This body is not your physical reality. We exist in the same physical reality because I created this body inside the same atmosphere as you. But this body is not your physical reality. Just like your body is not my physical reality. Your body is your physical reality, which means only you as a spirit can observe your heartbeat and manipulate your muscles. Like you can't run from being an individual. Okay, you created this body so you can connect with other people. That's why your mind can move your muscles. That's why your heartbeat is a product of your emotions, right? If you feel excited, your heartbeat will go up. So it's your soul. Literally, we can see that your soul is the emotion. When you're vibrating at a low emotion, your heartbeat is slow. When you vibrate at a high emotion, your heartbeat is rapid. Boom. It's always you creating life. Always you creating life. No one is about to be around me and not be creative. All right, you're going to know you're creative and you're going to love yourself for that shit. Like, just very seriously. I like very objectively. Like, we can't afford to not love our creativity this deep into life. And just this deep into like the world that we're in right now, especially, like your creativity is all you have. Like as far as if you're an entrepreneur at like any kind of business, just in general, money. Like money is an idea that was created by people who stole from Native Americans and indigenous peoples and Egyptians. Hermes Trismegistus. So your creativity is your ability to manipulate reality objectively. That's your superpower. That's your superpower. Okay, so you got to be creative. And you're only going to feel like you're creative if you know that you're God and you love being God. Right? And that has nothing to do with any religion, guys. Okay? I don't want this to have to even do with English. I'm just forced to use English because my spirit knows it has to communicate with you inside of this language. But the point is, we're using these things to relate with each other. We're so infinite. We're so infinite. All right? You're not about to be around me as Chase Clarence Calloway and not know that you're an infinite individual. Okay? Okay? Soul is energy. The electrical impulses make your muscles move. Soul is vibration. But I do like what you're saying, David. I get what you're saying. Your ego is frequency. Your soul is vibration. Your mind is energy. Your body is matter. So people think they are the body, right? So now it's revolutionary for people to realize that every body is energy vibrating at a certain frequency. Because your energy isn't just energy. Like most people on the internet, you know, they're not actually smart, so they'll stop there. They'll be like, we're all just energy transforming in and out of source consciousness. Like, but your energy vibrating at a certain frequency. So if I don't vibrate with that energy, then my soul is not the same as your soul, because my soul is my vibration. I'm choosing to vibrate this energy into something that matters. This body only matters because of my soul. That doesn't mean that I'm the fucking same as you. It's actually the fucking opposite. I'm completely different from you, and I'm choosing to connect with you because I like connecting with individuals outside of my space. I don't want to feel like I'm connecting with a bunch of fucking zombies. I don't want to feel like I'm connecting with a bunch of people that are expressions of one language that was built with shit stolen from me and built by colonizers and through genocide and slavery. And no. I appreciate, bro. Thanks. Hey, appreciate you too. Stuff you love on TikTok. You're welcome. All right, you're welcome. Let me see. So if you think about it, every time we reconnect to the sim, it's a pseudo Big Bang. Those are almost Big Bangs inside themselves. Absolutely. Like literally, I need water. Every time you connect with the sim, it is like a little Big Bang. A pseudo Big Bang indeed. And really in general, the idea of a Big Bang is literally what I'm talking about of how a spirit creates awareness. Okay, so scientists just won't tell you the spiritual version of that because all they can do is weaponize it to create something that you should worship. That's all they do. But the point of the Big Bang is that's literally just you creating an awareness. So like if there's nothing, the moment you create an awareness, that's white light. And that white light is an ego. But that awareness is only going to be sustainable if it turns from white into black. So this is how we get all the colors of like white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, brown, black. And then once you get that black, that's your soul. So your white is the ego, the black is your soul. And now in between these two, you get the infinite spectrum of color. That's your consciousness. Okay, but you're always aware of the ideas of whiteness and blackness, right? This is why we have whiteness and blackness as race, because nothing is black and white. Boom, look at that. Nothing is black and white. It's true. Spirit is black and white. Spirit is ego and soul, because this is just the two completely opposite sides of spirit that allow it to create infinite colors. So now any color you imagine will exist inside of white and black coming together. because it's just these concepts of separation and full absorption. And if you can't have separation without something absorbing that, right? So like if something wasn't absorbing my expression, it wouldn't be a thing. So I literally have a phone right here capturing the expression of my ego. So that's literally how right now I'm playing out white and my phone is playing out black. And this is allowing our conscious atmosphere of this live stream to be sustained. And now we're building Earth. The longer I wait here in this vibration and the longer I animate it with my intentions. Right now, I intend to get water. Gang, gang. Yeah. Yeah. So, and I mean, that is the point of this live stream, is to talk about the mind and how we use the mind to breathe life into dirt. Okay? Your body is dirt. The Bible will tell you your body is dirt. This is why, like, all these religions are built off of my shit. All right? Hermeticism, Zoroastrianism, this is stuff that I didn't even care about. My spirit just forces me to know these things and have to care about it and communicate about it in a language that makes sense for people. Because that's like the point of being alive. We want to make this reality make sense. Okay, so I'm making all these religions make more sense. All right, all these religions, all creation stories are basically about a form of consciousness breathing life into dirt, and that dirt becomes a body. Right? That's you. I explained that earlier. That's how you're born. You use your mind to breathe life into the dirt particles that came from your father's seed and your mom's egg. And then you, boom, alchemize that into these bones, this bag of bones, right? Now you're a bunch of minerals and electrolytes and alchemy. A bunch of things created from this atmosphere. So now you can live in this atmosphere. So you would not be a smart person to think that you should take this body and go live on Mars. If you're someone that thinks that because you're a human who's breathing air on Earth, that you should go to Mars, you are the complete opposite of smart. You're so the opposite of smart. I actually don't have words to describe how infinitely stupid you truly are to think that scientific progress is destroying the environment that you're currently breathing and going somewhere else. I've heard someone say we're made of the four, actually five elements. We're made out of the 66. Ego struggling with the lack of understanding. Okay, this is the thing with elements, and this is why I understand. I had to like literally recontextualize our whole idea of these words. So of course you literally have to like listen to me for a while to understand the way I am using these words, so you can get a complete overstanding of the world we're in. Because once you understand what I'm saying, you will overstand the entire fucking world. Straight up, okay? You will overstand the whole world when you understand what I'm saying. People can get you lost in elements for years. Okay? Like, this is the point of the periodic table. They can make up new elements and tell you that it's real, and then make you believe that you're 60. So you could literally go to school and learn that you're 30 elements, and they'll tell you what it is on a chart. And because they laid it out as light on a chart, you're like, oh yeah, that light, that looks good for sure. I'm 30 elements. But then the system, because they've taught you to view them as smarter than you, they can say, oh, we made a mistake. You're actually 60. And because you're upholding the system, You're like, well, it's okay, you made a mistake. You guys are still smarter than me. I'm actually 60 elements. And then you can memorize those new 31. So they just made up 30 new elements. And they're saying that your body is now these 30 new elements. And then they give you 60. And now you got to memorize all that shit. And they're making money off making you memorize these terms, right? The point is you're using your soul to bring to life all their ideas. So the more you're doing that, this is where they can be like, actually, oh shit, as scientists, we became more complex. We can cut it up better. We can dissect the dialect of the universe. You're actually 120 elements. And now you're like, holy shit, another 30 elements. And now you got to go learn another 30. Bro, it could never end. Right? And now they're just making money trapping you in light. This is what I, as Tahuti Trismegistus, call being lost in light. Okay, so now it's about like, at some point you as a spirit would have to backpedal. You would have to cut off yourself from that system and be like, hold up, what are elements? Right? So I'm just letting you know then, here's how I'm using elements. Elements are emotions. Okay? And emotions only make sense through numbers. So now this is where I, as Tahuti Trismegistus, would let you know that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all numbers that allow certain emotions to exist. So the number 1, that's the emotion of individuality. Right? And then this is where, of course, guys, we can see that there's way more emotions inside of one emotion, right? Right? Like, so that's why like emotions are infinitely complex, but we need numbers to anchor them down so they can't exist. So the number 1, okay, here, we'll start with 0. So the number 0, that's the emotion of circumstance, right? So when you think about how do you feel when you have nothing, that's 0. How do you feel when you have nothing, right? 0 is nothing. That's your circumstances. The number 1 is your emotion of your individuality. So when you want to express your ego or your individual, that's your number 1. So now you feel like you're the one, right? That's why everyone is the one. You have to be the one. That's the first number that you're using to express your individuality in the universe. You are the one. You are the one. Has anyone told you you're the one? Let me tell you right now, you are the one. Okay? You're the one. You're the one. The Matrix is about you. You're the one. But you're better than the Matrix. So I'm Metatron. I would know. All right? The Matrix concept stolen from me. Okay? You're the one. You're the one. All right? So once you realize you have nothing, that's your 0. Now you want to be the one. All right? So that's your imagination. That's your individuality. That's the emotion of you being an individual. The emotion of you connecting your individuality with other individuals is the number 2. So then that's where we get water, because water connects all individuals. So stars look like fire because they're expressions of individuals, but stars can't actually exist if they're not underwater. So this is why everything's actually water. And water is what allows individuals to connect. So the number 2 is the emotion of connection. The number 3 is the emotion of communication, right? So that's your mind. Right? So whatever emotion you have, all the emotions you have about communication, that's your number 3 energy. So the emotions about number 1, that's your individual energy. That's your individual element. Your emotions about number 2, that's your individual connection. That's your individual connection. So that's your connective element. And then number 3, that is your, I guess they'd all be individual. So the point is that's your communication, your individual communication. And then that would be your error element. So how do you breathe life, right? Again, number 1 is breath out, soul, breath in, right? So the ego breathes out light. But if you're going to build anything from what you breathe out, you got to receive it. That's your soul. And then your soul holds on to the light that your ego breathed out, and it creates life from it. Literally. So now your soul is constantly bringing life and cultivating the seeds of everything, the words and the thoughts and the ideas that your mind is like throwing out and putting. So that's the point of your soul. And then from there, The atmosphere is your mind, and that atmosphere is what sustains the proper circumstances for boom, life to bloom, right? That's how CymaTree grows simulations. That's how Odin built his universe. Okay, this is how Metatron built Mercury. All right, it's just how I build anything in general as a spirit, because this makes sense. You know, like it's just how everyone builds, but it's about your consciousness level, right? So that's number 3, literally right there. Number 4 is your emotion of structure. Okay, so whatever emotions you have about making your communication a structure, that's your number 4. This is why the 4th day of the week, these people can't run from me. The system can't run from me. The 4th day of the week is literally Mercury Day. It's Odin Day. It's Tahuti Day. It's fucking my day. It's Hermes. I can't run from it, guys. Like, what the fuck would I look like working a job? What would I look like being a slave out here in a system that literally has me as Wednesday? I'm the logic that has built this whole fucking world. That's why it's the 4th day. Mercury is day 4 because I'm the logic. I'm the box that the entire minds that made this shit matter are standing on. Okay, that's why Mercury is day 4. And that's why the number 4 is a day of logic. So when you think about your mind being your air, your mind wants to make its communication make sense. So this is your body. So your body is your number 4 and your mind is your number 3. And by using your number 3, you're breathing life into your number 4. That creates consciousness. 3 plus 4, 7. Consciousness. We'll get there. But the point is, the body as your 4 is a structure being made so that your mind can make sense, right? So imagine if I was trying to say this to you without a human body. It probably wouldn't make that much sense, right? Like if I wasn't in a human body and I wasn't speaking English. So I have to have logic with my words. I have to box it in a certain way. I can't just be here breathing. Like I can't just have my mind here breathing. Like I have to use logic to connect with you in a certain way. That's the only way we can build. That's the point of Mercury Day being the 4th day. So literally I as a spirit, like I can't run for myself, guys. Like I have to do this shit. Like I have to do what I'm supposed to do. I have to. Like my spirit literally built Mercury to stabilize and make sense out of how it connects with the universe. And thus it facilitates communications throughout the universe. So I have the responsibility to be up here doing these kinds of live streams and doing more things, other things. But when you see me up here doing these live streams, it's because I'm on a mission for Mercury. And I'm learning that I have to bring more fire to these missions because we're actually in a war right now. I wanted to say we're in a world that's at war. I really just went straight to war. And you can see it in the news, right? So it's the energy. Like we're literally in this energy. It's like the same energy that America was in when it got conquered. So right now the tides are shifting, right? You're not seeing America being built from the conquering of Native Americans. You're watching America fall, right? You know, like, aren't we low-key watching America fall? So it's like we're watching America scramble really hard because it doesn't want to fall. But the point is, it built all this shit on a vibration, and it built this shit by stealing from actual spirits. So like, I'm enacting something out greater that I'm not even like fully aware of because I would limit myself. Like guys, like let me like actually level with you real quick. Let me talk about spirituality real quick. And when it's like 6:41, just like straight up real quick. My spirit has me on a mission and doing certain things because it's going to always be true for you. Everything that I say for me is true for you. The point is I built Mercury to stabilize and make sense out of how I live my life in the universe. So now anytime I live a past life, it's technically a business trip, right? I'm technically making money, okay? Anytime I go live life in the universe. So I'm born intentionally. That's why I'm the synchronicity of symmetry. If I was literally fully aware of the role that I was playing in changing the world here, I would be too in my ego. Do you feel that? Like, you get what I mean? Like, if I literally knew how hard I was meant to change the world, I would be too in my fire element and I wouldn't be able to connect with the universe at the right time. So this is the point of your spirit, my spirit, it kills my ego with my soul. So this is why your mind is literally a balance of your ego and your soul. So think of your ego as a future and the soul is your past. If I knew the future, I would be in my ego. And that's where no one can know the future because we're all creating the future constantly. So this is then the balance of the universe. Because if I know the future, all I can know is my future. And technically my future doesn't exist in the universe if I'm not connecting it in the right ways. That's the point of water. Okay, so fire is separation, but water is connection. Whatever you imagine for yourself in your life, it's not going to make sense in the universe if you don't connect it through water. There are multiple ways I can go with this. Hold up. Why do I have a brain fart? Let me hit this. I know I was on the numbers because the point was we're on number 4, but I had a specific point with why we're on number 4 and like how we, the logic of building life. Right. And like running from yourself and me running from myself and right. Me knowing the future and shit and knowing that like that is stupid. No one can know the future because your future doesn't exist inside the universe. Right. So when you know the future, all you know is yourself. And then at that point, that's where you're actually constantly creating the future. Okay. And then technically you are changing your future all the time. So your idea of what you wanted to do in the future is probably different now than it was 3 years ago, right? Your idea of what you want to do in the future is probably different than 6 years ago. You know, so this is where like it's always an expression of your ego, what you want to do in the future. You know you want to do things in the future, right? Like you know you want to do something in the future, but it is changing. It's that fire, right? It dances in front of you. But then the whole point is that this fire is only possible because of the water. And the water is all the connection, and that's your past, right? So your whole future is only possible because of your past. You had to connect in a certain way before so that you can experience where you're going, right? Otherwise, it didn't happen. If you didn't connect your ego in a certain way, you didn't create a past for your future to stand on. You like, boom, you see that? Like, you see like the fire, it's above the water. The water supports the expression of the fire, but you have to create both. So in terms of time and everything and like vision, your vision is your fire, but like your water itself is the past. So that's being created right now, right? So like I'm adding water to this structure, this live stream by being here speaking. So the longer time passes, the more water gets added, and then the structure gets bigger. And then that's me adding life and like me growing something. So yeah, whatever. Future, past. But that's just where my spirit has me like on a whole thing. Like my spirit has limited my awareness so I can enjoy life. And you know what? I like went on a whole thing. Let me make it that simple. Okay? My spirit limited my awareness so I can enjoy life. I would not have enjoyed living in America if I knew who I was growing up. Like, I literally had to get conditioned to like live through this shit and enjoy it and project my positivity into it. Because if I knew who I was, I would have felt too positive about being myself to feel positive about connecting with something outside of myself. So that would technically look negative to the world because I would love myself too much to live the way America wanted me to live. But because I had to connect with Americans, of course, I'm going to live the way America wants me to live. That's the point of being alive. So now we get the balance, right? So now I can learn who I am based on the life that I've lived up to this point. I can reflect on that, right? None of you can reflect on my past life of Chase, Tahuti, Hermes, Quetzalcoatl, Idris, Odin, anyone. Like, you guys can't do that because they're not expressions of you. You can connect with them in your own way based on building a relationship with the words. But even like the word Odin or Hermes or Ningajita, like, you have no idea. I'm literally just throwing words out, right? Like, when I throw these words out, I get whole flashes of life. You know, like, that's, I just flow them out like, oh man, flash of life, flash of life. You guys have no idea because they're just words to you. Like, it's just a name, right? It's just like if someone says your name, no one knows how much life you put into your name. No one. No one in your family, no one in this reality knows how much life you've put into your name. Okay, that's a personal relationship with yourself type shit. You feel like, you see that? Like, I'm literally sitting in a room alone, making this live stream, connecting with you, but at the same time, I'm actually just straight up talking to myself alone about how you are developing a personal relationship with yourself. That's pretty fucking meta. That's Mercury conversations. Metatron conversations. So, yeah, the number thing. So that's why Mercury is the 4th day of the week, all right? I'm the logic that these colonizers stand on, which is why everything about me online is going to be Thoth, Hermes, Ningajita, Idris, Enoch, so many others, whatever. Gods of wisdom. But let's just focus specifically on, because I know these are like the 3 most relatable for Wednesday: Thoth, Hermes, and Odin. Like, when you go look them up, you're going to see that they're all considered Wednesday or Mercury day. And the whole point is that I, as a spirit, I built Mercury to be the logical communication center of the universe. So that's what you're seeing me develop as CymaTree. I don't even give a fuck about the word Mercury, but I'll use it to relate because we've already built up to that point. But I'm CymaTree. But the point of Mercury is that it's the symmetry of the universe, right? And that's a synchronicity only for me. Like, I name myself CymaTree for different reasons. And then my spirit's like, yeah, but you better see who you are. And I'm like, all right, damn. Let's go with this then. Thanks, Irisel. Thank you, spirit, higher self. Yeah, it's lit. Talking to myself has led me through a lot of wild situations in life, right? The whole point is that you as a spirit are talking to yourself. So that's why I say you can go through 100 different religions, and each of these religions, you're going to be using their book or using their system to talk to yourself. So like, it's always at some point when you can reflect on how you believed in each of these religions at a different time, but they all made you believe that they were the one God at some point. Now you can see that you're the one God, like you're the one true God. You, the one who is aware of my voice, the one who is actually able to process what I'm saying. If you're able to process what I'm saying, then you are a God. You are an individual God, and you're creating life so you can connect with other individual gods. And then that's why you have a concept of God, right? That's why you have an idea of what a God actually is, because that's your imagination. And now you can fight about your imagination, right? Look, we see how passionate people get about their imaginations. That's the only reason these countries go to war. That's the only reason this New World Order has used Jesus Christ to spread love and light and beautiful, glorious genocide to indigenous peoples for centuries, to build the nation that we're in right now and build the whole world and build the whole system and make sure that their banks really matter, right? That's like the whole point. So anyway, all right. 4 is the emotion of logic, okay? 4 is the emotion of you wanting to make sense. So that's the element, okay? Element and emotion, all right? I'm saying elements are emotions. All right, but elements only make sense through numbers. So now we can see the numbers and the emotions that get channeled through the numbers. So the number 4 is the emotion of structure, and logic, the elements of structure and logic, which is earth. And then number 5 is the emotion of transformation, because once you build a structure, it's transforming. So that's blood, that's death. And that in and of itself is the energy of family, because your family is transforming, right? So think about how many families I've had through all my past lives. Of course, you can't think about that, but you could get a concept of it based on the families that we have in this life, right? I have 3 different families in this life already. Like physical families I grew up in, like with like hella members and stuff. Like 3 different last names of families. Justice Chase. Like Justice Chase. Okay, so like that's so many spirits from past lives with so many different families and different dynamics that's held in my soul. But the point of my ego is to be separate from my soul, because the soul is too heavy. The soul is a lot of weight, right? That's like a lot of memories and stuff that would technically hold me back from being free and being light and being able to fly and express myself freely here, right? But of course, here I am. I'm only able to express myself because my soul is bringing my ego to life. You see that? And then that manifests as the mind. So 5, blood, that's the energy of transformation. 5 is the element of transformation. The number 5 is the element of transformation. The number 6 is the element of creation, sex. The number 7 is the element of consciousness. The number 8 is the element of the universe. And then a number 9 is the element of, man, I have like no better word than realization. Yeah, like the emotion, the element. Like, how do you feel when you realize things? Like, how do you feel when you realize who you are? Like, that realization is the 9. Okay? And then the number 8 is the universe. So it's like, how do you feel about the universe? How do you feel about consciousness? Because your consciousness has to exist inside of the universe, but it also has to create the universe. So that's why like everything's a circle, because it really is about things happening simultaneously, and circles allow us to do that. So yeah, that was just me getting into the numbers and the elements real quick. Have you saw my arc on a plane? Well, the point was man just dropped hella nuggets. I wonder who got them. I can't lucid dream. It's not natural for me. You can definitely lucid dream. Does the name Klazikana mean anything to you, Hermes? Yo, that's a dope name. I fuck with that name. It feels more like it resonates with the Quetzalcoatl part of me, but that's just based on like the vibration of it. Klazikana sounds more like, because Quetzalcoatl is me as Hermes combining my element of Thoth and Hermes, because Hermes is like the snake part of me, and then Thoth is the bird part of me, and then Quetzalcoatl is like literally me as a man, as a Metatron or just a mind, holding both of these and being like a plumed serpent snake. Like that's like the whole point of just like combining higher nature and lower nature. And then you can see the caduceus with that. So the bird is your higher nature and the snake is your lower nature. And then your tree balances that. So I'm CymaTree, literally, because I balance all my natures. Like that's what you're watching right now. It's like when you're in this live stream and I'm talking about all this spirituality shit, I'm literally, it doesn't matter if you're here or not. You're watching me as a spirit balance my natures. And I'm learning about myself as I do this. And then if you want to communicate with me, boom, I can check it out. And I'm in here. I'm checking it out. Klazikana is a cool name. Have you experienced samadhi? I haven't. Isn't it crazy how we're experiencing consciousness again, but just relearning ourselves? It is crazy. It is crazy, Slump Cities. It is crazy. It's crazy experiencing consciousness again and relearning about ourselves. And honestly, what's really beautiful is when you as a spirit sit alone in your space for so long, you can forget what makes you great. I realize, especially as a Virgo, I'm self-critical. I don't think anyone could hate me more than I hate myself. And it's funny because I don't even hate myself that much, but I can get to those spaces. And as a spirit, I love those parts of me. So it's like a whole paradox. Like, and see, that's where you guys can probably be like, he's contradicting himself at points, but it's like, it's about the circle, you know, because a circle doesn't contradict itself. So the parts of myself where I hate myself, I love those parts of myself where I hate myself. Like, I don't hate the parts of myself that hate myself. The parts of myself that hate myself are there to remind me almost how to love myself. And I love them because they never go away. You know, like the negative emotions or like the negative energy of, or just like anything inside of you, it will technically never go away. It's just about loving it and incorporating it so that you're not resistant to it anymore. And then at that point, you're growing. And now you've incorporated your shadow. I'm talking about like shadow work right now at that point. But yeah. Also, everyone in here, if you like this live stream, all right, check out my YouTube, CymaTree, CymaTree, because I've got hella podcasts. Okay, so our podcast Synchronicity is about how nothing is a coincidence and thus everything is intentional. So when you know that nothing is a coincidence, you can see why everything is intentional, because you intend to be aware. So everything you intend to be aware of is an expression of your individuality. And now this is where the whole podcast is about you. We're just talking about the spirituality of you. Literally. Y'all thinking way too deep into this shit, LMAO. Yeah, you don't even know what you're talking about. You haven't even seen it. Slum cities, get them. Get them, slum cities. Hilarious, for sure. Slum cities released a song? Absolutely. Absolutely. How successful is this man? Y'all listening like he's God, telling me I'm ignorant. Bro, we're literally hanging out. Like, see, like everyone in here is an individual God. The point is we're God's hanging out. For you to be like, you're listening to him like he's God, that's your shit. That's a projection of you. That's you in your own little worship mentality, in your own little victim energy, projecting it onto others, being like, you're listening to him like he's a god. Bro, I'm literally talking about how I as a spirit built Mercury so all these religions could even have any idea of what's going on astrologically. Like, it's not about me being a god. It's literally just about me being a creator. Like, someone had to create life. All this shit came from somewhere. Okay? Very good energy y'all have. Hilarious. You ever feel like you're living life in third person? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I do. Sometimes I really do. Sometimes I really do. But I mean, it's overall first person. It's like, you know, right here a lot of the time, but like, yeah. Life is a book, bro. You know, like books are third person. I've really felt like, especially in school, like a lot of life was low key me living out a book. And it's like me like in third person, but I'm experiencing life through the body. So I get first person. You know, I understand first person perspective, but it's like, then I would mirror that in video games, I think. Where in video games, I always preferred to play third person when I had the choice. Always. And I'm like, bro, I can see the environment. I don't want to experience life as the body. Give me spirit mode. You feel me? Like, let me see the environment around me. I'm not trying to be limited to actually like seeing life through the body perspective. That shit's not it. That's not video game. You see, like it doesn't work in video games very well. I love third person shooters way more than first person shooters. He obviously is a god. Absolutely. We are all divine. Once you understand that, you'll understand us. Absolutely. Jillian herself said, I've been in psychosis for a few weeks. It's much better than being here for me usually, law. I don't know if, are you saying that this is a more psychotic place than being in psychosis? That's rough. Hilarious. Okay. Indeed. Gang gang, speak it. Came from Atlantis. Thoughts on Anunnaki. Love them and all their fables, books that were translated. The Anunnaki are basically it's the idea of like higher forms of consciousness coming in to choose to connect. So technically the Anunnaki can be here. It is just about like the energy that spirits use their bodies to play out. So if your body plays out the certain energy of a story, then that's where people write that in a story, right? Or if your body plays out a certain energy, other people document that energy. They document how you move, and then they make a story out of that, right? So now we can see all these religions are supposed to be people documenting how other spirits use energy to move through an atmosphere. And then because they could observe this energy moving through this atmosphere, they could write the Bible out of it. They could write the Torah out of it. They could write the Popol Vuh out of it. They could write any religious text that they want out of it. But it's always going to be energy playing out inside of nature. All right, that's the point of astrology, especially connecting most religions. And in general, just nature being psychedelic. Nah, tell the truth, bro. You said you helped with the pyramids. Why'd you build them? Help with the pyramids. I built the pyramids. Literally go Google Hermes Trismegistus pyramids. Thoth Trismegistus, Tahuti Trismegistus pyramids. I already just explained really hard how I built them and the concept of building a pyramid in general and how the concept itself is stolen from Hermeticism and it's all on the dollar bill. That was like a whole section. But again, I get it. I will be putting all this on YouTube. Let's see. All right. Anunnaki tell about human DNA. They made how people. Okay. People with closed third eyes are more polluted. Hey, Cincinnati. Shout out Walnut Hills. Oh, snap. Shout out Tracy Phillips. Gang. Boom. People with the more tainted DNA can't think outside the box. They have a harder time looking out. Man, is that true? You're right. I mean, it's just like, I don't want to believe it. You feel me? Like, as far as DNA and getting into like the physicality of like people's bodies and stuff. But, I mean, you're right. What's the anchor holding us to reality? Your soul. Macan TikTok, your soul. So your soul is the vibration. It's literally the anchor. Like, anchors look a lot like heavy vibe or just V's or just like a divot of like doom, right? And doom, now you like don't move. Your ship stays here, right? So think about how like when your relationship with yourself can sail, but if you want to dock your ship somewhere, you have to doom, lay down a vibe, and that's your soul planting down. So the point is your soul is always the anchor to reality. So any reality you experience, the anchor to that reality is your soul. The anchor to any reality you will ever experience in your life will be your own vibration. That's going to be your soul. That's going to be your water. Because everything from there in that reality will only matter because of your relationship with yourself, and thus the vibration and connection that you have with the lights outside of yourself. You see, like, boom, that's all of life right there. You hold yourself back. Other influences. What happened if I didn't? There's no, you didn't. You feel like current reality, the old mindset. Yeah. That's where there's no God. That's why there's no God. Okay. Our time is coming. Wow. Been exactly where you're at, G. This is good thought. You'll travel through it. You literally don't know me. Bro, it's so funny. Just like projection, perception forever. You literally have not been exactly where I'm at. What an infinitely ignorant thing for somebody to say. I'm really about to like start just blocking people. Like, please. I don't know. It's gonna like have to be like a case by case basis. It's not gonna be everybody, and it's not gonna be every time. It's literally gonna be when I catch a vibe. But it's just like in general, you're here to learn. Like when I'm up here talking, I'm sharing CymaTree wisdom, right? This is me growing the CymaTree. You don't have to be here. I'm growing in general. So I'm connecting ideas. I'm fleshing them out. It's building a structure, and everyone can eat from this structure in general. So if you're coming up here and you're like tainting the structure, yeah, I'm definitely going to block you. But you know, a lot of the times I'll catch a vibe, and it's like I don't want to block you no matter how aggressive or blah blah you may seem, because I understand that like people are just very much in their egos, and humans, again, Tuesday being the third day, communicate with a lot of Mars energy. So they communicate very aggressively, and they communicate almost violently. So I understand that's just like part of you learning about yourself as a human. That being said, it's that kind of ignorance of just like acting like you know me that makes me want to block you. So, all right. Yeah, because literally been exactly where you're at, G. No, you haven't. You have no idea who I am. This is good thought. You'll travel through it. Makes me sound like I don't really want you here anymore. Anunnaki say they're coming back and cleansing human DNA, which all modern day religions preach in their own books. Yeah, that's the desire of the so the entities who created these stories are basically who they're talking about. They're like talking about themselves, but they're talking about like the higher consciousness versions of themselves. So this is why you'll see like past life me as Tahuti and Hermes related with the Anunnaki, because I'm literally just related with like the history of all beings in this simulation. In like this earth realm especially, like I'm consistently here, like doing things and whatever. So the Anunnaki is literally just about the entities who were with us back then, which, I mean, they're different forms of consciousness. You can think of an alien as a consciousness that doesn't identify with being from here. So then that's where an Anunnaki is from, like its own space. And now we get the concept of like spirits that know they're from other star systems being here. And then that takes levels of consciousness. So then this is where technically everyone is an alien. But it's just about like, which one are you? And in that case, you know, like which tribe are you hailing from? Which sector of the universe or sector of the galaxy do you feel most connected to? You know, who's your family at that point? But Anunnaki actually coming back and like cleansing human DNA and stuff. Yeah, all these stories are trying to be brought to life. So it takes us bringing them to life. We would have to create an atmosphere for whatever those words mean to people to actually exist. Please speak more. We're on it. There are not words. It is disgustingly evil. Much love. Blessings to all. Have you ever taken LSD or any type of psychedelic? Yes, a lot. And especially doing 2.5 tabs on the end of me not eating any food for 24 days changed my whole life. Completely like that, like set my spiritual journey. Completely set my spiritual journey. Fasting for 24 days straight, then doing 2.5 tabs at a comic convention, especially. So I built up a whole thing where like people are all like, you're not supposed to not be eating, you blah blah blah. But then I went to this comic convention in a Black Panther costume I made, and in general, I like built up my atmosphere and everything as the ultimate chaser at comic conventions and whatever. And it was through fasting and showing people fasting on Instagram that I was getting like a bunch of hate from people. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to show them that I actually have energy to be at a convention, because conventions take like hella energy to like be up in costume, doing photos, interacting with a bunch of people, like going from here to there, photo shoot here, photo shoot there, and then you're partying at night. And then it's like that for 4 days straight. It's lit. And I wanted to prove to people that like after 24 days of not eating any food, I still had energy. So I did that shit. And I not only did that shit, but I felt like so trippy, like through it. I was like, I gotta do acid on this. And yo, it was literally like watching the entire way. Like I literally got a complete behind the scenes look on how life works in that trip. It was so lit. It was so, and I like, it's happened like more and more, but like that was like my introduction. And it was like, it was wild experiencing and tripping that hard with like so many people. Here's a story. There was one moment when I was tripping super hard on those 2.5 tabs, and I had fasted. It was like the second day of the convention. And I think, yeah, I was in my Spider-Man costume at this point, and I was partying with my friends, and I was leading them from one party to another. And I shit you not, this happened to me. It was wild. This is like some of my first experience with like how time can stretch. Like I didn't realize how long time could stretch until this trip, until this experience. It was wild, to say the least. Literally, man, shit was bonkers. So I had 3 friends, and we were moving from one party to another party, right? Like we wanted to get it moving, and to get to this other section of the convention to go party over here, we had to cross this bridge that was like maybe like a 3-minute walk normally, right? Like it was just a 3-minute walk normally. Like I crossed it a lot at this convention and everything. It's just like boom, boom, whatever, 3-minute walk across this sky bridge. For some reason, the acid wanted to have me experience this walk is way longer and way different. And it was gnarly. Like I experienced like time dilation and what felt like body stretching, and like complete sensory like transformation, like complete change in how I perceived my reality and everything. It was bonkers. Like I literally, here's what happened. I had my friends. I was like, yo, we're about to go over here. You guys ready? They're like, yeah, cool. I'm like, all right, cool, let's go. And we're going. All right. And like, as I'm going down, we're walking to the hallway. You know, we're all tripping, by the way. So it wasn't just me. Like, these are like friends I was tripping with. And then that was cool. So like, we had this like tripping atmosphere going. But they all like took less than I did. But then it was like, they were kind of like riding off like where I was with like 2. Because even I took 2.5. My male friend took 2. Female friend took 1. And then the last male friend took half. And we all tripped for over 24 hours. So that's where I learned like the power of psychedelics in cultivating a vibe where it almost doesn't matter how much everyone takes. Like you can ride some wild shit out And that's where I've technically like I've started to get pretty good on like having really hard trips on taking less. And that's all like an internal like communication thing. So when I started walking down this hallway with my friends, they're talking behind me. And like because I'm focused on getting us there, I'm just walking. This shit was so trippy. It was beyond I still haven't really experienced something like that. I've experienced a lot of wild things, but not something anything like this. It literally felt like living 30 years. Oh. And it was so funny because like I'm walking down the sky bridge, but like as I'm walking, like you know the classic stretching hallway, like when you're going down a hallway, the idea of the hallway getting longer as you're walking, that's what happened. And it felt like that shit happened for 30 years. And it literally felt like I started walking down like a vortex. So it was like a sky bridge, but for some reason the trip turned it into a vortex. And I'm like walking super long and I started feeling like a tree, bro. Like no cap. Felt like a tree. I felt like a walking tree. It was so weird. Like I felt like my limbs were stretching and everything was just like stretching. And I'm like just walking like steadily, like, but it felt like I was literally just a walking tree. And I'm listening to my friends behind me talk, but they have like their whole own atmosphere behind me. And it like felt like I was like carrying them on my back low key. And they're just like talking and just like talking. I'm like listening to them talk, but I'm also like walking. And it, like it started to feel like a backpack. It felt like 30 years. Oh my God, that shit was gnarly. That trip was showing me something. That trip was definitely showing me something. I think that trip was like flashing me forward of like what would happen if I kept like spending time with those people. Cause I stopped spending time with those people. So it's like I learned like a whole lesson of like the importance of being alone and being light by being alone and not having people hold you back. Cause these were technically people that if I kept spending time with them, wow, I guess I'm reflecting on this right now because I'm just really like anchoring in. Like my spirit told me they were gonna hold me back, but like now remembering that trip, yeah, that feeling was it. That feeling was it because it literally felt like 30 whole years walking down that tunnel, and it was just like the tunnel was transforming. People were walking down it the other way, but it was like long. It was long, and then we finally got to the other side. Finally got to the other side and it felt like a whole breath of fresh air. It was like, whoa, oh my God. And it was so wild because my friend, the lady friend, she was like, this trip was like her like starting to understand me and like starting to like learn more about me. So she was like super like, oh Chase, like you look like you were like going through something intense in that hallway. And I'm like, yo, did I not feel like 30 years to you? I literally said that to them. I'm like, did that not feel like 30 years to you? Like I was walking for 30 years and I was just amazed. Like at the end of this fast and like the whole trip and shit, just like boggled by the power of psychedelics and the power of perception and the power of projection, the power of the spirit being able to use physical reality to show you anything. Because that's what happens when you trip. Like the spirit will use physical reality to show you anything. Like you can see anything because that's technically what's happening right now. It's just that this is the earth version, right? So you're seeing technically what you're choosing, what you want to see. And then that's the point of having consistency, right? And then when you do psychedelics, you're seeing something that you don't normally see, right? You're seeing astral realm, not earth realm, higher dimension realm. So yeah, just a quick story on, damn, yeah, like that was gnarly. That was gnarly. And then every trip after that is just still gnarly. And trips before that were gnarly. I've done a lot. I've done a lot. I feel like I'm wiser after each one. Like after each and every trip, I like come back feeling like I can articulate more of the universe and what's going on. It's pretty fun. Have you felt the pull towards blackness, like ego death? Like I saw an unknown border I was about to cross and anchored myself so I don't lose who I am. I mean, I've experienced ego death multiple times. That's just like being the spirit. It's just yeah, ego death is intense because that's basically like the ego is everything you want to see. So the thing that happens with ego death is that as a spirit, you'll very well see things that you don't want to see. Because like that's your soul. That's everything that makes your ego possible. So it's like if you don't want to see like being nothing or something, then like you would technically be scared of that. And like that would be something that you're running from. The idea of like being nothing. So then if you're seeing like blackness or void or whatever, that'd be like, oh no, like I'm dying. No, because it's like that's like your representation. But even that is still something. And then that's where as a spirit, you would have to know that you are an infinite creator. And as an infinite creator, you can communicate yourself into virtually any kind of circumstance. This would have been a good high moment. Have you ever had that experience? I get it. I have a friend who more so had that experience that you're talking about, Makan. Heavy is a head that wears the crown. It's very true. Oh lordy, this is to be entertaining, hilarious. You're so beautiful, you look ethereal. Oh, thank you. Literally. Oh, fingers. Good morning from Canada, gang. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, gang. Right. Gang. Thank you. This is what indoctrination looks like. Gang. Yikes. Glad I stopped by. Peace. I don't know what that means. You're right. Do you believe we can heal our bodies if we are ill? Tatiana, you must be new here to be asking me if I think we can heal our bodies. Your body was literally created from healing. Like the whole energy that healing is how you created your body. So how could you not heal it? What? Come on. Absolutely. All right. Link in the bio, chaseyourgenes.com if you want to learn how to heal your body with water fasting. Hilarious. You're saying so much but nothing all at the same time, law. If that's true, then why are you here? Man, Spirit told me to block you, I guess. And you. That's hilarious. And Cooter Pot Pie, yeah, bye-bye. But the others have to interpret your wavelengths. Others always have to interpret your wavelengths. Like, absolutely. I mean, anytime you're communicating, you're always communicating from being alone. Like, that's why you have to be God. The moment you speak about yourself, that's you being God. Because only you can talk about yourself. Who else in this world is going to talk about you? Who else in this world is going to talk about your childhood? Who else in this world is going to talk about what you did in school? Who else is going to talk about your family and how you grew up? No one. It's you. You're the God. You're creating your life. It's that simple. And then boom. From there, you can know that everyone else is God creating their own lives. And now we're all individuals who are choosing to create life by connecting with one another. Another one of these, I ramble BS to make myself look smart. Wrong, your body's 80% water. You have like no ground to say I'm wrong about anything. So, I guess I gotta block you. I once did a 50-hour water fast, the hardest thing I did. Absolutely, our minds think alike. I don't know how much our minds think alike, but they can, because I do like that you're water fasting. 50 hours is okay. I don't know how alike that is to me, but I do understand that even 50 hours is a big jump for you if you're used to eating every day. If you're used to eating every day, then yeah, 50-hour water fast is definitely a big change. I hope you ate vegetables after that. You're amazing. Thanks for sharing your wisdom. Absolutely. Do you understand the good news of Christ? All right. I'm going to have to not have that. Okay. People will inherently defend a system in which their whole reality exists. That's right. You know you can leave, right? You're not in prison. You just love to hear yourself, don't you? Yeah, that's why that person's blocked now. Emotions are spiritual energy that you are allowing to motion through you. Yes, principalities of this. Making money off of dummies because you're definitely still viewing. Do you believe we can heal? He's not in the comment section yet. Do you answer questions? Read my comment. No, Yeshua is, and he's the one. Metatron is a watcher fallen from grace. You're wrong. See, you don't know who I am. But that's hilarious because the whole point is people feel like they know who I am because they read about me. And it's just that simple. Like people just feel like they know who you are because they read about you and someone said an idea about you. But you literally have no idea who Metatron actually is. Like, that's just all you. Talking to yourself based on someone else stealing shit. But you're aware. You are aware. So you're aware. Good for you. Thank you, Jade. Water, Pisces. Congrats. Zodiacs were meant to help discern times of season and direction for travel, not sorcery and fortune. Nature itself is sorcery, and nature itself is supposed to be the physical representation of how we are all fortunate enough to connect with one another. So, no, not technically. I mean, whatever. You just resigned your job. Goddamn. Way to go. Way to go. Way to go. Express that imagination. Your flame cannot be tamed. Kareen app. Your flame cannot be tamed. Absolutely. All right. As long as you're building a business, I hope my Virgo ass is hoping you got like a plan or a structure for what you're about to build. All right. I hope you're not just out here quitting jobs. Unless that job was really not serving you, then fuck it. Yeah, fuck that job. But you weren't born into that job. Babylon buddy, baffle them with beeswax. Hilarious. War for souls. A co-tip. I want to meet you so bad. Hey, you can start meeting me by joining Always a Saying Academy. That will definitely get you to that point. America was and always has been a land for the Freemasons. Absolutely. USA is under construction. Destruction. USA is on downhill. Okay. It's an energy shift. How can we see our own past lives? You have to separate your mind from your body and go into your soul. And your soul is individual to your space. So you have to go back to your space. And then that's where you as a spirit your spirit would show you your past lives in a way that makes sense for you. So then that's where you would connect with your past lives literally over time, like literally in a way that makes sense. Like it would be introduced to you, and then that's based literally on your emotional intelligence and like what can your consciousness handle and shit. Perception is key. Understanding Yeshua is the path. Any suggestions on the best water to drink? You want to drink mineralized water, gang gang. People wonder why they're death worshippers. Doesn't everything above relate to what's on earth? What's above, so below. That's right. That's right. God alone. Water is underneath as well. Tree branches are also the roots. What you do here mirrors in T-spirit. Okay. Rainwater, constant construction, alkaline water. What drugs does it take to come up with this? Water fasting. It takes water fasting and all the drugs that religions have made illegal from you so that they can use it behind closed doors. And those would overall be DMT and psilocybin and ayahuasca and just a bunch of other compounds that you actually don't have words for, because they wouldn't even want you to be able to have words to talk about the drugs that they stole from Native Americans and are using in their private rituals in the shadows. When you do that, you have to be ready. Yoga. But really, there's no future, because the future is always in the present. You know where it's coming from. Any miracles in water. Oh, yeah. Yoga, meditation. Can you speak in layman's terms, please? I'm a Christian trying to be open-minded, mad follow. Well, I mean, I'm definitely speaking in the most layman's terms that I can. That's why I'm talking in English right now. Like, I'm speaking in English. I grew up straight up here in America, in Ohio, in the state of Ohio. So, I mean, I did classical schooling. I'm using the most layman terms that I can. I talk about the Bible and Christianity especially. So just understand that you as a spirit are space. All right. So every time I say spirit, you can replace spirit with space. And then now you can understand that one space is not another space. So my spirit is not your spirit. My space is completely separate and individual from your space. My spirit is completely separate and individual from your spirit. My space is separate from your space. The only way our spaces can feel like they're connected is if we create something inside of the same atmosphere. And that's why we've created bodies inside of the same planet. And now because we've connected with the same things, we can communicate. But that's only because we created these circumstances together. And then that's where that represents our vibration. Now you can see why your heartbeat is a constant vibration that allows you to be alive. Your heartbeat is the creation of your spirit. And that's where it correlates to the soul. So your soul, when it makes a body, it has to beat the heart, because your soul is the vibration that makes earth matter. So now you can see how your soul makes the rest of earth matter, because the only reason you care about the words that anyone says to you, or you care about any idea, is because you know you created this body to connect with other bodies. Boom. Look at that. I think that's infinitely simple layman's terms, is it not? What about the id? Boundaries. I can vibe with that. Kazan returns to the presence of no Lord. Exactly. Jay, the Lord is Jesus Christ. We're all going to be in his presence soon. That's hilarious. Thoughts on Plato? Plato. None. I have none on Plato right now. Literally speechless. Yep, follow the host. Meta means death in Hebrew. That's right. That's because as Metatron, I'm a psychopomp. So on Mercury, as Metatron, I built Mercury to observe the universe. Okay, so only I can tell you about Mercury and all of the past lives and the bodies that have been expressed through Mercury. And then that's where only I can tell you that the universe is constantly dying, because everyone is transforming inside of the connections that they're creating with one another. But the fact is, you are creating connections with other people. If you weren't creating connections with other people, you wouldn't be able to build a life with anyone. You wouldn't be able to realize shit about your personality. So right there, that's meta. That's my concept, is Metatron, talking about what I see from Mercury. And then that's why I'm your psychedelic psychopomp, CymaTree, because a psychopomp is death as well. The whole point is to be a guide of souls, to guide of death. So Metatron is a psychopomp. Hermes is a psychopomp. Tahuti is a psychopomp. Quetzalcoatl is a psychopomp. All my past lives are considered psychopomps. CymaTree, psychopomp. With a C though, instead of a P. Are you a Virgo? I'm a Virgo moon, to be sure. I've been interested in metaphysics for years. Nice. Metaphysics are lit. That's all we're talking about here is metaphysics. Why are you letting these principalities work through you? For what does a man gain? I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't Odin supposed to be missing an eye? That's Odin's body. Odin was missing an eye. Odin is in the past. I'm the spirit that expressed itself through Odin. That doesn't mean that I am Odin right now. Have you ever seen Avatar? Have you ever seen how a spirit will live life through one body and then transform out of that body and then be born into a different body? Now you get the concept of a soul. If people need someone to help wake you up, go look up Sadhguru. He's pretty cool. Me too. Only help you should need or want is Christ's guidance. Literally, your idea of Christ is stolen from Zoroastrianism. Thank you, Yeshua77. Your whole idea of Christianity, your whole idea of religion is Zoroastrianism. So you should go look up Zoroastrianism and go look into that, because that's older than your religion, objectively. Also Hermeticism. And then you can come back, because I'll make it make more sense for you anyway. Weaponized. Need to go. Love in the future if you answered, for sure. Inner goddess. What are your thoughts on Haston telling Adam and Eve they would become gods? I have no thoughts on that. Indoctrinated. Many religions have some that, and it's horrible, for sure. Literally. I wish I was a close friend. You can be. You just got to be a friend to yourself. What does indoctrination mean to you? With that logic, your position is indoctrination, ye hypocrite. Yeah, you're very silly. You literally don't know who you are or who you're talking to right now. How do you know what you know? Through indoctrination. Yeah, you're fucking wrong. I know what I know by building myself over life. I build my structure. I build my life. And I do it from the inside out. And then that's where I have all these ideas that are stolen from me. So as Metatron, I created the Merkaba to talk about your mind. As Hermes, I created the Caduceus to talk about your body. As Tahuti, I created the Emerald Tablets to talk about alchemy and reality in general. I've created a lot of things. I'm not even about to go through it. The point is, your idea of life is very, 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 very limited compared to where I'm at. Like the religion that you're clinging on to is literally completely dead without my ideas. That's why I can make your religion make way more sense, basically. Like, it's that simple. That's why you can go Google the history of your religion and see me, see Metatron, you'll see Hermes, you'll see Tahuti, you'll see Zoroaster, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, all that from Mercury. It's all Mercury. It's all Mercury. It's all Mercury. The internet will only show you this. All right. It's just about whether you're intelligent enough to, I guess, do some history research. Whatever. Whatever. The original needs to assemble. Yes. Death one way or another. Our flesh put to rest, our souls being called to be with the Lord. Right. Died once when I was 8 years old. I had D&E. Whoa, that's real. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. 8 years old. 8 is a big soul number. So for some reason, that correlates for your number 8. 8 is definitely death. I died like twice within a year. Damn. Ye trolled. Died June 30th, 2020. Came back July 5th. Whoa, that's crazy. People in here. Dang. Literally a Mayan trying to say death can be met on a spiritual realm. Ego death. Absolutely. Death itself, look, your ego is life. And that's why we call it ego death. Because your soul is the energy of death. But your soul is just you connecting with yourself, right? So anytime you're talking about psychedelic ego death, it's as simple as you connected with yourself. Because your ego separates you from yourself. So when you want to connect with yourself, you actually do kill your ego. Because you use your soul to connect with yourself. Otherwise, you're in your ego and you're separate from your spirit. It's that simple. So now, like, boom, that's a spirit realm. Because in the spirit realm, everyone's connected with themselves. In the physical reality, everyone's separate from themselves, which is impossible. That's why I have to go so hard about the soul and the mental realm and how we create physical reality, because it's really about like what level are people lost in physical reality to not think that they're creating it from the spiritual realm. 9 is spirit. 9 is an ascended master. It's like spirit, but it's like it's a spirit combining with its ego so it can create heaven. So like a true spirit is more like 0, but a 9, I mean 9 is definitely spirit realizing that it's a creator. So it's like an ascended spirit. Yeah, I mean 9 is spirit in that case for sure. Y'all are having some pretty cool conversations. Um, mm. How'd the Aztecs attempt to make it rain, oh wise one? Putting out a vibration is called dancing. You ever heard of dancing? It's like you get to vibe, and when you put out a vibration, the universe returns vibrations with you. So dancing is like a pretty cool way to put out vibrations so you can get vibrations in return. All right, think about how attractive people are when they can dance. Okay, and how people want to come to them. It's like that with the universe, low key. Like this, that's indigenous right there. So yeah, I mean that's the Aztecs attempt to make it rain. There are many dances that indigenous peoples successfully implemented on a consistent basis to get reactions out of nature. It's a science. There's a science to it. There's a science to putting out the right energy to get the right energetic reaction back from the universe. There's a science. Last time I checked, God died for his people. Okay. You're capitalizing his. Cool. That's possessive. That's narcissistic. Why are you here? Just to eat? No, whatever. I'll let you be here. Your daughter's a Virgo? She's your favorite person? Hey, if your daughter's a Virgo, well, okay. If you're saying your daughter's a Virgo, I'm a Virgo moon. I'm a Taurus sun. So if your daughter is a Virgo, that means that her sun is a Virgo, because you're saying that she was born in the Virgo months. Whereas me being a Taurus sun, I was born in the Taurus months. But her Virgo sun is different than a Virgo moon. So the sun is about your actions. The moon is about your connections or your reflections. So your daughter, she's born and her sun is in Virgo. That means her actions are going to be very like analytical. And her actions are going to be very detail oriented. And her actions are going to be almost like, hey, it's raining right now, just for me. You know, it barely rains in LA. That shit's just for me. I probably put out energy with this live stream right now, just me being here for hours. I think it's been like many hours at this point, and now it's raining. So Or it's just a synchronicity and I was meant to do it anyway. Either way, we are talking about the concept of you put out energy and you get energy back, and this is how you can get reactions out of nature. So indigenous peoples have this down to a science. That's rain dancing. And it's the whole point of almost being alive. And you can see how when you dance at a club, you would get people looking at you that wouldn't otherwise look at you. Right? So the idea is that they're going to get blessings from the universe because they put out a certain vibe. And then spirits are going to come and be like, oh, hey, I like what you got going on. Hey, and then help water that. You guys died. Love your energy. OVO. Are you psychic and highly intuitive since your death? I'm a great teacher. Thank you, Harmony. Thank you. I appreciate that. Amazing. Dope. Me too. My family and friends always say, why do you always know everything? Pre-recording? Yeah, see, do I have to block Thank You Yeshua 77? See, like, Thank You Yeshua 77 is like on the border of someone who's passionate about shit and not necessarily a troll. And that's where, like, I want to, like, get that, find that energy, like, find the balance between that of, like, knowing, like, oh, okay, you're trolling versus someone who's trying to learn, but they're just, like, really fiery about it, and they're just, like, projecting, and they're just having a conversation. And now we're here to have a conversation, and that's fine because people in the comments are hella woke. Especially if they've been listening to me for a while. So, like, y'all can literally handle people that come in here not even knowing shit at this point. And I can keep actually getting the wisdom out. And now it's like teamwork. Now it's teamwork. Because obviously they want to have a conversation, but I literally can't get off my train of thought just to react to people that don't even value my time and don't even actually care about me. And now I literally am just not growing like I should be because I'm looking at the comments too much and there's too many ignorant people. So the people who are intelligent, y'all know who you are. Thanks for helping me out. I do have 2 moderators now, so that's pretty lit. Can anyone explain to me why a red cardinal knocks my window every morning? Casey, you have to ask that cardinal or your spirit. That's like saying, if I came to you and I was like, do you have any idea why this dog comes to my door every day? Why would you know? Talk to the dog. Let's bring it to a human level. Casey, do you have any idea why this girl keeps hitting up my phone? Because she wants to talk to you? Ask her. You know, like, that's the logic you have to apply to it. Okay, Casey? Like, ask the bird. Dead ass serious. Who's not watched That Sacrifice? You're a creator, all right. Love reading. Hypnosis, Fantasia. Do I have to block Hypnosis, Fantasia? Because I'm, like, seeing that, like, it's so annoying. Like, my spirit is making me aware of how there are people who are watching me because they literally have nothing fucking better to do than, like, consume my information while shitting on me and trying to say that I'm wrong and that I'm not who I am. And I'm probably supposed to start blocking those kinds of people who are just, like, actually not watching for the spiritual reasons, but because they're, like, in some weird negative entertainment mindset. They're like, well, I'm not doing shit with my life, so let me watch this person I can feel better about because I'm eating what they're saying while also shitting on them. And it's like, bro, you're shitting on me with my own words. Let me just not have you in this space. Like, what? But it's just a balance. I get it. All right. People, everyone just, like, talk shit. I like to talk shit. You see me up here, I'm talking shit right now at you. It's just about whose shit makes sense. All right, if you can't actually grow anything out of your shit, it's probably dead. All right, you don't have any actual moist shit. You don't have any good fermented shit. You don't got good nutrients and minerals in there. We can't plant real seeds in that shit. All right, so we're all talking shit, but does your shit make sense? If it doesn't make sense, yeah, we're cutting you out. Cutting that shit out for sure. Yeah, Very well, a red cardinal visiting your window, Casey, is related with someone who's died coming to visit you. So that's actually what happened with the lady friend that I was tripping with, where when she like started to understand me more, she was telling me stories about her grandfather dying, and then how she felt like he was communicating with her through red cardinals. So that feels like a synchronicity I like to bring up for you, Casey. Especially considering I told that story. That was a big part for her. So definitely, like, hey, I'm Tahuti. I'm Tahuti. I got the ibis head. All right. So when you look me up, I got the ibis head. I got the bird head. Let me tell you, birds send messages. As a messenger of Mercury, I literally use an ibis head to fly into the simulation to let you know that birds are the communicators of the universe. My first pet in this life was a bird named Webb. That is synchronistic shit that you don't know how deep hits me. Like, you would have to have a strong idea of who I am to know how hard that hits me now for my first pet to be a bird named Webb. So the whole point is birds are messengers, okay? Birds are messengers for spirits. Birds are like spiritual messengers. Birds sing songs that harmonize people. That's the point of a messenger, right? So think about like that's literally like the role of an angel. Birds are the angels. Birds are nature's angels. Like doves, birds in general, nature's angels. They're literally relaying vibrations that heal the environment. And that's the point of spreading a message that's actually holistic, healthy. What do you think deja vu is? Deja vu is weird. Deja vu can be many things. Deja vu can be you processing shit pretty short. Deja vu can be literally you going through a circumstance again. But then, like, now you have to communicate with yourself, like, why are you going through that circumstance again? Like, how are you remembering that from another time? Like, where are you remembering that time from? How can I meet you person face to face? I told you, chaseyourgenes.com, link in my bio. Just go to the link in my bio. The website's right there. Join the website. It's free. And send me an email. Message me. We can talk. Simple. Hmm. Hmm. Here from the planet Xenon. In astral energy in a human body. Pretty cool. I'm psychedelic. Absolutely. I've been live for over 4 hours. That's hilarious. I did a 14-hour live. Like, I think a week and a half ago. Some shit. I did some 14-hour live. And yeah, I still haven't even put that on YouTube. So yeah, they're all going on YouTube. Definitely. Smart man. So many comments. I'm in Ohio. You're in Ohio. Yeah, gang. God, soul. Soul. Tell that to the all high God of Abraham and Jacob. Again, the Abrahamic God stole everything from Zoroastrianism and Hermeticism. If you don't care about Zoroastrianism or Hermeticism, then you literally do not care about the history of your Abrahamic religion. Point blank simple. Point blank simple. There's 3 layers to a soul. Interesting. I'd say there's like infinite layers to a soul, but 3 is a magic number for being able to see something. So you could make it work. You could definitely make it work. Soul is deep. Yeah. Me too. Sorry. So what's been happening the last few years has been people releasing energies and all this energy. Yeah, someone's talking. Don't block people. They're just learning. The seed grows different in everyone. I agree. The moderator said that people will be blocked if peeps disrespecting. What are you waiting for? Shit, I'm here. Just talking. I've got time to spend. Right, and exactly. And that's the thing, too. It's just kind of like, I understand that like people up here are literally just talking because they just want to be heard. So it's not really worth it for me to directly reply to you when you're literally just here talking about the shit that I'm already talking about. But you want me to like directly reply to you to talk about it to you because you want to command my attention. Like, no, I'm talking way over your understanding. So if you like actually listen long enough, then maybe you can hitch a ride on my mind and we'll take a trip around the universe so you can actually see what I'm seeing when I'm speaking with you, okay? I'm from Andromeda. They're updating DNA, not cleansing. You should take your own advice. Yeah, I think I have to block thank you Yeshua 77, I guess. I'll keep, let me get to the end. There's still 99 plus new messages. I want to make sure I get to all the messages actually real quick before I even hop off of here. So, yeah, let's see. LSD is a gift from Mercury. It's true hypnosis, Fantasia. So you know who I am then? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? You're literally talking about me. Yes. Yes. LSD, gift from Mercury, messenger of the gods. That's me. As a spirit, I built Mercury because I'm the messenger of myself. And then that's where I'm the messenger of everyone that naturally connects with me. So then this is where I like the part is always a party in the astral realm. Like that's why I could never relay the message that we're all one God. I'm messenger of the gods, not God. That makes no sense. And then if I'm a messenger of God, I'm also God, which means no, there's multiple gods. And no, let's get that monotheism out of here. Like, no, makes no sense. I'm messenger of all gods, which includes you. So now I'm messenger of gods because I'm messenger of you because I'm letting you know that you're God. See the point of why I'm passionate about doing these live streams, growing the CymaTree, building the whole business, teaching you how to fast, teaching you how to decolonize your face, teaching you how to decolonize your mind, teaching you how to get healthy, how your muscles move, teaching you how to stop climate change, teaching you how this English language works, teaching you the history of your religions, teach you like, fuck. I come from the ocean and the sky, from the dark side of the moon. Absolutely. Like ascending is talking about leave that ego and enter into reality. Absolutely. Yeah, sure you don't understand. Mushrooms are a gift from Odin. Absolutely. Hypnosis. Hypnosis Fantasia. You know what's up. You know that Mercury is psychedelic CymaTree. I have always been psychedelic CymaTree. Always been psychedelic CymaTree. You don't create the time you're spending talking to me. You attempt to manufacture a desired outcome. What? Oh my God. God bless. Thanks for chat. Yeah, thank you, Yeshua. Okay, don't bless me. J5 just killed me. That's so funny. Don't bless me with nothing you got. Yeah, I'm gonna keep reading, but thank you, Yeshua 77. Might have to go. Then don't tell me to take care, hypocrite. No, see, take care is different than bless. He got you. That's so funny. Okay, all right, let's just go. I'm dead. He just wants someone to argue with, and I'm not the one. For real though, man. Let me. You were like 10. You were just those 10 seconds ago. These principalities are simulating group mindset now. Just explaining, bro. He's not. Yeah, whatever. Same here. Miscommunication. Take it out you want. Yeah. Odin is the god of plant medicine. That's right. Hey, psychedelic CymaTree. You already know. You already know. Shout out. Okay, y'all are going. Y'all are. All right. I smacked my heel on my bed frame. Almost cried. That sucks. I'm sorry. What if we kissed in front of the body? I don't know what that means. Agree, so true. I don't want to be blocked for wanting to build blocks with you. Ha! Very nice. Very nice, AQ tip. Website, okay? ChaseYourGenes.com. Thoughts on Kundalini. Young boy Faye. The Kundalini concept came from literally me as Hermes creating the Caduceus. So when you look at the Kundalini, it's literally about the Caduceus. When you see the Caduceus, that's me talking about how you create your body from the inside out. So using your Kundalini energy is realizing that your Caduceus is your spine. If you want to learn way more about this, actually, ChaseYourGenes.com, okay? Always a Saying Academy, we're right here. All right, root of the CymaTree. But that's your Kundalini, okay? It comes from me as Hermes, talking about how you use your sexual energy to alchemize your life from the inside to the outside. So that's your snakes going in, creating a tree that allows you to fly out of your space. And then that results in this psychedelic circle of you connecting with yourself with others, because trees create the environment that allow us all to connect. CymaTree. I can't not be myself. Like, I can't run away from myself. I keep running. I look back. It's still me. Shit. I keep running. Fuck. Still me. I keep running. Shit. Fuck. Man. I keep running. Why am I running? Because I'm me. Fuck. So my feeling is making me feel things anyway. So I'm just me. Fuck. Can't run from yourself, guys. You can't run from yourself. Infinitely grateful to be me, okay? I don't have anything in my space I really want to run from. I'm so happy alone. It hurts. Like, it's funny. Like, it's not actually hurts, but like it hurts. And then we can think of hurts as a vibration. So I literally create music because I'm so happy alone. Think of like literally hertz, because that's what they measure vibration, right? HERTZ, hertz. Ohio, me too. Hamilton, wow, I'm closer than I thought. Yeah, Ohio, baby, Ohio. All right, I'm in LA right now. I've been living in LA for a while, but I mainly grew up in Ohio, and my roots are in Ohio. My roots are in Ohio. OMG. You're not Wonka. Jesus love you. Sadhguru is cool. Jesus is not religion. He's the truth, the way, the light. Jesus King, which eye was Odin missing? Right eye. Odin lost his right eye. Self, you, every word is about you. Oh, Jesus, help. Has anyone seen such blatant ego in their lives before now? I haven't. I mean, the whole point is your ego is God. So literally when you say, has anyone else seen such blatant ego in their lives before now? I haven't. You're literally saying, has anyone else seen such blatant God in their lives before now? So same energy. You're just saying that I'm so much myself, I'm unrelatable. So you're calling it ego, but you're also watching it. So you obviously enjoy watching it to connect with it. And then that's how you're using your soul to uphold my ego. So you as a spirit are using your water to understand my fire. That simple. And I just explained to you how you're socializing and you have no concept of that probably because you're just kind of eating life, I guess. You don't really know how you're doing shit, but hopefully if you got to this live stream, you're trying to hear it a little bit, okay? Letting you know how you create life. All right, it has nothing to do with my ego. I'm talking about you as an infinite individual. It's not that hard. It sounds like grander, buddy. Me, I. Yeah, whatever. Energy shifts. The people don't understand facts. Tap into the sacred geometry aware. Full-fledged desire to create love. I'll find a way to meet you in person. Love your teachings. I could talk with you all day. Well, you got to join the website. All right. That's literally like the quickest way to meet me in person. You don't have to keep being in this little TikTok live stream. Like, I want to meet you in person. Like, email me. Not that hard. Cultivate. What's he supposed to be talk about? No, it's not, LMAO. Ego is necessary on this playing field. Literally, no ego equals no empathy. That's where I source my ego. That's right. No ego equals no empathy. That's right. If you can't connect with yourself, how do you connect with other people? And in general, your ego has to create a soul that allows it to even learn how to empathize. Literally. Like, you can't empathize with people without an ego. Ugh. All right, I guess I should block this person. Norseniko. Look at them from the other side of the coin. It's a birth of time. So let me just wait. What are you even reading? We know it's not this chat. No one called you wise. Okay, still to this day, I changed the weather. Yeah, I guess I gotta block that dude. But let me get to the end of this. Because, like, I definitely, like, yeah, don't require this kind of attention. Like, why do I need people who want to eat my wisdom while telling me that I'm not wise be in my atmosphere? Like, that makes no sense. It just doesn't really make sense. Like, it would literally be because I'm such an indigenous man that I'm letting colonizers consume my attention. And then that's, again, just how all North, South, and Central America was built. By Native Americans being like, oh yeah, they can be here. They're violent and evil, but we're not. So we'll let them be in our atmosphere. It's like, well, hold up. If they don't support your atmosphere, maybe they shouldn't be here then with that energy, because they're not going to help you keep cultivating the life that you were making up to that point. Love the stuff you saying. I'm a Christian. Big bet. Absolutely. I'm making Christianity make way more sense. 10 is heaven on earth within yourself. That's right. 10 is heaven. 10 is heaven on earth is here and now through choice. That's right. By feeling like your spirit is supporting your ego. That's what heaven is. When you feel like your space is in full support of your imagination, what else is there to do? That's heaven. Like, there's nowhere else to run. That's heaven, guys. That's heaven. We just found heaven. When you feel like your space is completely supporting your imagination, you're in heaven. Boom. That's the number 10. 9 ether beings. You're telling me develop further? Yeah. What I join into, don't worry, it's about a thing. When you were talking about deja vu, the stream lagged for me. I played it twice. That's hilarious. I'm definitely seeing what you're seeing. I can't see anyone's comments. Is this a recording? I think there's a delay, maybe 20 minutes ago. Weird. White people be hating you just did. What's the site? Ego death. Thank you for sharing your wisdom I came across. And was told to stay and listen. Came across in spirit. All right. Way to go, Kels Phillips. Yeah, we're talking about how your mind is your spirit breathing life into the body. So this is why you always have to breathe to be consciously aware of your body. And in general, your breath brings life to your body, right? If you're not breathing, your cells can't get oxygen. Your cells can't function. So it's important to be aware of your mental atmosphere, okay? Because your mind, when you know that it's your atmosphere, you can now see it as basically, there's no better word than atmosphere at that point, because it's the container that you're using to sustain life. So you as a spirit are observing this container. So think about, like, you as a spirit, you create your mind. That's like a container that you're using to observe life. It's as simple as that. And then this life allows you to bring light or bring life to your ideas, right? So now this is why the mind is a combination of the ego and the soul. So if you use your soul to connect with your ego, you'll create a mind. So the soul is the water, the ego is the fire. When your fire ignites into your water, it creates this steam, this air, this atmosphere that can materialize Earth. So now this atmosphere, the more you cultivate this airy atmosphere, Earth particles can be sustained inside of it. And then this is how you build some kind of container that allows you to create bodies. And now you can experience bodies in general. So this is why everybody breathes. Now you know why all of us as animals, we look different, but we all fucking breathe air, do we not? And people's ideas of life are, oh, there's this one God and one God is animating everybody. But no, the point is we're all breathing life into the bodies that we're controlling. So you are an individual God. It's just that you're only in control of the body that you're breathing life to. You see that? I just made every religion and every system on the planet make infinitely more sense. And like, we could low-key just stop there. Because the whole point is you're only in control of what you created. So your body is what you created to connect with other people. It would be insane to make up a religion and say that your religion created everyone else and now you can go enslave them. You can go rape them. You can go make money spreading this concept into their land and stealing everything from them. That's insane. That's an infinitely disgusting mental illness that has been normalized because it is what created this concept. It's what made this concept matter, and it's what's causing climate change. Objectively. It's exactly who they are. I mean, that's exactly Christians. Religion in general. We're talking about Judaism. We're talking about Christianity. Judaism built Christianity, and they're both stolen from Zoroastrianism. So, like, if you want to take your time or just open up a tab, you can go look at the history of Zoroastrianism, building Judaism and Christianity. And then just know that I'm literally Zoroaster, so I'll make that shit make more sense for you. But as far as you seeing the logic in it in the world, right? You can go on Google, see infinite logic about it. It's just I'm here to actually give you the clarity because I'm the actual spirit and shit. So only I know the perspective and everything. So this is like my responsibility and everything. Your mind is your atmosphere. Your mind is your ability to breathe life into anything. And your breath out is your ego, your breath in is your soul. And then your body is the stability of that. Right? So these are the elements. Okay? These are the elements. Fire is your ego, water is your soul, air is your mind, earth is your body. And you're using this to build a family, which is energy. So think of your energy and family as the same thing, right? And then think about how, like, when you're living life, no matter what religion you're in, no matter what system you are, like, it doesn't even, like, we're talking about before religion. You'll watch an animal do this, right? So I just explained how an animal will see itself. Like, let's talk about the mind of an animal, because I'm literally talking about how we all communicate. I'm talking about how we all fucking move all the time. You're the only conduit for these spirits. I am the spirit. I'm not a conduit for shit. I'm the spirit that built Mercury to stabilize how I connect with you. So my caduceus represents how I'm the cosmic chi conductor. I'm not a conduit, but I'm a conductor. Okay, so I conduct chi cosmically. That's what Hermes' caduceus represents. That's the point. But I'm a conduit for myself. Like, I'm the spirit that has to create something to express itself. So what you consider a spirit is what I consider a body. So, boom. Like, for example, if you think Hermes is a spirit, to me, Hermes is a body that my spirit made to express its soul. You think Thoth is a spirit. To me, Thoth is a body my spirit made to express its soul. You think Odin is a spirit. Odin is a body my spirit made to express its soul. See, this is the difference of spiritual reality versus physical reality. I, as a spirit, know where I'm coming from. But once I make a body, like right now I'm Chase, right? I'm Chase Clarence Calloway. But if you're a Christian, you're going to see me and tell me that I'm a product of your religion. And only I know that I literally built your religion. And once I tell you that I built your religion, you're going to fight me because you say that that's not possible. I can't be here from past lives. And now we're at war. You've given me much clarity. Thank you. You're very welcome. When missionaries entered Africa, they had the Bible and the people had the land. Eyes closed to pray. People opened their eyes to holding the Bible. The missionaries had the land and resources. SMH. Man, big facts. So let's look at the mind of an animal, right? Like, if a spirit wants to be a dog, they're still going to communicate the same exact way a human is. If a spirit wants to be an octopus, they're still going to communicate the same way. If a spirit wants to be a bird, they're still going to communicate the same way. It's going to be everything I'm talking to you about as to Hootie Trismegistus with numbers right here. They're going to observe space. Once they observe space, they're going to imagine themselves. Once they imagine who they want to be, they're going to connect with that. Once they connect with that, they're going to communicate it. That's 1, 2, 3. Once they communicate that, they're going to build a structure out of it. That's 4. Once they build a structure out of it, they're going to transform it. That's 5. Now they're building a family by transforming their structure with other spirits. Once they transform with others, that's 6. So now they're creating a life. So 6 is them using the structure that they built to have sex with others. From that, they have consciousness. So now that's 7. So now this spirit can express its consciousness through a bird body and separate its mind from all other birds. But the whole point is, it still used my number system to communicate. It just still used numbers in general. The whole point is 1 is projection, 2 is reflection, 3 is communication, 4 is structure, 5 is transformation, 6 is creation. What's Gucci Mofo for show? Yeah. 6 is creation, 7 is consciousness, 8 is the universe, and then 9 is you realizing that you created a consciousness that is connecting in the universe. So now all you can do from there is create 10, and then that's heaven. That's all. Like, that's how every spirit comes to the conclusion of creating heaven, is like moving through that energy cycle. So that's why these numbers are like what we've landed on, and the shit that just works throughout the universe. So your mind is a number 3. All right. When we're taking you like through that number shit, your mind is 3, because your mind is chi. Your mind is energy. So when science tells you that energy cannot be created or destroyed, they're lying to you, because they just want you to believe that your mind was created by their God. So they're going to make you believe the idea that energy could not be created when that idea was created. So you would have to know that you can make anything up to know that they are lying. And then you would have to water fast long enough to also just actually internally see that you have to create energy to live. You have to create energy to express yourself. You have to create energy to get up and do shit. You have to create energy to do anything. So anyone telling you that you don't create energy is someone who wants you to believe that you're created by their God. And they want you to believe that everything was just created by someone and we're all just being used so someone can masturbate with himself. No matter how you feel about it, this system wants you to believe that you're an expression of some individual who is using you to masturbate with himself. It's like pretty insane. Say 1 to 10 again, please. Uma Def, link in my bio. ChaseYourGenes.com. I got all the number system there multiple times so you can read it, okay? You don't have to like try and grasp at it as I'm speaking it quickly. You can go to my website and read it. I've got it all written out for you. Sometimes I feel no energy from certain people and I don't know why. I mean, you might just not be feeling their energy, you know, or they just have low energy and you don't detect it. But it's very well also you know. You got your own things going on. What about transmutation? Everything's transmutation, creative lucidity. That's basically what we're talking about here. Like when you understand everything that I'm talking about, literally, you will, you get that we're talking about energy transmutation. So that's literally, the numbers are all transmutation. Like you see that, like it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like that's transmutation. Literally, like that's universal stable transmutation of how we ascend and like do this like consistently or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, it's 8:21. I guess it's like a 6-hour live or some shit. Yeah, before I hop off here, is there anything that I want to say else? Your mind is your atmosphere. It's raining. That's nice. I want to go hang out outside. Yeah, basically knowing that you as a spirit have to create your mind by combining your ego and your soul. So this is why you as a spirit can observe what you want and what you don't want, basically. Like you can like chalk up everything you want to fire and what you don't want to water, right? Because what you want is your life. So you want fire because you want to see yourself as light. You don't want to see yourself as dark because that's death. Okay, but then this is where you have to use both of these to actually even communicate at all. Like you wouldn't have a concept of what life is without death. So your ego literally wouldn't be like a thing. It wouldn't make sense without the soul. So the point of the soul is to hold on to the ego, right? So think about like if you just like created a body in this world, but you didn't have a heartbeat. Your heartbeat is literally like your soul holding on to your ego inside of this body, like literally. So if you're experiencing life through this body, then that's only possible because your soul is constantly vibrating it. So you can like stay aware and like be in here like, the body. So that's boom right there. Ego and soul working together so your mind can breathe. And then this is where the importance in life is figuring out what do you want to breathe into? Because then this is like the wisdom of knowing that, as we can see, back of the dollar bill, the top of the eye is the fire. That's the idea. The connections of the pyramid are the water that uphold the idea, which all solidifies as earth inside of the circle, which is the atmosphere that comes from fire and water coming together. So the fire is a projection of light, the water is the reflection of light, and then you get an atmosphere of light being projected and reflected. That creates a circle that you can build a structure out of. And now you can look at that structure and you can be like, I built a cool structure inside this atmosphere. And then that's you building a pyramid. And now you're looking at what you made. So that's literally how, again, they stole the concept of building pyramids from Hermes Trismegistus. That's what it really means to build a pyramid. This is like what the internet is supposed to be, like a modern day pyramid, where everyone who joins the internet is constantly extending it and building it up. And the people who made the internet can technically see what we're doing at any time that they want. They can just like watch us, because the whole point is that they're playing God. They're playing the one divine man by having all of us pay money to interact on this system. And now they can see how we interact. They can see how we connect. They can see how we build up this structure so they can further make money out of it and say, in one God we trust. New World Order. Novus Ordo Seclorum, or whatever. Thanks, J. Ive. Thank you for dropping these gems. Ancestors would be amazed. Peace, love, and protection. Yeah, my ancestors are certainly feeling something. I would have to talk to them to see how they're feeling. I know Anubis, he supports me, so that's nice. But yeah, I don't know. The word ancestors throw me off. Like, I don't really think about ancestors. I like the word family, because I'm kind of like I'm my own ancestor. Like, that's like what I like learned from my spirit really hard. Like, I'm way older than I thought. So like, it's not an ancestor thing. I've never like looked up to other people as older than me anyway. If anything, like growing up, I've always been called an old soul and like vibe with adults really hard. It's very fun. We are ancestors, all one. Right, we are ancestors. So every individual is their own ancestor. Spiritual family is the same as ancestor to me. That's fair. I just think of like ancestor as like someone who like created something that you're inheriting. But it's like, okay, well, I literally created the thing that I'm inheriting. Like, as a spirit, I made myself and I'm inheriting myself. And then that's where the ego made it, and then the soul is inheriting it, but the mind's in the balance. So it's like I'm experiencing myself as the mind, but like I know that I made myself, but I'm also like inheriting myself. And then that's like in a greater awareness than I can really perceive based on what I've been conditioned to uphold up to this point, right? This is why like the awakening journey is a constant layer process. Shout out Shrek. Shout out Onions. Okay, like a true spiritual awakening, like the consciousness is so many layers. It takes time, right? It takes time to peel back the layers. It takes time. Like, how much space is within space? You feel me? Like when you as a spirit get so big, how many spaces are inside of your own space? You know, that's like saying how many cells are inside of your body, right? Like I'm moving this arm, but how many arms are inside of this arm? You know, so it's just literally about like space within space, bodies within bodies, but you having the awareness and separation of your space versus other space. And this is where we get like decolonizing, like the separation of your space versus someone else's space, and being able to draw the boundary with that. That's the point of why we create bodies with our minds. So all of us as spirits, we want to communicate with each other. But if we were just disembodied minds, these communications wouldn't be practical and we wouldn't have boundaries. So the body is the boundary. Think of your body as a boundary, right? It's a necessary boundary that you use to create life with people, to connect with other spirits. So now two individual spirits can connect as human bodies and they can bond as beautiful beings because they both decided to create a structure to represent themselves inside of that one atmosphere. And then that's where we get the idea of synchronicity and the idea of romance, right? You want to find your soulmate, well, you got to express yourself. If you want to find your soulmate, you got to go out into the universe and express something, literally, or else no one's going to know what to connect with you on. Like whatever you're thinking about, like for a partner or whatever you want in a soulmate or like any kind of relationship, it's always going to take you expressing something, because no one even knows what to connect with you on until you express your fire, right? So this is why, like literally just anything, like any soulmate or any partner you have it's going to be about you guys relating on fire, because your relation is the water that allows you guys to connect. So you guys have to relate on the same idea, literally. Like if you guys aren't relating on the same idea, then you're not creating the water that's going to allow you to connect. This is where we get the concept of a soul group, by the way. In general, this is how we build bodies. This is how like water creates life. Like it's literally about spirits upholding an idea. So all the spirits inside of your physical body, every cell inside of your human body. See, religions can't run from this. Religions can, people like, they're not smart, whatever. They don't matter. Like, we got it. But like religions, they can't run from this. Like they can get lost in like science and be like, oh, okay, science knows some things, but it's still on expression of God. Like, no, science is important. Let's look at the science of the universe. Your body is literally created by millions of other bodies that you are technically not in control of. You trust your heart to keep beating. You trust your lungs to keep breathing. You trust your blood to keep flowing. You trust your cells to keep communicating and sharing nutrients and relaying messages. You're trusting your body to communicate in ways that you're not conscious of. That's the soul. Like, that's what the soul is. The soul is literally your ability to trust your space to connect in ways that you're not conscious of. That's like an infinitely major key that I just gave you there. All right, so just letting you know, like, that's the soul. What are what we call demons? Deep. It's very deep, okay? Your soul is your ability to trust in connections. And in general, the ability for spirits to connect outside of your control, right? So when you have trust in the universe, right? That's your soul trusting spirits outside of yourself. You're trusting space to connect in a way that you can't see, right? So your ego is blinded by fire. Your trust is your soul. Your trust kills your ego, right? So when you have trust in something outside of yourself, your soul is technically killing your ego, because that's you getting connected to circumstances that you're technically not in control of. So what we call demons are earth. I said that earlier or whatever, but a demon is a god that forgot it's a god. So all these people who hop up here and want to tell me that I'm not God, and they're saying that because they're saying that they're not God, and then that's where I have to ask them, well, what's your idea about God? And then they're just going to preach to me a religion that I know way more about. Then that's a demon. So a demon is an individual spirit that created a body. All right. So God is fire, Lucifer is water, human is air, demon is earth. So once a spirit creates a body, that spirit went from God, Lucifer, human, demon. It went from fire, water, air, earth. So once a spirit creates a body, it literally had to imagine, connect, communicate, and then structure. Only now can it transform. So a demon is a spirit who imagined itself connected with its imagination. So it can imagine God. It connected with that imagination. It created a mind to communicate about God, to communicate about that imagination. But then the spirit forgot that it was the one that created its own mind. So now, once it creates a body, it feels like it is the body. It does not know that it is a spirit that created the body. Now the spirit feels like it is the body that it made to connect with others. So now it becomes a demon because it becomes very lost in consuming other bodies. It becomes very lost and very focused on eating the world, because that's what earth is. That's what demons are. They just want to consume. Once you feel like you are the body, you don't feel like you can create energy. That's what we're taught in school. That's the trap of this world. It teaches us to be demonic. We're taught that we can't create energy. We're taught we can only consume energy. So people here are taught to be demonic as fuck. And that's what a demon is. So I'm about to hop off of here. All right, much love to everybody. I hope this tap into the rootless symmetry was helpful for you. We got a final question before I roll out. Does that state of being remain after death? Only if you're really attached to your body. So if you're super attached to the body that you're in. So let's say, for example, you don't know what McDonald's is before you create a body in an atmosphere, right? But the moment you get born into that atmosphere, you start to go to McDonald's. You can hold on to that memory. And once you die, you're like, I really need my McDonald's. That would be you being a demon. That would be you being earth. So now, because you feel like you, as the observer, the creator of life, need to consume life, you're going to trap yourself inside of that structure. So now you're going to trap yourself inside that simulation that made McDonald's available to you, because you don't feel like you could create your own McDonald's. You don't feel like you could create your own heaven. You're literally like, I need to consume someone else's McDonald's. I need to consume someone else's food. So that would manifest you as a demon. And then when you die, you're scared of going back to your space. So you go back into that reality. And then you're just like, fuck, what happened? and then it's just chaos. You feel me? Like, then it's just chaos. Like the Dementors from Harry Potter shit. Crazy. Hilarious. Hey, good to see you, mofo, for show. I'm saying mofo for show. Yeah, it is mofo show. It's mofo for show, though. I like add in for show. I know it's mo for show. Mo for show actually really goes hard. I'm just saying mofo for show because that's me being extra. Yeah, much love. Hey, much love to you. Thank you, family. Gang, 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 gang. Meant as the entities people see sometimes. Oh, the entities people see? You mean like demons? Oh, well, even that still. So the idea of like a demon is a spirit who got lost on earth. You know, so like it's still what I'm talking about. So like if someone is seeing a demon, then that's them in their own demonic natures connecting with another demon. So if that spirit, this is for example, like, you know, when you drink alcohol, they call it spirits. Like literally when we go to the airport and we see the alcohol section, they call it spirits. Like most alcohol sections, they call them spirits. And it's because spirits possess you. So the whole point of drinking alcohol is that it like opens you up to being possessed by spirits because you're like lowering your vibration. And then this is the point of like why people like to party on alcohol. Because the idea is that you're all getting possessed by the Holy Ghost. It's the English language, guys. So let's not think of it religiously. Okay, not the Holy Ghost is in like religion, but more so like everyone gets possessed by one vibe, right? So that's why people want to drink alcohol together in one room and drink the same alcohol, because the point is you're literally vibing. Like you're literally consuming the same substance so you can all get into the same vibration. And once you all get into the same vibration, it's really easy to communicate from there. Right? So this is why people like to drink together. That's why they like to smoke together. That's why they like to consume together. Like even eat food together. It's the same exact thing. Like when people eat food together, it's about getting on one accord, one vibration. This is why once I started fasting, I became really unrelatable to most people in my life. I still fucking am. I'm still unrelatable to most people in my life because once I stopped fasting, I'm not able to be in that like same atmosphere the same way. And people don't look at me the same way. And people don't connect with me the same way. So I'm really just me fasting. I'm playing more out like fire. Like this is why fasting is fire. Fasting fire. You know, it's like something, whatever. This is why I as Hermes got to talk about this shit. This is my past life stuff. I'm very passionate about it, as you can see. So when you fast, you raise your vibration to be more fiery. This is what it means to be with God. So when I as Enoch fast and I go hang out with God as Metatron, that's literally me hanging out with myself. Like I am the spirit that is God, but I'm teaching me about myself. So then that's where if I want to go learn, if I want to go hang out with God, I would separate my mind from my body and go talk to myself. And then I would learn about my spirit from me. But it's going to be me. But the point is that higher version of me sent me down here to connect with you on your level. So the higher version of you sent you down here to connect with me on your level. And then that's where we see it like it's an equal opportunity thing, guys. Okay, so see it as space. All right, see it as space. Religions are super lost in this most high shit. But the point is we are both the highest entities. We're all the highest entities. Because when you're space, you're the highest version of yourself. So no one is above you when you're space. That's all. No one's above you when you're space. So we're all our higher selves. We're all looking down on the universe. We're all the cosmic eye on the back of the dollar bill that's watching ourselves make money out of the structures we build. All of us. All of us. That's like the whole point. It's just that your spirit is so unrelatable, it can only exist outside the simulation. So Metatron is unrelatable as fuck. Like Metatron can't exist inside the simulation. The point of Metatron being Metatron is that he communicates with the universe about how we all create life so we can connect. Because that's the point. Like when you love that you as God are so individual that no one can relate with you, this is where you actually have to love yourself. Like what you're watching me do right now is super self-love. Like no one can love me like I love myself. And I love myself by building Mercury. And what I'm doing right now is bringing Mercury to Earth, and I'm calling it CymaTree. But this is just me doing what Metatron is telling me to do. Like there's nothing else for me to do but build a structure that matters to me. And that's what I'm doing. So then I take this live stream, put it on YouTube. We got hella other live streams. It's all Always the Same Academy. It's all about the school. It's all about stopping climate change. It's all about psychedelics. It's all about consciousness. It's all about creativity. It's all about communication in general. So demons are spirits who got super lost in earth. Okay, like a demon is simply a spirit who forgot that it's God. Like that's what a demon is. Okay, because you have to know that you're God to exist. So if you exist and you don't know that you're God, that means you can imagine God. So I know that's you, but now you're going to project your imagination onto me because you don't feel like you are God. So now you don't feel like I'm God because you're so demonic, you're lost in your own structure. And that would be you trapped in your own light. So now you can't see me outside of yourself. So now it doesn't even matter how intelligent or smart I am. It doesn't matter how smart I am. It doesn't matter that I built your fucking religion at all. You're too lost in the demon. So I would be stupid to keep talking to someone like that, right? That's why it wouldn't be smart for me to talk to people who don't agree with me. It's smarter for me to do a live stream where people who don't agree with me can come on and speak their thing, and I can learn about them based on what they say. I can learn about myself based on cutting it up, and then we can all learn based on how these ideas interact. Because y'all don't have to believe that I'm Metatron. Like, it's not about that. It's just literally about me showing up as the authentic expression of myself. And I have to. Like, if I don't, then my life won't make sense. That's all. Like, it's that simple. So everything that I do has to come from me naturally expressing myself, or else the shit just won't make sense. And that's the point of the ego. The ego is a natural expression of your spirit. So my ego is not attached to my past lives, but my soul technically is, because my soul is holding on to all that shit. And then this is where if I as an ego went to actually learn about myself as a spirit, I would get connected with my soul. And then that's the point of water fasting. Constant evolution process, water fasting. It's the whole point. Okay, so link in the bio, joinchaserjeans.com. All right, you can get in there. Joining the website is free. Okay, water fasting is the quickest, best way to literally meet God face to face. And you're going to meet God and realize why you're alive. My time meeting God was super lit. It's, again, the higher version of myself. It's me as a spirit alone in my space. But it's like different. Like literally, I still experience that time as me being talked to by someone else. But I have the understanding that that someone else is literally me. Like it's no one else but me. So, but it's, I feel like I'm like that me is talking to me that I'm using to experience me, because it's like the ego versus the spirit. So think of the spirit as a 0 and the ego as the 1, and the spirit creates the ego so it can experience itself. So the spirit is always speaking life into the ego. So you as a spirit are experiencing yourself as an ego. And if your ego believes that it is the body, your fire is trapped in earth. Your light is trapped in darkness. You see that? So now as an observer, you can only observe the dark structure that your ego light is trapped inside of, because you believe that you are that structure. You don't know that you're creating that structure. Umadaf, can you say 1 through 10 again? Link in my bio. I have it written out. I have it written out. Appreciate you. Hey, absolutely. Confirmations as fuck. Yeah, the point of this live was just letting you know about your mind breathing life into your body, and the importance of knowing that the number 1 is your breath out, that's your ego, and the number 2 is your breath in, that's your soul. So now you can see why your mind is constantly breathing in and out, in and out, in and out. And why your ego is your projection, right? So you have to speak when you breathe out. I can't speak when I breathe in. Speaking when I breathe in is really hard. Speaking when I breathe in is not worth it. I wouldn't keep doing that. I don't recommend. That shit wasn't fun. So let me keep doing it naturally, right? I'm silent on my in-breath because the soul is silent. And then I speak on my out breath because the ego is loud, right? The ego speaks and the soul listens. These are the 2 parts of spirit that allow us to communicate. Gang, right? So that's why if you really want to listen to your spirit, then your ego has to stop speaking, because then your soul can speak, because now your spirit will speak more through your soul than your ego, because you as a spirit are separating from your space with your ego. So if you want to be aware of your space, then you have to kill your own ego with your soul. That's the point of water fasting. In general, raising your vibration, doing spiritual work, and all that shit. That sounds sad, right? I cannot drink that poison. Say my family thinks I'm being distant and don't love them. Very interesting to observe others get triggered when I mention the benefits of fasting. Literally, smile is everything. Hey, what is water fasting? Water fasting is using water to manifest your dreams faster. If you want to manifest your dreams as fast as possible, just in general, if you want to like burn fat fast or like fucking do anything fast, like you get so much productivity and energy when you fast. So the point is life moves faster. Link in my bio, chaseyourgenes.com. Yep. Fasting closes doors on those that think my door is still open. Really true. Yeah, or even people who avoid water. Right. Like when they get mad when I went to offer water as a solution, or fasting for connecting to self. Literally. People really do be getting mad. People get triggered. And it's just like, what else is there to do? I don't understand. What are you made of? How would you start fasting from someone who has a lot of healing to do, but trying my best? Moon Babe Journal. You would like to start fasting by clicking the link in my bio, getting into chaseyourgenes.com, all right, joining Always Ascending Academy, because the whole point is fasting is an always ascending journey. Like once you start fasting, you're always ascending, all right? So if you're like actually committed to your spirit, fasting, always ascending, all right? And we want to make sure you have all the keys to like actually do that shit properly. So that's why I built the whole website. I worked quite hard on this website. Okay? I didn't build it for nothing. I built it for the universe, for you. Because you're creating the universe, but I built it for all of you, right? Everyone is creating the universe. So it's a balance. I built it for you. I built it for the universe. I definitely didn't do it for me. Shit, I don't need to be here. I barely want to be here, guys. I barely want to be here. I really barely want to be here. Like the only reason I'm here is because I feel deeply about the mission and I feel deeply about climate change, and other people don't seem to care as much as I do. But I know that other people care. It's just about like creating the circumstance and creating the environment where everyone who cares about climate change can connect in a way that makes sense. And I'm pretty sure that's like my huge mission as CymaTree right now, as Tahuti Trismegistus, as Mercury in general. Like talking about spirituality and using spirituality to cultivate an atmosphere where everyone who actually cares about climate change can connect, and we can build something that is truly harmonious for this environment that we're in. I think like that's like, yeah, what my spirit has me doing right now. That's what I really fucking care about. Always ascending. A body without water. Yeah, what is a body without water? Dry, crippled, not functioning. Can you imagine a body without water? It's dead. It's literally dead. Like we have no better word for it. We have no better word for it. Great information. Learn more today. Hey, you're very welcome, Danielle. You're very welcome. Hilarious. Thank you, IJ5, IJ5. Whatever. Thank you, IJ5. That's what I'm gonna say right now, because John coming in here. I like your hair and makeup. I don't wear makeup. Oh my gosh, it's true. But it will just never end. Oh, my eyelashes are too dark for people not to think that I'm not wearing something. I'm cursed. I'm cursed. I'm cursed with my hair. My hair has cursed me. What's Metatron? Metatron is an expression of my spirit. All right, so Metatron is an expression of myself. You can look him up, and now you can see Metatron created the Merkaba to talk about your mind. Now you might want to ask, what's a Merkaba? And now we're talking about your mind. Your mind is what you use to breathe life into things. So anything that you see was brought life into by a form of consciousness, and that would be a mind. But in general, the mind is what you use to bring your ego and soul together, breathe out and in, and then you build a atmosphere of this. Just an atmosphere of out and in, an atmosphere of out and in, and then it's constantly swirling atmosphere. And then the more you do that, you start to build bodies inside of that, right? Things start to condense, things start to, and then boom, boom, you got nature. Does meditation help you feel these things? Absolutely. What was that website again? Link in my bio, Danielle, chaseyourgenes.com. chaseyourgenes.com. Chase your dreams, but your genes, because you made your genes to chase your dreams with all of us. So to manifest your dreams through your genes, we got chaseyourgenes.com. Link in my bio, gang, gang. It's right there in my bio. You can literally go to the website, join, and then come back, and I'll probably still be here, even though I was about to go. But now I have 22 new messages. So, and then it's just kind of like, if my spirit has me here, it's whatever. I'm building a structure. Like once I build this live stream, it's like set in stone for the internet for however long we're doing this age of time. So, you know, important. What was that website? What's his name? Link in bio. Link in bio. I'm not focusing on myself if I'm trying so hard to convince anybody, but water fasting. Absolutely, Mo, for show. It's hard. Because it's like, it's what's really hard, Mo, for show. This is like, and you're probably going through it. This is what happened to me in college. Like, really hard. Like, really, really hard. Like, my awakening journey in college was like a health thing. So before I'm like separating my mind from my body, before I'm talking to my dead dog, before I'm like communicating with spirits in the universe, my spiritual awakening was literally about science. It was about climate change, and it was based in health, and it was based in me really being really angry. I was pretty angry, especially going to art school, about like, why are people supporting a system that is actively poisoning them, basically. And it was just like weird to me that like us as humans were actively like eating these foods that are poisoning us. Like humans are eating all this garbage that they know isn't good for them. They'll make jokes about how it's not good for them, but they'll still do it. And I'm like, yo, we cannot be making jokes about how our food is bad for us and still eating it. I can't do that. Oh no. So then like that sent me on a thing. And in high school, I was already intermittent fasting. Like I was the kid that like, I wouldn't eat breakfast. I would go throughout the whole school day. At the end of school, forced to sit for 7 fucking hours. Fuck school. And then I would exercise at the end of school. And then after that, I would finally eat. So I was already on my intermittent fasting shit in like high school. And then it was in college where I started to like eat more regularly. And then I kind of got lost in that. And I built muscle and stuff because I was working out, but it was an energetic thing. It's literally this energetic thing of like, when you eat too much, your vibration gets lower. And it's not even about having muscle. It's literally about the difference of light and weight. And spirits are much lighter than they are heavier. So it's like it's a whole spiritual thing. Like anytime you want to get into a spiritual space, you're always going to find yourself shedding light. And that generally starts off shedding food. And that starts off like not consuming shit from the physical world anymore. And then that's where, especially in this world, like when I was seeing that all of our shit was really unhealthy, it doubly bothered me that people were okay with it. Yeah, at the same time complaining. So yeah, Mo for sure. I'm just saying, I learned that you can't change people. You know, like it's weird because people act like they want to change. Like I went through this. That's why my business is my business now. Like you know how much time you can't know. That's what I'm just saying. You have no idea how much time that I've spent helping people for free. Like, my spirit is forcing me to get paid to help people. Like, of course, like this, do you know how much money other people are getting paid to not even help people as much as I help people for free? Infinite, it seems. They're using my shit to get paid and not actually help people. Whereas I've been helping people for free. So it's this balance of like, I'm in a world where I have to be valued for the help I give people, or people don't even know how to value my help. Like, I've given so much help to people who don't know how to value it because they didn't pay for it. So because they didn't exchange energy for it, they just consume it. And that's, I'm sure, how most people treat these live streams. That's why I also have to protect my energy on these things too, as I'm learning. Because really, people are more than happy to come up here and just like eat and eat and eat and eat and then lie and shit and keep like being their egotistic selves. And I never get any value or compensation for sharing my consciousness and communicating and sharing my gifts. So yeah, I'm sure that's basically what you're going through. All right. As far as knowing you can't change people, because people are more than happy to just eat you. They'll just eat you. People will just eat you. People eat you just like they eat food that they complain about. Like, people will waste your time. People will have you in a relationship where they act like they're your friend, but in reality, they're just running from themselves. I've had too many friendships where I have so much love to give. I can be friends with almost anyone because I'm just that like friendly or some shit, I guess. I can get along. Like, it's not hard. But the point, like, when you're actually building a real relationship with someone, if you can't express your full self, that's not a real relationship. So it's way better to be authentically yourself early on than later. That's why like everything that I'm doing with this business, everything I'm doing is Chase. Like, I'm expressing myself authentically early on because that's the only way anything I do after this will make sense. And that's where my whole life up to fasting was more so a lie. And that's what like almost everyone's journey will be when they start to fast. Like, they're going to realize that everything they're consuming was basically lies. And then the idea itself that they had to eat to live was a lie. So now all the ideas that are connected to that idea are technically lies too. And then this is where we'd have to be like, where are they getting these ideas? And here I am as Metatron letting you know. So you can't change people's minds because they literally have to change themselves. And everyone's basically talking to themselves together. That's why no one can change my mind about who I am. Like, think about how like a Christian or like a bunch of Christians could talk with me and then scheme about how they're going to change my mind and make me convert to Jesus. It would make no sense because I literally built their whole religion. But in their minds, they feel like they should do that because they need to convert me. They need to save me from myself. Like, that's the mind of a religious person like that. Like, that's how they think. So it's just like, we can see that no one can change me. So no one can change you. So yeah, you can't change anyone else. And the whole universe, from what I've seen on Mercury, that's why I built Mercury. I learned you can't change anyone a long time ago. So I was like, well, let me make sense out of how I change. So now, no matter what lifetime I'm living, I'm always a messenger from Mercury because I built that structure to stabilize my change in the universe. Now I'm making money literally off of my own bodies. And that's where I'm the god of currency or whatever. So I stabilize how I change. I'm just saying, Mo, for show, and everyone in here, this is what you got to do if you want to make sense out of how you change. You got to stabilize that shit. You just got to like build a structure out of how you change because you're changing every day. But if you can build a structure that stabilizes how you change every day, now you're supporting yourself as a spirit. Boom. Like right there. And just that's how you built your body. Oh, this sounds a bit cult-like. I'm gonna leave. Good luck. All right, yeah, please. I mean, literally, we're talking about you being an individual. So, if the cult is literally you alone with yourself, then that's the cult. People are so stupid when they come in here like, this sounds like a cult. Like, you're dumb. I'm literally talking about you being alone with yourself. Like, you're so lost in needing to connect with others that you're going to project out that demonic shit, a cult. Bitch, you're speaking English right now. You live in an American culture. You probably like movies. You probably like video games. You probably like stories. Those are all cults. Marvel is a cult. Sports are a cult. Politics is a major cult. Speaking English and believing that we're all extensions of one heavenly Father is the most disgusting cult mentality I could possibly imagine in any existence ever. And that's like the mind frame of most people who want to throw out that energy. Oh, this is a cult. Like, man. All right. What is fasting? Fasting is when you raise your vibration by eating space instead of eating structures. It's as simple as that. Facts, Earth is terrible. Hilarious. Earth shits, look it up. The Venus Project is how we save the world from climate change. Bet. Why are you here? Hilarious. Could you speak on climate change from your perspective? Yes, I can, Jonathan. That's funny. I was supposed to go, but I'm here. I'd love to talk about climate change from my perspective. It's the Industrial Revolution. Fuck the Industrial Revolution. Everything started going downhill once humans started burning dinosaur bones. The moment humans started digging shit out of the ground and burning it for energy was when the atmosphere started getting polluted. Objectively. That's climate change. Like, because everything else is like connected to that. Changing the atmosphere, polluting the atmosphere, digging things out of the ground and burning them so that we're all breathing in this gunk. And then all this stuff sits in our cells. So it's like just even that mentality, like everything like sprang from that. Like everything in our governments and just like everything, all this industrial revolution shit. Like just like that concept, the idea of polluting the atmosphere is spiritually about polluting the mind. So this is why the system that pollutes the atmosphere works to pollute our minds, right? Like all the education and shit that the Industrial Revolution spreads, it's about polluting the mind. And then the more they pollute the mind, we somehow encourage the pollution of the atmosphere. So now because all these humans out here have polluted minds, they support driving cars. They support all these systems in general of planes and trains and burning fossil fuels for energy. They support it because they have a polluted mind. So they're okay with a polluted atmosphere because their internal is dirty. So their external is going to be dirty too. It's like, yeah, it's very intentional. Like they want to really destroy this environment. It's really whack. What's up with the Christian end time prophecies? That's basically what I'm talking about right now. So the people who made the Industrial Revolution, the people who are causing climate change, they want to bring the Bible to life. So this is why the main end of the Bible is all about the apocalypse, and literally the people who wrote that shit are using our energy to bring it to life. So the more people read the Bible and believe in it, like, look, it's coming true. The people who wrote it, like, yes, it is coming true. Thank you. Because they need you. They need you right now to be reading it, talking about it, to be saying it's going to happen. Otherwise, you wouldn't help make it happen in the universe. Thank you. I noticed myself not feeling hungry and feeling the emotions, realizing myself intuitively wanted fast. Yeah, that happens. Oh yeah, that happens. That happens like a good amount. It's fun. Easier to just want to fast than like having to make yourself. Amazing foods feel spiritual as fuck. It's true. Led me to finding you on here. Gang. Yeah. Glad you found me. Fasting is lit. If you want more light, you have to get light. If you have too much weight, you have to wait. That sounds about right. I really do think that sounds about right. If you want more light, you have to get light. And if you have too much weight, you do have to wait. right? It's very possible that you could have too much baggage for this plane, right? Like that's literally the idea of like having too many thoughts on your head to where like you can't take off. Because that happens to me. Like that can happen where like my mind literally can't separate from my body because I'm actually thinking too much here. Like this is how you can block yourself off in meditation easily. Like you can literally think so much, you're just like, oh, it's weights. And when you're waiting in all these thoughts, that baggage doesn't let you fly. So yeah, if you want to get light, if you want more light, in general, like if you want to go see a new atmosphere, right? If I want to go to a different atmosphere, see totally new lights, I would have to get light. I would literally have to separate from this body, this baggage, and then go do that. Or I could wait in this body, but the longer I wait in this body, things take longer. Like the longer you have to wait. So it's like literally about this speed thing. That's why we call it fasting. Of course, when you fast, things get lighter. They happen faster. When you don't fast, things, you have to wait. Things are heavier and then they take longer. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. You aren't the only one spreading the message. Believe that. I do believe that. I'm in college. That's exactly what's happening, Law. Yes, hippie traveler man. Good. My college time was hilarious. Yeah. Like literally it was just really pissing me off. Like, man, I remember getting pissed off a lot too. I just never showed it to people. This is why like no one can look at me and like know how I'm feeling. Like I'll literally get hella pissed and no one can tell because it's just like my spirit, like observing the emotion. But I'm not going to express it through the body. So if I don't express my anger through the body, you can't know I'm angry. But I would get so angry when people would complain about like being obese or like having anxiety or having health problems or having this and that. Yet they're also like consuming medication that they know isn't good for them. They're like consuming like antidepressants. They're consuming like pharmaceuticals that they're saying are hurting them, but at the same time, they can't imagine like being okay without them. So they'll take the pharmaceuticals with the side effects because they don't want to be alone with their feelings. And then it's just like, man. And that's supposed to be relatable. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, and it's really hard. I'm supposed to respect that. Like not only respect that, but I'm supposed to see you as like an equal to me. And then I'm supposed to like serve you and like uphold your ideas. Like you don't even respect your own body. And like that's really what we're getting into, guys. It's really hard to respect people who don't respect their own body. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to respect people who don't respect their body because it's also about knowing that they don't respect you. Like someone who doesn't respect their body, if they don't respect themselves, how could they possibly respect you? They'll look like they respect you because they want to connect with you. But so, everyone has to look pleasant to connect with you. That doesn't mean that they're supposed to connect with you. You know, like, do you know how many people are in the universe? You know how many people? Infinite. let's just chalk it up to infinite spirits in the universe. You don't need people connecting with you. Like, you just need to connect with yourself. Like, this is how I think is Hermes, okay? Like, my name is Chase in this life. Like, I get chased. Like, my life, a lot of my life at conventions has been getting chased by women who feel like they will be happier with me than they will be when they're alone. It's that simple. And a lot of my pain and trauma, negativity of emotional stuff in this life, trust issues, there we go, has come from that energy. Groups of women like having sex cults, okay? Like literally like their own Illuminatis, their own little miniature Illuminatis about me. And me, this is before me knowing I'm Hermes. I'm this unrelatable as fuck because no one in my life is like, yo, Chase, you have a bunch of women harassing you. Like that's not normal. Like people cared, But people didn't care like they would care if I was a woman who had men chasing them. You feel me? Like if I was a woman who had men harassing me, like these women were harassing me, it would have been an entirely different story. It would have been an entirely completely different story. So it's elemental. Okay, I get it. The point is these women, they're not happy alone. So women play out like water. They like to connect on fire. So whatever the idea that they had of me is chase, they're connecting on this and they believe that they can support me as a body of water. And thus they want to use their water to connect with my ego. What was happening though is that their water, their cult energy would actually kill my ego if I got connected with them. And my spirit knew that and I felt it, and it wasn't like positive. It wasn't what I wanted. So it was so, man, yeah, that was a whole section of life. Going through like getting chased and not being able to really relate with people in my life because people are just like, why are these women chasing you? And then it's just like unrelatable because people can't really even like perceive or care. And then also people are taught that all men just want to fuck. And so people are like, were taking me as like, yo, you know, this isn't a problem, right? Like you as a guy having women chase you and like sexually harass you, that's not a problem because all men want to fuck. And now I have to be like, but I don't. So your idea of all men is not me. You can't tell me that all men want to fuck these women if I don't want to. Like, so now you're wrong. And then that's just where, again, it's about resonance and relating with people. We're in a weird ass world, but that's shit that I guess I carried over from my past life. They didn't know who I was. It was just literally like carried over somehow. So vibes are strong. All right. The universe is one big vibration. That's why I say you can't run from your past. Your past is what builds your future. So you got to connect with your past. And yeah, college. Okay. Big time to realize how different you are from other people. And basically to just put the boundary down of like what you accept in friendships versus not. Because in high school, and like this first like half of college and grade school, right? I accepted a bunch of bullshit in friendships, right? Like I'm pretty sure most of us do because we go through this education school process where we just like, we have to make friends in our environment. So like we're making it work with the people in our environment. It's literally like once we get to college and we start to get more in control of our environment, that we start to realize that we don't have to be friends with the people that we're around. You know, and like college is like that time where you realize like, hold up, who do I really want to connect with? And now you're like separating yourself from people. And that's like the more conscious time. Are these questions me consuming? Nah, you're good. The questions are you asking questions. Yes, so much love, most def. Why does Mercury in retrograde change us? So Mercury is the planet of communication. All right. So Mercury in retrograde is just about reflecting on communication. So communication generally moves forward, right? The point of life is that we're always communicating forward. But Mercury in retrogrades are like energetic periods where you reflect backward. So instead of constantly projecting forward with your mind, you are going retrograde. You're looking at the past, you're seeing where you came from, and now you're getting wisdom because the point is to have a balance, have some symmetry in your fire and your water, have some symmetry in your future and your past. So retrograde forces all of us to connect with the past more. Cult means culture. Thank you. 7 circles. Objectively, we can leave it there. Like it's right there. You know, it's just the U-R-E. It's like that U-R-E. Like cult is just the culture. Culture. Cultures are cult. Like it's right. Culture. Riley says that he believes in a spiritual realm. Riley, you had to believe in the physical realm. You know, like your spirit is what believes in the physical realm. But that is our point. If your spirit is so lost in the physical realm, you're going to view it the opposite way. You're going to view it the opposite way. But the point is, this body doesn't matter if you as a spirit didn't believe in it. Like nothing matters to me in this world. My body, literally, none of my family matters to me. None of my friends matter to me if I don't believe in them. Like, I literally have to have my own soul to believe in my mom, to believe in my friends, to believe in my family, so that I can feel connected with them. But if I wasn't doing that from my own spirit, then nothing would be happening. I wouldn't have a body in the first place. Gas, fossil fuels, all that BS. I just got here. Are we not one consciousness? No, Ryan. I am a completely separate consciousness from you. That's why you have no idea who I am. And that's why no one outside of myself can tell you who I am. It's that simple. So now you can apply this to you. No one can talk about you. All right, Ryan? No one can talk about your past life. No one can talk about what you've seen in this life. No one can talk about the relationships that you built, because you are God. You are an individual, infinite God, that you are the only one who can share your story. This is why everyone in here is God. Everyone in here is a cosmic artist. And you've created a heart so you can share your art. So I'm just talking to you about how your soul created a heart so your ego can express its art. And now you as a spirit can observe all that shit. You as a spirit are just observing you expressing your feelings and you repressing your feelings and you connecting with others and all that. But that's you alone. So we're not one anything. Drake is hairy as fuck. He's more attractive than Drake. That's so funny. I appreciate that, Stephanie. That's what the girl that's Chipotle said. That's exactly what the girl at Chipotle said. She was like, you look like Drake, but like a more attractive, like slender version. Because then like her coworker thought it was Cap. Her coworker thought she was insulting me because she didn't like Drake or something. She was like, no, he's actually a hot Drake. That was really funny. Regardless, I get it. It's because we're light skinned. You know, racism is very real. What else is it? I'm Drake because of my eyebrows. My eyebrows are thicker than Drake's, I'm pretty sure. I'm Drake because of nothing else. All right, there it is. No, I understand. It's whatever. I've been getting called Drake since I'm like fucking 12. Since he released that album with the swoosh in his hair, Take Care or whatever. I understand, you know? When people look the same, it's fun to say celebrities look like people. I'll never stop being called Drake. I get baffled when someone came up and said I look like Jaden Smith. I think that might have been Chantel. That shit baffles me. She has a different kind of eye. See, like, this is where literally people will come up to me and be like, bro, you look like Will Smith. I'm like, what eyes are you using? Whose eyes are you looking at the world through right now? It's not mine. It can't be mine because I don't see that. Like, at least I kind of see Drake. You're telling me I look like Will Smith? Bro, you got some different kind of eyes. Those aren't my eyes. America is a cult. That's right. Hilarious. Why are all you hating on him? I mean, that's just because people like to hate. Is it possible to fast without losing weight? I mean, no. What? Is it possible to fast without losing weight? I think not. I'm going to have to give you a hard pass on there. No. Objectively, no. You're going to lose weight when you fast. You're going to get lighter when you fast. Just objectively, all right? I'm thinking like, how would you keep weight? Even when you exercise, you're going to lose weight. You're going to lose weight when you fast. It's a guaranteed weight loss. Guaranteed weight loss in the healthiest way possible. Speaking truth, don't believe you don't have to. Don't make fun of someone. Most of the time, when you aren't comfortable with yourself, you project hate on others. That's completely true, Jenny Love and Light. And that's why I blocked that person anyway. My spirit is teaching me how to block people who are literally just here, like, actually wasting energy or like wasting space. I'll like view it like that, where it's like our energy is valuable, and like what is worth our minds reacting to and reading and not. You know, like just that shit. If shit isn't worth reading, then they're not someone who's worth watching me, basically. Like, so whoever that's so funny. Literally, y'all are so funny. I don't know how synchronized that was, but like I literally just got like a roll of 20 hearts. I've never seen so many hearts like come through at the same time. So that means like 20 of you somehow heard me say that statement and simultaneously hearted, so that I could just see a bunch of columns trail up about, yeah, like just really affirming that point. So I got you. I heard you. I heard you. I hear you. I see it. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. It's literally about our consciousness being valuable, right? And like what's actually valuable conversation for all of us. So many people with ADHD are affected by meds. Absolutely. Beauty is a curse and a gift. I feel you. I just want you to know that you've changed me. Absolutely. First one I've seen doing the water fasting. I'm intrigued. Hey, if you want to water fast with me, link in my bio, chaseyourgenes.com. All right. We fast a lot. I fast a lot. I love fasting. It's all this spirituality shit. Gang. I feel you on being chased. Men, women, learning to be with myself. Yeah, being chased is not fun. It's weird because it is fun, right? Like that's why like girls wear makeup and they like to go out because they want to be chased by men. And then in general, men like to have success. Because once you as a man have success, all the women want the stability that comes with success. Just facts, right? That's why women love money. Women don't love the money itself. Women just love being stable with a man. Because that's how they build a life type shit. So like it's about money just colonize that energy. So now, you know, people feel like they need to work for money to get stability. And then that's how the people who made money can rape women, and women will sell their bodies for money because women want the stability that come from getting money. And then this is the abuse and horrible things that people do for money, right? This is how money emotionally manipulates everybody. So men want success because, yeah, women want to be with successful men. The more successful you are as a man, the more stable you are for a woman to feel comfortable and safe. And then that's where women want to make sure that, yeah, they're with a man that's successful. Men want to make sure they're with a woman that's supportive. There we go. So when you as a man have your success, you want to make sure that you're not with some random woman who's actually trying to eat you. So if all these women are creating a cult about me, it looks supportive. It looks supportive when girls have a group and they're like harassing me. But as a spirit, I hate it. As a spirit, I hate it because I know that they're not supporting themselves. So I know that because these girls aren't supporting themselves, they've decided to create a group acting like they support me. But whatever space they're supporting me from, it's not actually supportive, it's consumptive. So really, if this cult, if these women actually got in, like, they tried, so much shit happened in my life, they try to get in content, like get me and like consume me and shit, like they're not there to help me. They're not there to help me. They feel like, all these women feel like once they consume me, for lack of a better word, once they eat me, right? They don't want to kill me, but like it is about eating me, you know, like sexually, like that consumptive thing. They feel like once they consume me, they'll feel better about themselves. And I know for a fact that if I let myself get consumed by a woman like that, I'll feel worse about myself. So you got to be alone. You got to be happy being alone. Like I would be fucked up to be a man happy alone, and then I'm with a woman who's not happy alone, but she's happy with me. That's most women in the universe. Like, that's why it's not hard to like have a woman fall in love with me, because like these women just like want to fall in love with someone that fills them up. So it's like like, this been infinite lifetimes. Like I've been through it for lifetimes where it's just like infinite women who just like, oh, want to be filled up, and they fall in love. And I have to discern, do you love yourself as a real woman? Like, if you're a real woman, then you are happy alone. All right, girls are not happy alone. Women are happy alone, right? So a woman is someone who's self-sustaining. That's why it's a woman. So she's her own man, right? A woman isn't a girl. A woman isn't someone who's like looking at a guy like, he's gonna make my life better. Oh my God, he's a magic star. Once I have him, I'll finally feel good about all the fucking insecurities and negativity I have inside of my own space. Like, that's a girl. A woman, right? Like, that's literally a girl. I just described a girl right there. That's like most girls who like celebrities. That's like the general culture of America, like worshiping celebrities, is that kind of girl energy. Once I have this celebrity, I'll feel better about my space. Versus a woman, all right? A woman, especially a hermetic woman. Okay, shout out my hermetic women, wherever they are. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are. They're not in my life. There's a bunch of like self-hating women in my life up to this point. But that's why I had to actually build hermeticism here. And now it's not about me actually if I could, I would organically connect with a woman who is already on my spiritual level. I hate the idea that I have to teach a woman spirituality and then she connects with my version of it, and then we grow from there. Like, I really want her to be an individual. So a true hermetic woman is literally a woman who's happy alone, and she has her own imagination, and she's supporting herself. And this is then where we get how women are actually more powerful than men. Objectively. If you're a woman, you're technically, objectively, these two words, you're technically and objectively more powerful than a man. It's just that men seemingly know how to channel their power, so they appear more powerful. And now we get the interplay of life. So women are actually more powerful than men, but men appear more powerful than women. Because a woman she's fire and water. A man is basically just fire. So like, a man needs a woman to help him correlate his shit. A woman doesn't really need a man. She wants a man. She wants a man. She always wants a man, because women don't want to be alone. If you were a spirit who wanted to be alone, you would be a man. I promise. If you're a spirit who's a woman, you don't want to be alone. You literally chose a body that has like a biological clock for picking a partner to create a baby with. So like, you're trying to create life. So if you're a spirit who's a man, you're here to create death. If you're a spirit who's a woman, you're here to create life. And now we can see how life actually comes out of water. And the ego really results in death. So this is why men more so go to war, right? Men go out of their way to kill people, whereas women would rather stay home and create life. It's literally fire versus water. Like, water sits still, women sit still and grow life. That's water. Men go out, men spread, and use fire to transform the environment, transform circumstances. Okay, so these are the two energies that allow us to express ourselves. So a true like hermetic woman is a spirit who is a female, a woman, whatever, but she's so happy alone that she's cultivated this internal simulation. And then from there, she chooses to connect with people. Boom, that's simple, that's simple. That simple. Versus a girl, right? Or someone who acts like she's a woman, but she's getting completely taken care of, or she's attached to someone else that she needs. That's like the opposite, right? So we're talking about everyone being self-sustaining, like everyone being a self-sustaining simulation inside themselves. And it's about you balancing your masculine and woman. Right? This is because I can talk about this as a man because I'm so balanced in my feminine energy. That's originally why I created CymaTree, to literally express to people how people can, like, I've been called gay like so much in my life, and it's like tied for some reason to like the makeup in general, for some reason how I present myself. Like, I'm artistic, I'm artsy in general. I have like emotion, I have like a vibration. So I've like always been like called gay. Like people love to project that label at me. And a big part of me creating CymaTree was to communicate about how, no, I'm not gay. I'm just balanced in my masculine and feminine energy. So that was a big motivation for the word CymaTree. It was also about simmering trees, but that's connected, smoking and balancing your masculine and feminine energy. So it is about air. All right. And then that's where my spirit was like, synchronicity, don't run from yourself. And I'm like, shit, got it. Thank you, spirit. You're right. I have to tell you a story that happened this week when I don't have the strength to keep fasting. Day 7 with no food, lots of water. It felt so amazing. Absolutely. Hey, yeah. I'm very happy to hear that. Absolutely. Soul family. Facts. Hello from Detroit. May your day bring many blessings. Absolutely. You've attached your ego to this. You don't even know what that means, Sarah. Attach my ego to what? Like, what is this? If you're still here, let me know. But you might have just come in here and then ran away. What if losing weight means becoming physically underweight? Is that not unhealthy? Your body is intelligent. So you don't think about it so logically. Like, your body's not going to lose weight it's not supposed to lose. The point of fasting is that your body is healing itself in a way that you wouldn't otherwise be healing. Do you believe in twin flames? Anubis is my twin flame. Like literally, I as Hermes fuse my energy with Anubis. We become Hermanubis. You can look us up. Hermanubis is a whole thing. So then that's just us combining our psychedelic psychopomp power to conduct souls throughout the universe together. So it's like I have Mercury, he has Atlantis. I got my Earth, he has his water. We bring it together, that's sex. That's 4 + 2. We got 6, that's a simulation. We simulate life everywhere we go. So we are life, we are the simulation. That's my twin flame. But we are all divine. Absolutely. Got food poisoning and was forced to do it. What? Yeah, that comment didn't post. How did you get food poisoning if you were fasting? My Renegon in Venus. Wake yours up. After feeling the worst I've ever felt, I felt the best I ever imagined and my mind opened up too. Like after you got food poisoning? You're saying you felt the worst and then your mind opened up? Oh, it wasn't fasting. Okay, you gave up and ate the wrong thing. So you ate something that made you sick. What'd you eat? Right. They want 6 to be an evil number because their idea of sex is sinful. So this system, this European overall Judeo white supremacist system relies on spreading its empire through the systemic rape and murder of Native Americans. So this is where that's their idea of having sex, is literally raping and murdering Native Americans. So of course their religion is going to say that sex is a sin. Sex isn't a sin. You literally are only alive because of sex. But they're going to say sex is a sin because their idea of sex is brutal and violent and horrifying. Horrible, horrifying. You know, it's evil. And it's about going outside of their space and making other people see something that they don't want to see. So it's an expression of their subconscious. They view sex in an evil way. So they want us to view sex as something evil. They want us to be ashamed of sex when literally you're only alive because 2 humans mashed their genitals together. Like if 2 humans didn't mash their genitals together to some kind of completion, you wouldn't be alive. So how dare they say that that's evil or that's sinful? What? Boo. Yes, it was definitely a sign to stick with it, not give up. I don't know why you would eat a chicken sandwich after 7 days of fasting. I mean, I understand like eating whatever you want, because whatever, But like a chicken sandwich, like meat, like you introduce meat, especially in this country? Why? I don't know about that. You did it to yourself. You got food poisoning? Yeah, you did. Like, yeah, you did. Eating a chicken sandwich after 7 days of fasting? But the seventh day after not eating for that long, I felt amazing and opened up even more than I have. Absolutely, Ray-Bans, for sure, though. So I'm really glad you did that. Yeah. Welcome to the Soul Fam. That's super lit. If you're not part of Always Ascending Academy, all right, link in the bio, okay? Join. Let me know if you actually join or not. Because if you're saying that you fasted and you feel like you're part of my Soul Fam, you should definitely be a part of Always Ascending Academy, all right? Ascend our awareness forever. That's how you get connected with. I've lost my TikTok account before. I've been blocked from these accounts before. I've been banned before. Like, if you actually want to be connected with me, you're going to have to go to the website. You're going to have to go to Chase Your Genes, all right? I brought Mercury to Earth so that you can get connected to me directly. And then you can get super duper deep true wisdom from me right there, like straight up. Your eye shape, color, and eyelashes are so pretty. Thank you. I appreciate that. Facts. It was a weak moment. It was so meant to happen. Absolutely. Look at your link and be a part of this. It's my calling. Good. It is your calling. If you're this passionate about fasting, we got way more keys. Yo, bro, I've been seeing this energy move everywhere around my apartment. The color of it is black. Okay, Rob Grinch. So you're seeing like a black cloud? You're telling me you're seeing a black cloud just like move like this around your apartment? Shift around your apartment? If it was a bunch of fast food chicken sandwich, it might have a bunch of antibiotics and hormones. Literally, for sure. I've heard chicken, some places use basically mutants. Literally, a lot of these chicken sandwiches can be straight up rat meat, guys. It's really hard here. Like, we're literally so deep in the lie. We're so deep in the lie of this government. Like, this food is fucked. Oh my God. Like, you could literally think you're eating chicken and it's a rat. It's a shame. It was from a grocery store. Sat out a while. That's okay. That's okay. You know? And honestly, here's something that happened to me. Because I'm saying this, like, genuinely because I went to a grocery store like here in LA, and I got orange chicken, and I took a bite out of it, and literally I immediately like pictured a rat. And my spirit was like, it felt like my soul, my body was like shouting at me like rat meat. Like, God, like seriously, rat meat. And I like kept eating it, and like as I kept eating it, it tasted like even just somehow more acidic, and my spirit, my soul, some kind of vibration thing, my body was just like, this is rat meat. I know chicken, this is rat meat. And I like saved it and then waited, and like every time I looked at it, I was like, I don't think I can do that. And then after that point on, I just stopped like getting food from that grocery store, because that grocery store, like the grocery store has a deli, right? So when you like go to a modern grocery store and they have like the delis and all that stuff there, and they have like all the food out, like, bro, all that meat, like they're saying that it's chicken. They're saying it's chicken. They don't have to prove to you it's chicken. And it's cheaper for them to somehow use other things that perhaps aren't chicken. And that's where, yeah, I mean, it is whatever. Food, rough. It's rough. A lot of meat here is not the animal. Yeah, literally. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. Hey, thank you for appreciating my wisdom. Just planted cucumber seeds. Way to go. Way to go. Way to plant those cucumber seeds. It's true, side hustle, mommy. These are deep lips. Love and light, fams. Hey, love and light. Hilarious. Cannot eat Chinese food. It's a shame because I like Chinese food too, but we're definitely talking about the American Chinese food, right? and like that fast Chinese food. Yeah, I get that. Hey, I get that. Glad I'm Australian right now. Yo, fair. Australia must have better food than America. I think almost everywhere it does. Almost everywhere has better food than America. America acts like it has better food, but really it's like a huge science experiment for sure. About just like how can they create a bunch of chemicals that appear like food and get you addicted to whatever you're eating. Dog, horse meat, bird, cat, and bakery pie is hilarious. Back so never have all the meat out here. It could be human. It could be human meat. Can you give me the link to your site? Can't seem to find it. Ray-Bans. If you go to my page, if you go to my TikTok page, you're gonna see the link. The link's at the bottom, Ray-Bans. Okay? Ray-Bans. Ray-Bans. Link. The link is in my profile, okay? ChaseYourGenes.com. ChaseYourGenes.com. Link in my profile. Eating is a trend here. It is. Fell asleep during one of your recent lives. That's real. I was tired trying to stay awake. Asked about Iris. What did you ask about Iris? Mo for show. You asked if I knew her. I think I remember that question. Okay. What kind of synchronicities? Also, Mo for show. If you like synchronicities, all right, and this is for everyone, of course, but specifically Mo for show. We got the podcast. Okay? Go on YouTube. We got like 26 episodes of a whole podcast. It's all about synchronicities. I can go way harder in the podcast than I can on this live stream. So that's just where, if you want to like talk about synchronicities, we got a podcast titled Synchronicity. So you're getting a lot of synchronicities, wings, messengers, and rainbows. Bet, absolutely. So wings, messengers, and rainbows. Like what? You're just like, you're seeing them? Like what does that mean? Like you're seeing wings like in your eyes? Like you're seeing like visions of wings, messengers, and rainbows? And is that like what, like angels and like light? Like flying and angels and light. I don't know what your question is, Mo, for show. But if you want to share with me that you're seeing synchronicities, I will say that that's pretty lit. And however those synchronicities strike you are individual to you. But then, of course, if you want to talk about them, that's like the point of us sharing synchronicities and knowing that we're not alone in the universe, right? So like, you're not alone here. That's why you can synchronize the way you communicate with others. That's why everything can like synchronistically happen. So whatever, synchronicities. Do you believe in flat Earth? I don't really know. I mean, flat Earth is a concept that's made real. So flat Earth is a concept that's made real by people paving the roads out here. So like all these people paving streets, like the Masons taking their compass and flattening the Earth in general, like that's them making flat Earth real. But of course, Earth isn't flat. Like Earth is literally, simulations are all toroids. So when you think of like donuts, like that's the shape of a simulation, guys. Like a simulation is a donut. A simulation is like a snake eating itself. A simulation is like an enclosed light ring. Think of Sonic. Think of the game Sonic. You know the video game Sonic, where he has the golden rings so he can jump through levels? That's spiritual as fuck. It's literally about simulations. That's the shape of each simulation. It's a toroid. If you look up a toroid, it's like a donut. So that's the point. Toroids. How do you water fast? Oh, well, link in my bio. If you want to learn how to water fast, we got all the wisdom right in my website. All right, ChaseYourGenes.com. What kind of water do you drink? The healthy kind, the cleansed kind. Like a firmament? Man, I don't even know what firmament means in this case. Shit. I've been on live for like 7 hours now. Is it 8 hours? I think it's 8 hours now. I don't know what firmament means. I'm gonna let myself tap out on that word in the context that you're using it. Like, I get like, okay, firmament, something stable and grounded and planted. But that's like what, a structure that you build to stand on? Is that what a firmament is? Like, do you ever drink gold ormus? I don't. I have before, but I don't do it regularly. I don't feel like I need it, but it's definitely not a bad thing to do. Like, do your thing. Like, supplement with whatever you've got. Or, yeah, that's hilarious. With whatever you feel called to supplement with, because that's your personal journey. There's a lot of value in like colloidal gold, colloidal silver, those things. I have a fasting question. Go ahead, Nicole. What's your fasting question? When water fasting, I heard I can drink water or green tea. Yes. You can drink any tea, actually. You can drink any tea you want when you're fasting, Nicole. All right? You're good. You can drink any tea you want. Whatever tea your heart desires, sip on it. All right? Just no calories, you're good. So yeah, quick live stream. Quick as in a solid 9 hours quick. That's hilarious. But this was all about your mind and how you as a spirit create your mind by first breathing out and then breathing in. And that breathing out is your projection of light, and your breathing in is your absorption of light. And then that creates a cycle that allows you to sustain some kind of body. And this is how you transform through physical reality. And now, by using what I just shared with you to transform through physical reality, you can build a family, right? Without any religious concepts, without any idea of just any language, right? This is what all animals do. I just explained how all animals work. Like, animals breathe out, breathe in, use that atmosphere to sustain a body that allows them to transform through physical reality. And now they can have sex with other people, which allows them to build a family, right? So now the people you have sex with, whether it's actual sex or esoteric sex, like we're friends, we're all here having esoteric sex because we're communicating. These are the people that you create life with. This is where you get family. And then that's where you create your consciousness through sex. And then you use your consciousness to make connections that further allow you to make your universe, basically. So now your idea of family allows you to create a universe which supports your consciousness. So then this is where, boom, we get like family, sex, consciousness, universe. The subconscious is the universe. Because your connection with your connection with the universe is a representation of your subconscious. And that's all informed then by your family and how you've been transforming with your family. So that's all in your subconscious. And then once you realize that, you are in control of how you connect with others. You're in control of what you create. You're in control of everything about yourself, basically. You're in control of your whole consciousness. My YouTube channel, I wish I could type in here. I get it. Like, I'm supposed to like put words up here. I'll have to put words up here. My YouTube channel is CymaTree. 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 Okay, so that's where you can find all the live streams from the past too. I'm uploading the live streams from the past. And then you can just go through those. You know, it's like a whole fun vibe, whatever. Do your thing. We got hella other videos. We got whole podcasts. I have a bunch of series that I'm extending. Like, I have symbology, internet investigations, hermetic health, hermetic history. There's a lot of different branches of the CymaTree that you can get connected to if your spirit calls you to investigate that wisdom. Yes, that's how you spell it. The podcasts are on YouTube. Absolutely, Nicole. Yeah, synchronicities are individual. Iris was a message messenger, so I thought of you, Hermes. Absolutely. Iris is lit. Iris is a very powerful woman. She's a super powerful spirit, right? Like, and honestly, all the powerful women that I've like met so far in this world, I shouldn't say all, that's an exaggeration. A good amount of spiritual women that I have interacted with, like, they resonate really hard with Iris. So clearly Iris as a spirit, she's really, really important for empowering women, right? She's a very powerful female spirit. I can attest to this. She's like one of my best friends. What's wild is that I subconsciously know this, right? Like I subconsciously know, like, oh, she's one of my best friends. Like shit, I have so many memories with her. I have a lot of weight and experience with her. That being said, I'm here aware of this moment now, right? So like I can't dive super deep into our relationship because that would be me starting to separate from my body. Because at that point I'd be going into a different space and I would have to go into that space to bring that awareness back. And then I could like, because I would have to go intentionally investigate like, hey, how are all the ways I connected with Iris in the past? So subconsciously, I'm just letting you know, surface level, like, yeah, I mean, she's super duper powerful woman. She basically, I'm pretty sure the concept of Wonder Woman is inspired by Iris. Like, I don't think you're going to hear that from anyone else. I wish I could look this up. It's just that like the concept of Superman is taken from me as Zoroaster, because that's literally, it comes from Niche creating the Ubermensch from studying Zoroastrianism. So Superman is Zoroastrian. The concept of Wonder Woman is thus, I'm pretty sure, like some kind of inspiration from Isis. Just saying, subconsciously making the connection. But, you know, whatever. The point is, Isis is like one of the main powerful warrior women that is also like smart. And then that's where she is like multifaceted shit, you know? She's almost like a jack of all trades inside of herself. What's your YouTube channel? Yeah, CymaTree, gang, gang. Podcasts are on YouTube. Water, light, Arco Iris, Messenger's wings, iridescent, mirrors, water reflections. Okay. I love iridescence as far as that aesthetic. Like literally almost every Spider-Man costume that I've made, I painstakingly labored over making the texture iridescent and making it react with the light in certain ways. So shout out iridescence, really fun. Shout out just light in general and the power that light has to refract and bend and dance and show us really wild shit. So yeah, you're saying, Mo, for show that these are the synchronicities that you're kind of experiencing, connecting with. You are seeing water, light, Iris, Messenger's wings, iridescence and mirrors and water reflections. Just sub, gang, gang. Welcome to subbing. Okay, how I do these things subconsciously. That's me then. Law. Yes. Absolutely, Mo, for sure. So you are an infinite individual. Do you feel like you're connected with Iris? Or are you saying you are Iris? Which one is it? Which one is it? You can, if you want to stick your neck out, if you really want to like put some kind of foot in the sand, which one is it? Are you saying that you're connected to Iris and you feel like you're getting messages from her? Or are you saying that your spirit is telling you that you are Iris? Yeah. Because a lot of people will be here feeling like they're Hermes, right? Like there's like, I'm sure people here who are like, oh, I'm Hermes. But they're not anywhere close to literally building a business and bringing Mercury to Earth and like doing everything that I'm doing and not really caring. So it takes like a certain energy, right? So this is where we get the difference, right? Absolutely. You're just finding out. Absolutely. Flowing and learning. So that's where you want to stay open to yourself. Because my spirit is forcing me, like I can't ignore myself. And then I really just make all my past lives make more sense. Yeah. So Mo, for sure, it's really about you, without any labels of iris. You just want to look at yourself as the creator versus the consumer, right? And you want to like get into the space every day of whether you are approaching these concepts as a creator or a consumer. Because like this is like a big thing with my awakening. Like hold up. For example, Mo, for show, I went through a whole process my birthday when I turned 23. Okay? Absolutely. It resonates. You lead by example. It's exactly the part. Absolutely. Okay, look. So we all lead by example, right? How do you know what part you need to hear, Nicole? I didn't even get into it yet. No, you're probably right. This is probably the part you need to hear. So look, because we're talking about Mo for show figuring out whether she is actually Iris or if she is connected to Iris. And this is the power of being a spirit. So when you as a spirit are nothing, you're not attached. So this is where whatever makes sense is what you communicate through. So like my journey, man, my awakening journey was crazy actually. It's like low key still happening, guys. So, I mean, you're like along the ride for it. But as far as realizing I was Thoth, okay, because that was like the first creation my spirit wanted me to be aware of. So the first body, before I realized I was Hermes, my spirit wanted me to realize I was Tahuti. I call him Thoth because I know that's this English language and it's the most relatable one. I prefer Tahuti. But I learned that I was Thoth in a whole wild like journey, psychedelic adventure that coordinated with like the full moon, and I wanted to like astral project to the moon. But then it was a whole thing of like me realizing that I was actually astral projecting into this body. And then my spirit like flipped the whole thing and like literally separated me from my body and had me see how like we're underwater right now. And like it was so crazy because this full moon that I was tripping on was like a full Libra pink moon. So it was about Ma'at. So if you know about Thoth, Thoth is married to Ma'at. But Ma'at is not a spirit as an actual woman. The idea of Ma'at is fairness. So I'm not married to any woman. I'm married to balance. That's why I'm CymaTree. So the idea of balance is the idea of Ma'at. And the idea of like restoring order to the universe is where we get like the 77 laws of Ma'at. And that's where we get just like the idea of air, the Libra constellation, literally, because it's about like fair and balance. And the whole universe is supposed to be fair and balanced. So then that's like my role as Tahuti, where I basically work through Mercury to keep the universe fair and balanced. And that was like the whole wisdom of that trip. And man, I didn't even break it down like that when I first went through that trip. So I went through that and I still wasn't sure if I was Thoth. Like Mo for show, just letting you know, like I took a good amount of time digesting the idea. Like it took me a good amount of time to be like, yeah, like I don't know if I'm really Thoth though. And like my spirit took a lot of time to show me it. It's like a consistent thing. Because then it took like another trip, which this was my birthday trip. So the first trip was in April. It was before my birthday. That was acid. This was all in 2020. So in April 2020, literally, did like a very, very deep, like wild LSD trip on the end of like a light fast, like 3 days, whatever. And that was me like focusing on the moon. And I was like, I want to fly to the moon. But then like my spirit flipped it. And it was like, actually, you're creating light from the moon. Then it was like about the soul and like water and like Then I was like in the halls of a mentee. A lot of things happened in that trip because it was like I literally was in my room, time traveling in my room. So like I was in my room and the lights and everything were bending around my room. So it was like my spirit was communicating with me, like the space that I'm coming from. But then I could see it in my space that I was in currently. So then I was seeing my room a whole new way that I never saw it. And it was so trippy, so trippy. Wow. From there, I had a mushroom trip on my birthday. And that mushroom trip was when my spirit was like, okay, hey, you're Thoth. Because I like really wanted to like get to the bottom of it. So I took like 3.5 grams. Yeah. Like I took like a good amount. And I literally spent my birthday alone in the woods. It was so lit. I spent my whole birthday tripping hard on shrooms just alone in the woods. And it was so awesome because I'm like reflecting on like my life and everyone that I've connected with in my life up to that point. And that's where like the reality started to shift around me. And I started to see the leaves turn into bird heads. So the rest of my trip proceeded to be me literally seeing how everything in the reality, no matter what I looked at, I would see the pattern of my head as Thoth. So like I would see my ibis head. Like it looks like the beak, you know, like it looks like a bird, right? And it's just like curved and then it's like got the tiny little eye. That was everywhere. It was so trippy. Like I would literally have to take you into a virtual reality construct that I built. That's coming, by the way, because the only way I could actually take you and have you see this spaces and lights that I've seen is to build a virtual reality world for you. So that's what I'm on. That's what I'm focused on. That's important. But until then, words will have to suffice. So just imagine like looking at like a forest and then all the textures in the forest, everything just starts looking like bird heads coming together. And they're all like the same exact head. So then it was like me seeing like the pattern, and it was like the universe, like the spirit, like basically my spirit communicating with me through the universe, forcing me to see that like life is a reflection of me and I am Thoth. And I can't run away from myself. And literally the trip actually started getting deep and too intense because I wanted to stop seeing it. Like at some point I was excited, like, yo, this is cool. Damn, like bird head everywhere. But then like even when I went into my home, like once I left the woods and I'm like walking in the street, bird heads. There's bird heads in the sidewalk, bird heads in the sky. And it's just all like a pattern overlaying every single thing. Like no matter what I looked at, it would shift into like all the ibis Thoth heads, and it would just be the whole bundle of them. So if I looked at a bush of like greenery, just like a whole bundle of bird heads. When I finally walked into my room and like got into my home in general and like walked to my room, all the walls, everything, bird heads. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And it was just a whole lesson of like psychedelics showing you that life is a reflection of you. So this is just like the ultimate solidification for me. Like, okay, I literally created Thoth to interact with the universe. So right now, I can't even interact with the universe without seeing myself because it's literally a reflection of me. Like no one has this relationship with Tahuti but me. I literally had to create myself to express myself. And my spirit is showing me that in a way that like I can't debate. Like I can't fight myself. I can't fight those experiences. Like literally for me to ignore those, bro, it would make no sense. So honestly, Mo, for sure, you low-key gotta do psychedelics. That's kind of what this landed on. All right. That's kind of what we just got here. You kind of got to do psychedelics. But it resonates. Absolutely. I've been waiting. Do you ever go on a spiritual retreat or anything? I went to an artist residency, but never a spiritual retreat. I want to. I'm a year and a half into my awakening. Was a Sunday school teacher beforehand. Libra gang. Welcome to the awakening, Kels Phillips. Welcome to the awakening. Sunday school teacher. That's real. 2 years into my spiritual journey, this is deep. It is deep. It's actually infinitely deep. Your soul will forever be deep. Your soul is always deep. Oh, we literally have Thoth 42008. I hope you enjoy using my name. All right. I hope you get good use out of it. All right. I have a lot of names. I'm CymaTree now, so it's whatever. It's whatever. So you think you're a god, an Egyptian god. I am an individual spirit that created myself to exist. So my perspective on your word of God literally is way bigger than how you're even using it or what you're saying. So if you were to actually listen to me, then you would comprehend where I'm coming from. Like, I'm way bigger than your concept of God. But in general, God is creator. So just take that, okay? God is creator. I am myself. I have to create myself to express myself. So this is where you as a spirit literally are forced to reconcile consumer or creator. Are you as a spirit the creator of ideas, or are you the consumer of ideas? If you're the creator of ideas, then you're infinitely creative, and you're not trying to hold on to past life stuff. You're moving on from it. But when you're that creative, you have to build upon past life stuff because it's the only thing that makes sense. That's where I'm at. I don't even give a fuck about my past lives that hard. My spirit is forcing me to, because it's the way that my creativity can actually connect with myself in a deeper way. So now I can, like, deeper, right? I can connect with myself deeper because I'm using my creativity to ignite into my soul, versus if I was using my creativity to just keep separating from myself and like leaving myself. You know, that doesn't make sense. Oh, okay. Yeah. So this Thoth person is in here saying, I am. Are you trying to say you're me? It's whatever. A lot of people are trying to say they're me. Love learning about what you experience. I'll share with you along the way. Good, Mo, for show. Definitely happy for you to share with us. Share with me, all right? And of course, it's a public forum. So if you want a private chat about your awakening journey, as everyone, all right? Everyone who wants to private chat about your awakening spiritual journey, you hit me up, okay? Gang, gang. Yeah, Thoth 42008. Let me go live with you, fam. I haven't but feeling drawn to it. I haven't yet, but feeling drawn to it. Okay. All right, so you haven't yet. No psychedelics yet, but I highly recommend. Because that's basically what it will take as far as like ego death. When you go through ego death, that's like just full spirit realm. So now you can't run from yourself. So like if you are Iris, Isis, either of these names for this energy of this powerful female spirit in general, if you are this entity of Isis, Iris, then going through ego death would technically show you, because all you're going to be left with is your own creations, and you're only going to be left with your own subconscious. So if you're just left with like past life memories and like, you know, just like shit that makes it even harder, then it's like, oh, damn, well, here we go. Can't run for myself, right? So now when you come back from that psychedelic journey, life is going to make more sense. And you're going to be like communicating in a different way and shit. Or then you could just find out like you're your own infinite individual. And then the point is you got connected with her in your own way. And then that's where you build your own superhero, you build your own idea, and you go just as hard as her. And we all, grow anyway, right? We all level up anyway. So this Thoth person, it looks like they're trying to say that they're me in here. So I'm almost curious enough to have them as a guest. If you are them, who are all of us? Are we all connected to different deities, a select few? You can't ask me who you are. See, like, that's lostness. See, like, this is the problem. That's the problem right there. Like, everything I just explained, I literally just went deep on how Mo for show can only learn about herself from herself. And she can talk about that with me. But you, creative lucidity, you can't come up here asking me to tell you who you are. I'm asking you who you are. Who are you? You would have to tell me who you are. Like, I'm not going to tell you you're all expressions of one God. People just want to be told what they are. Like, bro, where's your individuality? What? Where's the authenticity in that? Come on. Where is your personality? Come on. LMAO, the Vedas indicate everything's eternal and God produces experiences rather than creating. That's literally the same exact thing. What? God produces experiences rather than creating. What? Producing experiences is creating experiences. Life is producing experiences. Life is creating experiences. Bad words. Been here 11 times. I built the Great Pyramids around the world. Okay, so you're literally here claiming to be me. I will let you hop in here just because it'll be funny then. Just because it'll be funny. Because I. All right. So supposedly we have.
Yo, can you see me? I can't see you.
You can't see me? I can't see
No,
you.
yeah, the screen is totally black.
Yeah, your screen is still loading.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's like they don't want us to meet each other.
I mean, luckily your voice thing is still working.
Yeah. I'm an incarnation of Thoth as well, bruh.
Oh, hello? Oh, snap, he left. Well, he said he's an incarnation of Thoth as well. That's already right off the bat wrong because I, as a spirit, created Thoth to express myself. So, like, you can't be an incarnation of me because I created myself to express myself. So, Thoth isn't a spirit, Thoth is the expression of one spirit. Like, this is an example of someone who is clinging on to something I created so that he can express his spirit. But I'm
Yo,
we're back.
yeah, I don't know why my picture not showing up, but yeah, like I said,
That's okay. It usually works as just audio, but I mean, I see like it's trying to load your picture, but it's not happening.
yeah, they don't want us to link, bruh. It, like I told you before, it wasn't just like if you know any history on Thoth, he never was one person, bruh. He incarnated thousands of times, bruh. Like me myself, I've been here 11 times on this earth realm 11 times. This is my last. I'm not coming
Okay.
back anymore. And
All right.
this is the last hurrah for me.
So let me ask you a question then. Who else is Thoth?
Tahuti, Hermes, thrice great.
Okay. So who else? Give me some more past lives of Thoth. Oh shit, where'd he go? I'm asking him about Thoth's past lives. Hello? Dang, where'd he go? Come on, bro. He said he's Thoth. Bro, get back in here. Talk to me about your past lives real quick.
Oh, there we go.
Hey,
What up?
there
What
it
up?
is.
Yeah, they keep
Yo,
cutting my
I can
lines,
see
bro.
you
Yeah, they keep cutting me.
now.
They
Man,
keep
that's
cutting me.
annoying.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said in the chat, I've been a lot of people. Hermes, Yakub, Yahweh. I've been a lot of people. I've changed my name thousands of times, bro. Like I said, I've been me. This physical vessel has been here 11 times. But
Mm.
Thoth, the actual energy and the person that Thoth was, the ibis man. Look at this. That's you. That's me and you. You see that?
That's me.
Yeah.
So you
I
do
painted
know
this.
that.
I painted this.
Hey, that's beautiful. I'm glad that you are a fan. I'm about to have
I'm
to
not a
educate you
fan.
on spirituality real quick
I'm not a
because
fan, bro.
you literally do
I'm not a
not
fan.
understand how big Thoth is. So
I
like
do.
your
I do.
perception of Thoth is much smaller than you think it
Nah,
is. And that's where I'm just gonna
nah,
ask you questions. And I just want you to talk
nah.
about yourself
Your
naturally.
perspective.
Okay.
Your
I'm
perspective
gonna
of
ask you
hold on.
questions and I
Listen,
just want you to
your
talk about
perspective of
yourself
thought
naturally.
is one sided. If you think he was just one person, he's just you.
Well,
Like, come
no,
on,
it's
bro.
not about see like that's insanely narcissistic because that's weird. So like if I
That's what you
literally
saying
express
is
myself right
narcissistic.
now, no, like because think about this real quick. If I express myself as Chase, right? So I'm Chase. The moment I express myself, someone else can say that they're Chase and I'm not Chase. And now it would literally be
Yeah.
about who created the energy of Chase. So basically, this is about who created the energy of Thoth. So I want you to talk to me about how you created things.
First of all, I created the Great Pyramids on a different Earth. It wasn't physical. It wasn't physical. I did it with my mind. It wasn't physical. I never
Hilarious.
put no, yeah, I never put no bricks together. No, it wasn't physical. I did it with my mind, and it manifested over time. It became solid over time, over thousands of years. I was put here along with other gods to raise the consciousness of mankind.
Okay. So again, do you know what a spirit is? I think we
Yeah,
need to get to the right actual point. Do
no,
you know what a
bruh,
spirit is?
look,
You don't know
how
what a
long, hold
spirit
on,
is?
how long? You can't grill me. How long you been into consciousness? I'm older than you. So how long you been into consciousness?
Dude, I'm eons old. It's not about my physical
No.
age.
When did you realize? I just heard your whole story when you realized you was Thoth. I've been Thoth before you was even born, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Again,
How old are
you don't
you?
have new creativity. So let's talk about
I
an
don't have
actual
new
spirit. So
creativity.
I'm
What
not
are you
clinging
talking
on
about?
to Thoth. I'm
Listen,
actually
what
expressing
is
more of
what? Hold
myself.
on, hold on.
But what you're doing
What is
is
the
clinging
attributes
on
of
to
Thoth?
a past thing. So your
What is
idea
that?
of Thoth is
Hold on.
not
What is that?
actually an expression
Listen.
of
What
who
are the
created Thoth.
attributes of Thoth? What are the attributes? What is Thoth good at? What is he the god of?
No, it's not about that. We're
No.
literally
What is
talking
he the
about
god of? It is. What is he the god of? What did he do? You trying to grill me? Let me grill you. What did he do?
no, bro, because I'm literally bigger than Thoth. So let's think about your actual cosmic consciousness as far as
Bruh,
authentically
you could
individuality.
you not even on my level of consciousness to question me. You ever heard of John Henry Clark? Have you ever heard of John Henry Clark? One of his quotes, he says, I debate only my equals. All others I teach. You're not even on my level
Okay,
of consciousness. I
that's
only
a
came on
cute
this.
quote.
I only
That's a
came on this. Hold on. I only came on your live to show you that I'm a real person and I don't fear you. You feel me,
all
bro?
right.
Like I
Thanks for
said.
not fearing me. I appreciate that.
Like I said,
Here's
hold
the
on.
point,
Can you not cut me off? Like I said, I don't fear
bruh.
you.
You
And
hopped
I
up
came
here.
at you. Hold on. I came at you before I even got on here. You was condescending. So I came at you on some, bro. You thought too. I don't. It ain't about ego with
Bro,
me. Thought
dude,
ain't just one
dude.
person.
You
Thought is
can't no,
thousands of people. Stop playing. I'm not
dude.
here to
This is
argue
why
with you,
I
bro.
have to express myself as separate
I'm
now.
not here to
Because the
argue with
point
you.
is, we are not all one person. Like the point is, a spirit has to express itself as an individual. So if you are not expressing more individuality that's not connected to the past, then you're not actually expressing more of yourself. You're holding on to something that is dead. So all these old
Mm-hmm.
ideas are technically dead if you're not
Mm-hmm.
expressing more of your life through something. So I'm not just Thoth. I literally have all these past lives that I would like to ask you if you know those past lives. But you don't the same way.
I just told you I
There's
had a
more than that.
I just told you I
Dude,
had
there's more
11.
than that.
Hold on. I just told you I had 11 past lives, and then you discredit my shit, but I'm supposed to
No,
listen to
I'm saying
yours.
the names, dude.
Like,
I
come
didn't
on, bro.
say how many times you
We can
lived
only
or
go.
reincarnated.
I can only go
I,
on what you saying, just like you can only go on what I'm saying. So you
I'm
can't
saying
discredit
names.
nothing I'm saying. I can't discredit nothing you're saying.
That's
Like
not true
this,
because we're talking about practicality. You can't come up here
bro.
and
You
tell me
can't discredit shit I'm saying, or I can't discredit shit you saying. Like
that's
I
not
said,
true. That's not true
it
though.
is
Like
true.
for you
It
to
is
come up
true.
here and say that
You
I
who?
can't
Hold
discredit
on,
what
bro.
you're saying,
That's how
that's
I
literally
know
just
you
you
on some.
saying that you
That's
can
how I
say
know you on some.
anything.
That's how I know you
So
on
that's
some
the
coke
point.
stuff. You want you all your people in here. You want them to just follow you blindly. No, bro. I don't preach that. I preach
I'm
ye
really
are
telling everyone
gods.
that they're an
Every
infinite
man is
individual.
every man, woman, and child is the god of their own reality. Like they
Bro,
shouldn't be
like
following you or
you have
listening
a
to you. Like who the fuck are you? I'm out,
dude, so
bro.
you literally this is weird. And then you came up here saying, I'm saying the wrong thing and everyone's a god of their own reality when that was the point and now he's gone. That's weird. So here's the thing, guys. I would like to ask him about his actual cosmic circumstances. All right, we're talking about like cosmic circumstances because for you to come up here and say that you're me and that we're all people, like for him to come up here and say that he's also Thoth, but he can't even tell me about my past lives. For example, I'm the only one who can tell you about Metatron and shit. Like, so I'm not up here saying I'm Thoth, guys. I'm CymaTree. I'm Chase Clarence Calloway. Because it's Hermes Trismegistus, I get progression. So what you just saw right there is a natural demon. A demon is literally a consumer. A demon is someone who needs to hold on to something I created and then say that they're that. So just imagine, like right now, I create CymaTree. In 2,000 years, when CymaTree gets big, just like Thoth, I could come back as a spirit who made CymaTree, and then someone else is like, oh, I'm CymaTree too. And it's like, what? How are you CymaTree? Well, you see the stories? I do exactly what he does. Like, well, but no, because like I know I'm CymaTree. But at that point, it's literally like a weird ego thing. Because like once your ego gets so big and people want to be you, you have to let that shit go. If you don't let that shit go, people will like literally hold on to that. Because like like that's it for real. Like that's actually it. Like I like that dude. What? Like I want him to talk. Like what? Where'd he go? Like dang. Like that's a shame. Um, because he's definitely, yeah, he's in here talking about being Thoth or whatever. Thank you, Abok for life. I literally wanted people to listen to him. Because the thing is, hilarious. How is he not here to argue? Where'd he go? He kicked himself out. I can't even find his messages anymore. Guys, this is like a perfect example of a demon. So this is what I'm talking about. A demon is someone who clings to earth that was created by another spirit. So he didn't even want to talk spirituality with me. Like he didn't want to talk to me about how he created himself. He just wanted to talk to me about how he and I are the same. So it's just more source consciousness shit. It's just more people eating my creation and then telling me that they are the creation. Like it's like this like some weird cannibalism stuff, energy. Cause it's just like I'm not in control of that shit. That's why I can't hold on to the past, but also like I have to stand on it. So then it's easy for hella other people who read my stories to act like they're me, but he's not connected to Anubis. God, so like he didn't even let me get to ask him about Anubis. I don't know where he is. Like he literally ran away. Like I was gonna start asking him about the family shit, really. Cause any like this is a mark of a demon. I'm saying like this is a mark of a demon right here. A demon is someone who wants to hold on to an idea, but they don't even have the connections to like naturally make that idea work. So like Thoth doesn't exist as an idea alone. Like Thoth is a is a small idea in a much greater pantheon of relationships with individuals. And he can't conceive of Thoth like that because he perceives as Thoth as something to eat. So anyone who has an account like that or they're interacting like that, they view me as Thoth as someone to eat because they want to feel good filled up in their space, right? So they didn't have this idea until I made it up. Once I made it up, then they eat it. Once they eat it, they died. Literally. Now, like, I ate Thoth. I am Thoth. I'm Thoth. And now they can, like, somehow invest their ego in that. And it's like, fuck. It really makes me want to not interact in a universe. Like, shit like that is what makes me want to be alone forever. Whereas he isn't even thinking like me. He's on the opposite side. He wants to connect with people so hard. He's willing to come up here and say that he and I are both the same person. What the fuck? That makes no sense. Like, literally, it's the complete opposite. This is the shit that makes me not want to talk to anyone. True Hermeticism is being alone. I promise you, he doesn't know shit about Hermeticism. I was going to start talking to him about Hermeticism too. We couldn't get there. He left. Like, what was that? Man. Because it's like, I was trying to have him speak too, but he wasn't it. That was weird. Thank you. I'm glad you're here to see that, Jonathan. Bro, that's so funny. Oh my gosh. He's too angry, forget about him. I like almost just, I want to check him out on TikTok, but it's like, there's no end to people like that. Again, like this is just, this is a complete opposite. Like we can see a creator versus a consumer. A creator knows who they are so hard that they don't even give a fuck about their creation, but they have to use it to express themselves. So I don't give a fuck about Thoth, but I have to use Thoth to express myself. A consumer, one who needs to get filled up by something outside of themselves. So they literally will be like, I'm Thoth. And you are too. So now they're trying to connect their individuality to my space by telling me they're me. You see that like two-step process? Like, oh, I'm Thoth and you're Thoth. Like, you have no spirituality. See, like that man has no spirituality. Like I wanted to get into spiritual things with him. I just didn't want him to waste my time. Okay, so like, yeah, I could have like not been talking over him too much, but also he was like gonna keep talking and I was trying to actually ask him questions and not have him just go off of trains of consciousness. Like if he was still here, I'd be happy to ask him questions. I want to ask him these questions. I want to ask him about Atlantis. I want to ask him about Mercury. I want to ask him about Metatron. I want to ask him about Hermeticism, Zoroastrianism. I want to ask him about all of this number shit that he was literally like coming in here just saying ego shit, whatever. Everyone's saying ego shit, right? Y'all in the comments can tell me I'm on my ego. Everyone's just in their ego. People can be watching this as like entertainment, like, oh, it's just fake spiritual people using ideas to debate. No, I just explained to you, like the creator makes the idea so he can express himself through it. So I used to be Thoth. Guess what? I'm still Thoth, but that's an old expression of me. I'm CymaTree now. I have whole new life to what Thoth means. That's a creator. That's spiritual. He, as a physical demonic consumer, he has no new imagination to make Thoth make more sense. He has no connection to Anubis. I promise you that. He has no connection to Atlantis. He doesn't like fast like I do. Even if I'm going to actually get into my physical ego, he doesn't separate his mind from his body like I do. He doesn't do the meditative work to train. Like at that point, it's just, again, ego shit. Like at that point, it's literally about you knowing who you are and being able to put in the work to create and express yourself. It's just so fucking weird because the moment you create yourself and the moment that shit starts to get big, it's almost like you can't even be yourself anymore because other people are saying that they're you and other people are trying to eat you. And this is why my name is Chase, just straight up getting chased. It's annoying by people wanting to eat me. And they like feel like they're more wise once they get my morsels and then they get it all up in their space. It was very interesting. One to come, I can mod you. I like this idea. Man, and it's weird because his comments aren't even here. I don't know if he got blocked. His comments should still be here, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, that's why I'm confused. His comments are literally not here. So, like, oh, no, there we go. Found him. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's so funny. So he's just really like, he's Thoth. That's so funny. Bro, that's why, man, I hate the universe. Bro, I can't even be myself. That's why I'm CymaTree. But again, it's just like this is gonna happen with CymaTree in however many years. And then like what, I just have to make up something new and then just like constantly express a new version of me because people are constantly saying that they're the old version of me. So I'm just always like update, but it's like it's whatever. Because the point is, yeah, he like literally has nothing to do with Mercury. Right? He like literally does not know really about Wednesday being Thoth Day and the correlation of how I, as a spirit, literally built Mercury to send these bodies away. So like he's not coming at it from this perspective at all. He's not coming at this from the perspective of he's a spirit who's choosing to connect with the universe. So he built a structure that allows him to do so. So Thoth is just one of the bodies that I sent away from my structure to express myself. So if 1 million people all see that body and then they all say that they're Thoth, that has nothing to do with me. And it has something to do with me, but that's all them. That's just them consuming my shit. So then that's where he comes up here. He has knowledge that's limited to English and this earth and the internet. But once I'm trying to talk to him about actual spirituality and the deep place where his spirit is coming from, he literally couldn't even go deep there with me. I wanted him to. I wanted him to get deep with me. But like he like literally couldn't. I low-key want to co-host him. I just sent him an invite. Fuck it. Because I love debate. Give me this discourse. Like, if you're literally this passionate about me, let me use this platform where I'm already me to let you express yourself for a second, right? And now you can go back into the universe and do your thing, and I'm going to keep growing. But I want him to speak his piece. I definitely would like him to speak how he knows he's Thoth or whatever. But his whole ego thing is that he said he's into consciousness longer than I am. Guys, we're talking about spirituality, not consciousness. Your spirit creates consciousness. So the fact that he wasn't willing to go spirituality with me, he was just like, oh, you were into consciousness. How long? I'm older than you. He's lost in light. It's right there. That's why he's consuming Thoth and why he still identifies as something that technically already happened. And he's all like, Thoth was many incarnations and now it's me and you. Bro, no, you can't know. You are not a real spirit. How do you have so little individuality that you're going to say that you are Thoth and then you and someone else are both Thoth? That's like if I said I'm Chase and someone else is Chase. And if someone, I agree that we're both me, that makes no sense. Like, that's colonialism. Like, that's cannibalism. That's spiritual cannibalism right there. That's spiritual cannibalism right there. I sent this man a co-host invite. Grand Rising. He said he was getting disconnected. Right. Do you know Ra? Ra itself is the concept of me as a spirit. Okay, so in this life, I learned about Ra, me as a spirit, as I Ra Cell. So that's literally why I've been calling my spirit I Ra Cell my entire time growing up. Ira Cell, I learned, this is like a very slow awakening journey of me like learning then with my spirit, like, why are you Ira Cell? And then it was about like Egyptian stories and the mythology of basically tears coming out of the eye of Ra, and then that made the cells of man. So it's kind of like from the eye of Ra came the cells of man, basically. And then like every man is like a cell. And like all of our cells, all of our bodies are created from the tears of Ra. And then that's the concept, all the Hermetic alchemy that I'm already sharing with you right here. Like Your eye is the spirit, the observer. But when your eye has a vision, it creates an ego. And then when that ego is alone in its imagination, it cries. And then those tears are what create life. It's as simple as that. Man, I really want him to come back. That's a shame. That's a real shame. Cause it's just like all he's gonna do is tell me that we're the same. And like that's just gonna be very obviously not true. Like we're not the same. So, and that's true for you guys. Like anytime someone tells you that they're the same as you, it's not true. So if someone is literally willing to come up to me and say that they and I are the same spirit, I know for a fact that they're trying to colonize me with my own creation. So I'm already Thoth, and I prefer Tahuti, but Thoth is the white supremacist name. But as Thoth, I'm already me. So if someone comes up to me and says, God, hey, whoa, we're both Thoth, that is infinite red flags. That lets me know that they are not an individual. If they were an individual, they wouldn't feel so much like someone else that they would be able to say that we're both one individual. Like, what? It's so lost. It's so lost. Bro, get him back in here. Like, he left. Nah, man, such a shame. Like, I literally require him to actually talk to me about the astral realm. So, whatever. Key Mind says, I'd love to know more about Megatron and Atlantis. All right, well, here's something. Megatron is a transformer. But if you want to know about Metatron, Metatron is me as a spirit creating a circumstance where I can communicate with the universe in the way that I want. And that's me building Mercury, because now Mercury is my simulation that allows me to make sense out of how I communicate with the universe. So then this is where we get Thoth and Hermes and Ningishzida, Idris, Odin, Zoroaster, Quetzalcoatl, hella other messengers from Mercury that I would love that guy to talk about nonchalantly. Okay, so I'm just letting you know the complete opposite spaces, okay? He's not in tune with his past lives. If he was in tune with his past lives, he would not be able to say that he's an incarnation of someone else and I'm also an incarnation of that person. That's not spiritual, guys. That's not spirituality. Spirituality is knowing that you are an infinite individual. So for him to come up and tell me that we're both one person and we're both one consciousness, that's not spirituality, God. Like, that's colonialism. That's stealing. That's cannibalism. That's just like lies. That makes no sense. Only someone without their own individuality could tell you that you're both one individual. Or else they would just tell you that you're an individual. So I'm already here telling you that you're an infinite individual. So even he tried to criticize me, saying that people shouldn't listen to me because he says that everyone is their own God. So he literally only said what I was already saying. So he literally had nothing. He had worse than nothing. He has dead knowledge that doesn't matter without the spirit who created it. But he's not a creative spirit. He's a consumptive spirit. So his creativity is coming up here and telling me that we are both created by the same person and we're both connected. That's not creative. Like, creativity is knowing that as a space, you are going from fire, water, air, earth to transform into physical reality. Everything with my number shit. He, as Thoth, is not talking about my number science. So, whatever. I mean, just objective shit. Atlantis is created by Anubis because he wants to facilitate connections throughout the universe. So Anubis facilitates connections with Atlantis. And then this is why Atlantis is like the interdimensional water world that Anubis, as god of the dead, rules over. And then the whole point of water is that it connects all simulations in the universe. So Atlantis is about like water, death world, because it's about the universe being one big cosmic pool of connections. So once you die, ideally you'll have Anubis there, you'll have a dog there to help guide you to your space. That's the point of Anubis. Something that dude, of course, can't tell you because he's not even friends with Anubis like that. He doesn't have a personal relationship with him. This shit's so silly. Come back, bro. Come back. I sent him a co-host invite. So yeah, that's the point of Anubis. That's the point of Atlantis. And then that's where we team up to be psychopomps. Bro, I would love to ask him about Hermanubis. He doesn't know about that shit, especially nonchalantly, especially in a creative mode. Like, he's not adding on to Mercury at all. Like, if he was a messenger from Mercury, wouldn't he be adding on to Mercury? I literally have a website with decolonize your face, decolonize your mind, creative calisthenics, 2 different courses, both 24 hours plus long, teaching you how to water fast like I do. Like, and it's all about bringing Mercury to Earth. And I have a bunch of free content with my podcast and Dissect the Dialect. Like, guys, it's just about spirituality, and spirituality grows and gives. You know that I'm Tahuti because I don't care about you calling me Thoth. Call me Chase, call me CymaTree, but I'm giving you the same shit that I was giving as Thoth. Everything that made these creations matter, everything that makes every messenger from Mercury matter is what I'm doing right now. That's called being a creator. So now I can have guys like that. I can have consumers be inspired by me. So when he eats me and then he makes art about me, he feels good about it. He feels like he has a bigger purpose in the universe. He feels like he can stand on my individuality instead of himself because he sees more of what he wants to be in me than himself. But the whole point is me telling him that he should just be himself and be an infinite individual. But he's not about that life. Can you explain the basis of your belief? My whole life, all my past lives, everything that I do is the basis of my belief. I would love for you to meet General Al. It would be an honor. I don't know who that is, Commander of Rhythm Pattern. I hope he comes back to learn. It's hilarious. I hope so too. Iracel. Yeah, so I literally made up Iracel as like it's just an organic name that I thought went really hard. And then that's where I learned like, oh, okay, Eye of Ra in a cell. So like the point of Ra is basically like it's light. So when you think of Ra, it's just full light. So that's like the word for light, Ra. So Iracel. Like, guys, like I'm so obviously me. I want him to come back. I want to debate. Like, please come back. Please come back. Because it's like if he's watching me or some shit, then like I'm just giving him more keys to act like he's me, right? Like it's really easy for him to come up. I built the pyramids with my mind metaphysically. See, it took time to materialize. Like, okay, I already said that shit, 1, in this whole live stream. And 2, you can go read that on the internet. So if you can't get into the details in the alchemy, like everything I get into here and like I've been getting into, then you're literally just regurgitating what you read on the internet. Like, guys, I'm literally talking to you about how the pyramids would be built through numbers and the elements of like 1 being projecting out a light, and then 2 being the soul that absorbs and reflects the light, and then 3 is your mind communicating the light, and then 4 is you structuring the light, and then 5 is you transforming the light, and then 6 is you actually using your sexual energy to bring life to and create the light. And then that in of itself becomes a consciousness, and that's 7. And then that consciousness creates connections, and that's 8. And then these connections allow you to sustain your consciousness, and that's 9. And then that's just you realizing that you are an infinite spirit that can create heaven right now. And then now you create 10. Boom, boom, boom. So I, Ra-Cell, I is the individual. I is more correlated to the spirit. I is about observing. Ra, I observe what? Light. Okay, so Ra is the light. So Ra is literally like light. There you go. You know, like that's really what Ra means. It's like just ultimate idea, the word for light. And then cell, right? What does light do? It structures itself. It curls into a cell. So I, Ra, cell. Right there we get spirit, light, body. And then it's just about observing how all lights become cells that allow us to connect. And that's where we get cell phones, right? So cells allow us to connect and communicate with each other. That's the point of a cell, Ira cell. Why are you saying that? So you believe in alchemy. Alchemy is how you're creating life right now. Yeah. This king, we fasting. How long we fasting? Hey, we fast as long as we want to fast. Like the planet. Exactly. And then if you don't agree, then it becomes superficial. What is number signs? What's your sign? Where is Atlantis? Can you prove back any of this scientifically? Well, it depends what your idea of science is, Fredster. Because literally everything that I say can be proven scientifically with like common sense. So right now, the way I am moving my body is scientific. But I guess if you're so lost in science that you're going to say that I'm not moving my body because I'm not the one in control of my body, well, then that's just a projection of your limited system, right? Because a lot of people would think it's not scientific for me to explain how I'm literally animating my body because I, as a spirit, am observing a light and then connecting with that light to use my soul to vibrate it into existence. And that's the heartbeat. And I'm technically always doing that with my heartbeat. So if science isn't saying that's what our heartbeat is, then science isn't anywhere close to where I'm at with basic, basic life principles. Just basic life principles. Just basic life principles. IJ5, he's shaking right now. It's fair. Exactly. And then if you don't agree, they become superficial. Literally, what is number signs? What's your sign? That was really funny. I really could have heard him out easier, but like literally, if he's going to come up here and tell me we're both the same man, that's literally him telling me that I'm not an individual and that he's not an individual. Because I'm not even saying I'm Thoth, I'm CymaTree. So if I'm literally talking about I created Thoth to express myself, then he's not me. And for him to come up here and tell me, no, it's okay, we're both the same, he's infinitely not me. Like, he can't come up here and then tell me that he and I are both the same when I'm literally expressing way more individuality. When I'm talking about CymaTree and Mercury and Chase and like extra shit and like new stuff that makes the past make more sense. Oh. Is it good to fast at 16? Yeah, it is. Age doesn't matter. He believes in ancient Egyptian gods. General AI, he is a Tom, and it's where I'm remembering myself as well. He is a Tom. So wait, the pyramids were not built by aliens? Well, I mean, if you consider Hermes Trismegistus an alien, but no, it was built by an indigenous person. Hermes Trismegistus. It's indigenous technology. The only reason we believe they were built by aliens is because aliens invaded this world and have stolen everything from indigenous peoples and have enslaved indigenous peoples. So now your concept of aliens is fed to you by the aliens who want to train you to view them a certain way. So now you can imagine what an alien is, but you're trained to view it in a limited way so that you can support the actual aliens who have conditioned you to communicate through whatever language. Facts. Pyramids were never built by aliens. I have one more fasting question. Am I not supposed to smoke when I'm fasting? Definitely not nicotine. Don't smoke nicotine. You can, get that cannabis. Nice points of view. Bit far-fetched saying that cell phones and cells are connected. Okay, Fredster, you're just here, I guess. Hi, welcome to the live stream. Obviously cell phones and cells are connected. You have to have a cell before you can communicate. So if you don't have your own container to vibrate, how are you going to communicate with anyone? All cell phones start out as cells. Like, that's why it's literally the word. Like, it's not anywhere close to far-fetched saying that they're connected. They literally have to be connected. They have the same word. So I'm just letting you know that a cell is a structure that a spirit creates to communicate with others. And then a phone is what allows a spirit to get calls from other spirits, right? So if I create a cell, I'm Ira cell. I'm a spirit in my own structure. And then I can get a call from another spirit who has their own structure. That would be two cells communicating. Just like your body is two cells communicating. Everything in your body is cells communicating to build your life. Yeah, see, okay. So, no, I asked about the science when you were talking about spirits. Okay, so the spirituality of imagination is literally all science has. So, science is literally like, you can't prove the Big Bang, right? So literally all science does in that case is express its imagination, but say it's right. So the Big Bang Theory is an expression of science's imagination. And I can make that make more sense based on how we actually create the universe, because I actually know, because I'm actually a creative spirit that actually creates connections, and I actually build worlds. I'm not clinging on to some old dead shit and not making anything new because I don't feel good enough alone in my space. Like that dude. I still want him to come back. In fact, I very well hope that we can get him on a live stream or whatever the fuck in the future, because that shit was really funny. So would you say that one of the ways to integrate what you've been saying is to be our truest self? I would say that that's the only way, yes. Be your truest self. Like, everything I'm talking about is literally you being the truest you. Like, you connecting with yourself in a way that's infinitely real for you. That's the truest you, the truest self. Yes, one to come, you are a moderator. I trust you. Gang, gang. We live amongst aliens every day. Absolutely. Are ancient Egyptians defined as an indigenous population? Yes. Yes, they are, Fredster. They are indigenous. What do you think of the idea that there's only one cell on the universe, string theory? That's not true. Bro, there's so many cells. There's infinite cells in the universe, and they're all communicating all the time. Like, how could there be? There's not just one cell. Anyone who says there's just one anything is a narcissist. Like, they're literally like trying to own everything. Like, they're trying to like own over everyone. So like, the moment you agree that we're all expressions of one God, whoever taught you that gets to own us. Like, that's just like ultimate narcissism now. Boo. Have you built an arc? You mean like an arc reactor? Oh, snap. Seven Circle says he's in a different room. You found him. He's got some shadow work to do. Dang, he's in a different room. So he just left? Bro, obviously the party's here. Dang. And now I'm here thinking, like, how could I have communicated better? So I didn't have to speak over him. At the same time, he was saying lostness. And I felt like I had to speak over him because I needed to not speak over him, but get him to focus on the point. And he wouldn't focus on the point. Like, I asked him questions. I was asking him questions. I wanted to ask him questions about the past, and I wanted to have the platform when he could talk. Like, just literally have him talk about his past lives, talk about his past experiences, his past time as Thoth. Because y'all can literally look up Sashat. I'm living with her. Like, guys, like, I'm so infinitely real. Like, I'm living with the woman that is my female counterpart. He does not have Sashat. He is not with Sashat. He probably doesn't even care about her or know about her because he's too focused on eating the dick of Thoth. He doesn't care about Anubis. He's focused on eating the cock of Thoth. Like, seriously, bro, I need him back in here, actually. Of course I don't need, but it's like, it's just funny. Like, I so want him to express himself authentically through Thoth. Like, please communicate who you are through this. Like, please tell me how we're the same and how you feel like you have the authority to say that we're the same person because you want to be me that badly. But you're not connected with Sashat. You're not connected with Isis. You're not connected with Horus. You're not connected with Anubis. Like, see, like, demons just aren't connected. And that's like the real mark of a demon, guys. Okay, so I'm connected with my world. I'm connected with my shit. My family's way bigger than anyone's idea of who I am. Like, that's why I can only laugh at people like that. And then I want them to come up. Like, platform. You have the platform. Because here's my thing. If they spiritually care about these ideas that much, let's let them talk about it. That's all. Like, if you care about these ideas that much, talk about it. Like, you have the platform, you have the stage, but you're going to have to start off with spirituality. And that's where that dude, he didn't want to talk about spirituality. He wanted to talk about consciousness, right? He was like, I was actually in this before you. Like, bro, you can't say you're in it before me when you are riding my esoteric dick, telling me that I am not the one who created myself. Like, that's not it. That's not it. And that's why he's not in here talking right now. That's why, as Seven Circles says, astutely uses PI investigative work to find out this dude's in another room. So whatever. It's just like, he has a username Thoth. There are people who have the username Enoch and Hermes, and like other people will identify as the big egos of me, but like they don't care about all my past lives that make that matter. So they don't know who I am. And that's where like I take this shit personally. I take it light, but I take it personally. Like, you see how personally I take this, right? Like, if I have to create myself to express myself, I'm not about to have someone eating my creation and then telling me that they're me. And they can't even talk to me about Hermeticism or Zoroastrianism or Mercury or Atlantis, Anubis, or the past, or just speak spirituality with me. Frustrating. Hilarious, though. He's got some shadow work to do. What are your thoughts on polygamy? Yeah, hey, polygamy works for the people it's supposed to work for. There's a lot of power in polygamy. It is about combining your energy. So technically, like, the more partners you get in, the more powerful you are. Technically. Okay, but would you say that everything is connected? Hippie traveler man, I would say that everything you experience is connected by your space. That's what I would say. So I as a spirit and you as a spirit are not connected. But, okay, so think of it like spirituality, okay, the spirit realm. So like that dude, again, that's why that dude coming up here, he's not spiritual to come up here and tell me that he and I are the same, and that he and I are both one person and we're both incarnations. That sounds like I did not choose to be born. I'm not an incarnation. I created myself and I'm expressing myself. And I've expressed myself like this in the past. That's not me being an incarnation of something. Like, that's like a super lost way at viewing life. It's not it. It's about spiritually knowing that you have to express your imagination to exist, but that only makes sense through a soul. And then that's where you will communicate your imagination through a Merkaba, and that's me as Metatron talking about the Merkaba. And now we have that whole science of metaphysics, of the mind, of the metaverse, and how that creates your body. And see how like the metaverse is about all of our spaces connecting? So the point is, I as Metatron am letting you know that everything inside of your space is connected to you, because you are the spirit experiencing your space. So like everything that I experience as Metatron inside of my space is connected to me. And thus, everything I experience outside of my space is connected to me because I'm expressing what's going on inside of my space to make my imagination real. And then that's where everything from my life just like plays out from there. So everything that you experience is connected by your space, but my space and your space are separate. The only way that both of our spaces can connect is if we create this circumstance where we can feel connected to the same things. And that would be what we're doing right now. So because that dude feels connected to Thoth, he feels like he can come up here and tell me that we're both Thoth. I don't feel so connected to Thoth that I'm going to let my individuality be colonized. Like, that's why I'm CymaTree now, okay? And that's why I don't really like any past life shit. Like, nah, new creation. Like, no one can come up here and say, I'm CymaTree too. And if they do, then fuck it. It's just the same energy. It's the same exact energy, colonizers. So whatever. Shadow work tips. Water fast, Umadaf. Meditation and positive affirmations to start, for sure. He literally does need to be here for himself. An interstellar arc for travel. Oh, that's my Merkaba. So in your interstellar arc for travel is your Merkaba, IJ5. That's your Merkaba. So think of that as your relationship with yourself. Your mind is your relationship with yourself. And once you have your own mind, this relationship with yourself allows you to sail the sea of the universe, right? The universe is one big cosmic sea. And once you have a relationship with yourself, that's your interstellar arc for travel. Now you can sail out into the cosmos forever and ever, right? So like, that's your Merkaba. That's your arc. So, I mean, Noah's Ark, that would just be like building a mind that can sustain the flood, right? Think of like the soul is the flood, right? The soul is the chaotic water that comes in. You want to use your mind to communicate above the water. So you never want to get caught in a flood when like water like that's crashing in. You're always going to communicate above that. What is the name of this faith you're talking about? Well, I'm calling it Cymacism now because I'm detaching from all past labels. So this is my creation. I'm talking about how spirits create life by connecting their individuality with each other. So once we feel like connecting our individuality together, that's us starting to create life, because we have to connect with ourselves before we can connect with other people. So if you want to connect with other people, you first as a spirit have to create an ego, then you have to create a soul. And now you can use that soul to connect with other souls. And once you use your soul to connect with other souls, we get guys like that guy, where because we're both alive in the same environment, he feels like he can come up and say that we're both Thoth, because he wants to be connected with my creation, a creation that I made a while ago. And I'm not even attached to it, but it's natural part of Mercury. Like I can't ignore Thoth. I would if I could almost, but like I can't. So it's part of literally you knowing that you have to create yourself to exist. You have to create yourself to exist. That's Cymacism. And we're going to see this in virtual reality times, right, guys? Like literally, we're going to see that the more we push into the internet age, if you're not creating content on the internet, you won't exist to the world. Everyone's going to be looking at their phones way more than they're looking at you. So if you're not on their phones, you're fucked, right? This is the circumstance that my spirit has me in. That's what the metaverse stole from Metatron. The whole point is they want all of us hooked in a matrix that they can use to simulate all of our minds in a way that makes them money. And we look like we're connected to each other, but really we're all separate. Because I promise this would be way more authentic communication if all of us, if you guys could separate your minds from your bodies and come be on Mercury with me. If you could all be on Mercury with me and come hang out with me in the same space, we'd have way better modes of communication. Instead, it's me projecting at a live stream. Right? And now like you guys are reacting to what I'm projecting. I want that guy to come back. I really want him to talk about his spirituality. Fuck. I think I'm going to have to like specifically find him and like talk to him and just be like, hey, dude, I have questions. Like, I literally want our class to learn. Like, I built Always Ascending Academy. Okay, call me CymaTree. Don't call me Thoth. All right. I don't give a fuck about that. We're not the same. We're not individual. I'll let you have Thoth. Okay. Here's a platform. Tell us what Thoth means to you. Talk to us about him. Talk to us about your past lives. Okay. Who's Anubis? Who's Sashat? And then at that point, we're going to see that his spirit to life. Like anyone who's claiming to be any of my past lives, I'm more than happy to get them on a platform and see how they communicate about me. I'd love to see that, because they're not going to be able to do it. All they're going to do is cling to shit that was written on the internet, and they're going to regurgitate what they read or watched in a YouTube video or like some kind of fucking story written in English. And they're not even questioning English. They're not breaking down English like I am. Like, I literally, bro, he's claiming to be Hermes. Like, he's literally claiming to be Hermes, yet he does not have any of the works to show it. So it just really is that. Like, I have to let my art speak for itself. I'm letting my business speak for myself. My creations speak for themselves, right? Like, that's like the point. Once I create the shit, it speaks for itself. Once I make the video, it speaks for itself. I don't have to say these things over again. It's pretty nice. So now you can tap into the CymaTree, get some wisdom, and I'm saving my time, because once I built it once, we're good. Now we can just keep building and building and building, and that's the point of nature, right? So now someone can watch this video and turn around and say, I'm Chase because I also got a mohawk that I'm growing to the side, and I got some thick eyebrows, and I also got a beard, and I resonate with being the CymaTree. I like nature. I resonate with stopping climate change. I resonate with, we do create our lives. Yeah, I'm CymaTree too. Like, that's the same exact energy. That's exactly what that was. Like him just being like, I'm CymaTree too. Like, okay. Like, I know you're not, because you're telling me that I'm not me. No real spirit is going to tell you that you're not an individual. So the moment someone tells you that you and them are the same, they are not spiritual. They're physical, objectively, because the point of physical reality is to make us all look the same, right? So that's why the moment I create myself into physical reality, I can get 10 people who all say that they're me, because they're all connecting on me as physical reality spirits. But they didn't bring that concept to life. And time is going to show that they can't bring that concept to life. So then this is where we can see that physical reality is created by spirits. Like, that interaction, I'm sure, was comedy for like everyone watching, basically. Infinitely comedy. And we're going to see going forward how his spirit brings life to Thoth versus how my spirit brings life to Thoth. And my spirit, again, is bringing life to CymaTree. Thoth is part of all the past lives of Mercury. Those are past messengers of Mercury. And Mercury is the metaphysical world that I, as Metatron, have built to connect with the universe. So then that's where I'm making the CymaTree right now to bring that to Earth. And no one else has that kind of idea about what I'm doing right now, because no one else is me. So again, this is my mission. This is my journey. Shit was funny though. Shit was funny though. I hope to get him to express himself in some point, as far as intelligently, spiritually, okay? Not conscious wise, all right? I want him to be spiritual. Thank you for sharing again. Much love and appreciation to you. Thank you, hippie traveler, man. Much love to you. Makes so much sense. I would love that. We share the same energy, different bodies. We share the same energy, different bodies. Yo, this is the shit, bro. This is what I'm talking about. And I get it. Y'all are just like hopping in and out. Fine. We do share the same energy. But also, the point is, you create energy to express yourself. So when you create energy to express yourself, you can't share that energy with other people. Like, the moment you share it, then that starts to become earth. So that's where we create matter, right? So really, matter is what we're all like sharing, like what matters to you, right? But my energy is still technically individual to me. Like, you don't know how my energy moves. You don't know how my energy articulates itself. You don't really know what my energy does, like, at all. What you know about energy is related to you. That's all you. So your idea of energy is you basically talking to yourself. Whatever matters to you is what we can relate on. So if you and I both care about the same matter, then that's going to be both of us having energy for the same thing, right? So everyone saw that dude and me, we both have energy towards the matter, the idea of Thoth, right? So that matter is the earth that is allowing our minds to communicate with each other. And then this is where we can share our energy. Now, it's different spaces where I'm saying, hey, you're the expression of your individuality, right? Versus him, where he's saying that we're both the same and he needs to tell me that, and we're all expressions of one source. And I promise you, his spirituality, if we really got into it, would be that we're all one source and we're all one consciousness and we're all one body. And yeah, we all came from one thing, and it's just like not it. Frequency is energy, right? Or the expression of it. Everything is energy vibrating at a certain frequency. So the thing is earth, the energy is air, the vibration is water, and the frequency is fire. So this is where your energy balances you. Your vibration connects you. Your frequency separates you. So when you know that your frequency separates you from others, this is how frequently do you express yourself. Okay, when you know that your vibration connects you with others, this is how much do you vibe, basically. And then energy is you vibrating at a certain frequency. So now you can actually experience both of these things. You can experience your ego and soul coming together. And then that's you creating life. And then that's where you create. And then that's you creating life. And then that's where you create what matters to you. So as a spirit, whatever mattered to you, you just built energy. You created energy that allows that to condense into a structure. Okay, so I hope that was helpful. Enjoying my daily chakra smoothie. Hey, a chakra smoothie. What's in that chakra smoothie, Key Minds? What you got in a chakra smoothie? Fruit? Fruit? You got fruit. They're the ones that get you, the ones that do not. The energy will vibe the more than many. Absolutely. Yeah. So it's important to have your own mind. Okay? That's where, like, literally, like, I don't even care about being Thoth that much. Like, if that dude is going to come up and say he's Thoth, he can have it. But then that's where I want him to make Thoth make more sense than I can make Thoth make sense. Because that's what I require as a spirit. This shit to make sense. So if he's not able to come up here and use my creation to make more sense than I am, he must not be the creator. Like, duh. Like, he's just here to eat. He's just here to be a demon. He's just here to consume the creations of others and feel like he's connected. And that's what all spirits in the universe want. You know, like, that's all they'll ever want. They just want to consume the creations of others so they can feel something. They just want to feel something other than nothing, because nothing is a creator. This is why I fast, guys, because when I fast and I feel nothing, I create. That's all. Now, what am I going to feel? Oh, shit, my creation. I might as well just feel, create. Boom. Demons are another type of aliens. Absolutely. They are. Because the idea of a demon and an alien is that they both feel like they need to consume something outside of themselves, right? So they're going to go outside of themselves to eat something and then use that to connect with people outside themselves. And that's just like the whole difference of like God versus a demon. So a God is happy alone. A demon hates being alone. Just think about that. All right. It's that simple. So a God is happy alone. And once you, as a God, create a human mind where you can experience you as God, now you're in the balance, right? Because physical reality is not me alone, right? Like, I'm not alone with people when I'm in physical reality. I'm alone with myself when I'm in my spirituality, when I'm in my spiritual space. That's me alone in my space. When I'm in physical reality, I'm with you, right? We're all connected. But the only reason physical reality matters is because we're all vibrating this matter into existence. And that's all the hermetic alchemy that I'm naturally sharing here as CymaTree. Again, I don't give a fuck about Thoth, all right? But we're talking about actual hermeticism here. We're talking about actual Zoroastrianism. I'm actually the spirit that built Mercury. Like, it's so stupid for people to come up here, and in general for people to think that they're me when they don't have their own individuality to stand on. It's literally just a bunch of spirits wanting to eat me. And I could honestly make a bunch of like stories, books, TV shows, and infinite just novels and video games about these concepts and the things I go through in my life. Because then you would be able to relate with me. If I got you to play a video game of what it was like to be Mercury throughout space and time, you would be able to relate with me, and you would be able to completely get why it doesn't make sense for that guy to come up here saying that he's also Thoth and we're both Thoth. Like, you would literally have to play a video game where you express yourself through Thoth, and then Hermes, and then Odin, and then Quetzalcoatl, and then just like a bunch of different other past lives. And like, you knew about Chikate, and you knew about all these other things. And then you got the basis of seeing how you as the spirit have to create yourself through time and space. So now you have this awareness of knowing not to cling on to your past lives, but that they're the natural expression of you. So when you're naturally expressing yourself as a new life, and someone else comes up to you like, oh, I'm also one of your past lives, and we're both the same, bro, you can't get lost by that. Like, it makes no sense. Like, as a spirit, I'm so much like, bro, it makes no sense. Okay, so I would literally have to have you play a video game for you to actually empathize with my perspective and knowing how this works, how life works. And angels look weird too, but you feel really good to have around, and they both eating of us. Agree with you. I'm in the witch realm. When I'm in my spirit realm, I have superpowers. Absolutely. Yeah, you get superpowers when you're in your spirit realm because you're infinitely powerful when you're alone. And then that's the point of physical reality. We're always channeling our power into physical reality. So physical reality is supposed to be where our responsibilities are, right? When we think about all of our responsibilities, that's physical reality. When we think about all of our power, that's spiritual reality, right? That's the spirit realm. That's us alone in our space. And then this is where we're constantly bringing power into physical reality. We're constantly bringing power into responsibility, because with great power comes great responsibility. With a great spirit comes a great physical, basically. And just in general, when you build anything, you have to be responsible for it. So if you have the power to build, you're going to be responsible for maintaining that building. And that's in general the idea, like that's basic hermeticism. Like, again, I taught these people this before they twisted it into the garbage systems that we are upholding today. It's really silly. So that's it for this live stream. All right, I'm out of here. It's 11:19. I didn't expect to, this is basically like a 10-hour live stream real quick. That's hilarious. But hey, I'm building Mercury. All right. So shout out that Thoth guy. Hopefully I can get him on a platform again where he naturally communicates about himself through this thing. And then that's just where, we can learn, what perspective he's clinging onto this light from. Anyway, much love to everyone in here. You say demons are just looking for someone to consume. Are angels the same? Angels are the opposite. Angels are messengers. Okay, so God creates humans and angels give messages to humans. So I, as Metatron, I function as an angel in the universe because I built Mercury. I represent Mercury with my Merkaba. I represent my mind with my creations to let you know how you manifest your own mind to fly through the universe. So now you know how you connect with people. You know how you communicate with all life. You know how you send messages out. So I, as Metatron, as an angel, I'm sending you the message that you're an infinite individual. And then this is where a demon is going to say that you are actually not. You're actually something that is connected to them. But angels let you know that you're not connected to anyone. That's like, this is why angels are fire, and angels can seem really negative and seem really fiery, right? Like I can seem like I'm in my ego on this live stream because I naturally had to bring this fiery energy to burn up whatever ideas people are lost and blocked up in. So that's the point of an angel. An angel comes in to use its fire to send a message that humans would not have otherwise seen. So I'm literally here relaying a message that would not otherwise be relayed if I, as Metatron, did not come into the flesh and live this life as Chase Clarence Calloway. Absolutely. Hey, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Peace to you. You were not on here for 10 hours. I would have got notified. Is that low vibe energy? I was on here for 10 hours. Like once I turn off this live stream, it's going to be over 10 hours long. Like I know that, Tiger. Like I know that for a fact, actually. I've been on here for over 10 hours. Once I turn this shit off, it's going to be over 10 hours. Is that low vibe energy or high vibe? So angels are high vibration, demons are low vibration. Angels are pretty, they're almost like glittering water and telepathic. Yeah, for sure. They can come in many shapes and sizes. I, as an angel, I like to take on a crystalline body. That's Irisel overall. That's like Metatron. It's basically like crystalline metal, but not metal. But like it looks like it could be metal, but it's like a mind molding crystals. And then it's like constantly like transforming in fire. And then it's like I'm constantly being baptized in fire. Whatever. That's a different thing. That's just Metatron Metatron transformation shit. Can't believe you've been on here either. Joined at 8 a.m. Hey, you joined at 8 a.m.? Well, it's 11:22 where I'm at. So, I mean, that's like a solid 2 hours. Hey. But you shining? Todd Law? Yes. Like crystals shine. So like a crystalline body, boom, it's shining. Absolutely. And just in general, yeah, fire projects light. Earth absorbs, holds on to light. So the whole point of fire is that it is transforming. It's projecting new information at you. And if you cannot take the fire that an angel is bringing you, then you're going to shield behind the earth that you're stuck in. And then this is where the point of earth is to keep you stable in some kind of idea. So if someone is bringing you something that's unstable, you can just hold on to the earth and it will, you'll be okay, basically. So that's why you can't change anyone's mind, right? Like I would be kind of stupid to really think I could change that dude's mind and get him to believe that he's actually an individual spirit and not Thoth, right? Because that's why I'm up here talking about I'm an individual spirit. I'm not Thoth. I have to create Thoth to express myself, so he's a messenger from Mercury, but I, as Chase Clarence Calloway, I'm CymaTree. I'm a different messenger from Mercury. So for someone else right now to be here saying that he's a past expression of me, that's like, it's almost like the universe brought him in here just so I could use him as an example of what a demon is. Because I mean, that's what main topic of conversation with this live stream especially is. Like when we're thinking about you as a spirit creating your mind is what you use to breathe life into something. So this is now where we get the importance of realizing, are you breathing life into an idea you created, or are you breathing life into an idea you consumed from someone else? If you're breathing life into an idea you consume from someone else, then you're not going to have an actual bright perspective on that idea. You're not actually going to bring anything new to that idea. Everything you see in that idea is very limited because you didn't naturally create that idea from expressing yourself. So there's literally a difference, all right? Creator versus consumer. Are you on Will or Chris Rock's side? That's so funny. I've literally been doing this live stream for over 10 hours. I don't know what's happening in a celebrity world. I don't know what's happening in a celebrity world. My phone is broadcasting me too hard about Pete Davidson and Kim and Kanye. I'm tired of that shit. I'm tired of them using celebrities to distract us from the things that actually matter, like climate change. But god damn it, I understand gossip energy. I understand communication energy is big Gemini mode, right? Like it's big Gemini. As Mercury, I see the communications in the universe. So I'm not going to ignore that things are happening with celebrities and people are talking about it, but I don't care about it. Like as Mercury, I don't care about the shit people are talking about, but I care about what you care about. So this is the paradox that I face as a spirit. I don't care about the shit that you talk about, but I do care about what you talk about. Or I care about what you care about. There we go. I don't care about what you talk about, but I care about what you care about. So if you're talking about things that you care about, then I'm forced to talk about those things too. You see that? So I don't care what you talk about, but I care what you care about. Everyone naturally talks what they care about. See that? So I care what you care about. I don't care what you talk about. You naturally talk what you care about. So I don't care about celebrity shit. If other spirits in the universe, if spirits around me care about celebrity shit and they talk about it, then I'm going to care about it because now I care about what they care. Then I'm going to care about it because now I care about what they care about. And if they're celebrities, I'm not in the know. No way you have that much energy. Yeah, I didn't get any sleep. That's crazy. So I'm just up here. Yeah, I just pulled an all-nighter. It's 11:30 a.m. here in LA now. I literally just did this because I wanted to hop on at like 1 a.m. just real quick. I didn't think I was going to go this long. I guess I'll go work out and continue my day because fuck it. Yeah, I have this much energy naturally from fasting. All right. You don't see me eating up here like I need to eat to get energy, guys. Nah. Demons are not that bad. Creepy and draining, but they're useless. But they useless have things to show too. Right. The demon is what you make them. Exactly why I don't watch TV. Absolutely, key minds. I've been up the whole time checking in. Yeah. I got some energy here, bro. For whatever reason, I'm building a structure that matters. So I'm just like doing what has to be done. You feel me? I'm talking about what has to be talked about. People are getting connected to the live stream at the right time. And it's overall just me creating something that will stand for the internet. And now everyone can like tap into here and like level up and blah, blah. So yeah, I think I am about to hop off because my lips are infinitely dry. And yeah, it's so daytime outside that I want to go enjoy the daytime now. So much love to everyone. All right. Know that you are an infinite spiritual individual. All right. You are an infinite individual beyond any concept of something. You have to create something to express yourself. Okay. So it's all about you having so much space that you like literally think about like you as a spirit, your space is infinite. So as a space, this is why the only thing that can fill up your space is your imagination. Your imagination is the only thing that's infinite enough to actually fill up your space so you can see what you want to see. I think you guys have both whether good or bad to know the difference between the two. Right. Fast does give you more energy. Yeah, it's true. So you create your mind by combining your ego and your soul. That's your fire and your water. That's you using air to breathe life into earth so you can transform and build a family. So peace out to everyone. All right. Hope you're all about to go enjoy your days or whatever is going on. Okay. Gang. Much love to you. Again, you are infinite individuals. All right. You are infinitely powerful. Okay. And as a spirit, you have to use your power to express yourself. Your ultimate power is imagination. imagining something. I was going to say being aware of space, actually. That's what I want to say. Your ultimate power is being aware of your space. And then from there, another ultimate power is creating something that you want to be aware of. So that would be your imagination. But just you being aware of your own space is what allows you to experience your imagination. So we're just talking about the levels of you being aware. And you then, once you created that awareness, you create something to be aware of. And now it's just like these layers of you expressing yourself and creating life. So, peace, gang, gang. Much love to you. Level up for infinity and beyond.